It's my aunties. We're back. And I'm Auntie D, and this is Auntie Love. And we are back because today we're going to do something that big time political figures can't figure out how to do. Half the politicians in the country have not sat down and thought about, okay, we got Project 2025. How are we going to solve this? We're going to solve this. Because in the United States, if Black women don't solve it, it generally does not get solved. But there are ways. We were discussing, Auntie Love introduced her matriarchy theorem. And I thought about Thigh Inc. We were writing our own solutions to these issues because of the why that's in there. We're gonna put some time in here.
I love the way you're saying it, though. I like that way better. I like that.
You know, when Black women get together, we just take it and make it. We just keep making it look cool. Like I said, we over here, we're solving problems today. And of course, your aunties were back here trying to figure out, how do I hit present? You know, because this is why we appreciate all generations of Black women, because all of us have a purpose, and that's another show that we're gonna do. But we'll get to that another day about generational power among Black women and how we access that. That's another show. But I'm Auntie D. This is Auntie Love, and we are actually going to use Auntie Love's matriarchy Thigh theorem to figure out how we can solve. Because what we discovered as we were researching for this, do y'all know how many brilliant Black women? Do y'all know how brilliant y'all are and how many of you there are? Do you know how many solutions are already available? And that all we got to do is kind of think about this and be like, okay, how can I enact this part? Maybe I can't deal with all of it, but in my locale, all I got to do is take this part. And because Auntie Love has been teaching us about how Black women start trends, we even did some hashtag resource. We're going to figure out how we're going to make this video go viral. And we need all of your help, and you're going to be able to jump in and get involved. And I'm going to show you the website so that you can make your projects, do your hashtag research, and make your projects go viral too. So we're gonna solve some stuff today. Because if we don't, ain't nobody coming. Ain't nobody else coming. Auntie Love, I mean, you know history back to basically the dawn of time. If Black women don't come along and solve these problems, is anybody else coming? I mean, just as far back as you can think about. What is it going to? Well, we do need to give our Indigenous women around. We do need to be respectful of our Indigenous women around the world. Because I know that I was reading about how Indigenous women around the world are being consulted on how to manage the oceans now. But with the exception of Indigenous women everywhere, if Black women and Indigenous women are not solving it, is it being solved? Auntie Love, I mean, you got a bigger grasp of history than I have going further back, but I ain't seen it.
It is absolutely not being solved. No.
Okay.
And that's part of the reason, you know, it's like I've said for years to y'all about the Pope. Okay, I don't know. Great. I know Catholics and Protestant. I know all about it. Got it. They're Christian. However, the Pope is in them catacombs bending knee to me and you, the image of me and you, Auntie D. He's not bending the knee to whatever else. He is in the catacombs with women holding a child. We don't know if that child is a boy or a girl, but holding a child, a Black woman holding the Madonna, which I'll call the Madonna on the white side of it. He's on his knees, and all of them before him on their knees, praying to images of all of you as Black women and Black girls.
Concession from Romans that
I'm just telling you.
The way Queen Amani Renas beat the Roman tail the way she wanted to, I guess they figured it out from Caesar Augustus further that maybe they didn't have the power they thought they had. But you know, you got to go somewhere to get the power. I'm just saying.
That was something that just came out not that long ago. It's been kind of a little thing.
Was it Benedict or Francis? Was it Benedict or Francis? I mean, I'm sure they're both doing the same thing, but. And I'm not even as I'm because I know that if you go back before 1638, and I know that if you get your iconography before then, all of them are Black mother and child. Mm-hmm. There's no white iconography for that before about 1638. It just doesn't exist.
No.
So
absolutely,
that's just a concession, and actually that's part of our outline today. taking blame versus taking responsibility. That's a concession. If everybody's blaming you for something, they're actually saying
you have the power.
By accident that you have the power. So Auntie Love just gave us a very long 2000. Well, there hasn't been a pope for 2,000 years. That's about 1700. Yeah, because Constantine is Pontifex Maximus. Okay, so he's basically he's not the first official pope, but but that's a 1,700-year-old example of a concession that you're being blamed for everything because you're the one that makes things happen or not. So while Project 2025 has us coded as the problem, that is actually a concession from that culture of people that if we have the power to wreck the society, this is a concession that if controlling us is the solution, that means we actually have that much power. But the difference is we're conditioned to take blame, to be blamed, to be held accountable in terms of we're the ones that need to be punished. We're the ones that need to be, to put it back in Catholic terms, do penance. Mm-hmm. We're the ones that need to do penance. In essence, and I'm going to just go here with my little Protestant self, basically, we need to be Jesus and die for the sins of the world. But if that is the way the setup goes, the people around you, first of all, don't know Jesus. But second of all, that's a concession that apparently, if you're going to be blamed for everything, because remember, we went through this, we talked about how we read to page 4 to 40 of this document, and Black women are the only women blamed for the problems that are going on. Well, if we have all that power, what they're hoping is that we don't realize it. But that's already a concession. If we have all that power, that we the problem, and you don't name any other group of women as the problem, then maybe we do have that much power, and maybe the game is for you to never recognize what you have. Because you're going to be blamed, you're going to be made to do penance, you're going to be made to suffer and die for the sins of the world. But maybe that's a concession, and maybe people tell it. And if you really do have power and you take responsibility to use it, and I'm going to throw this to Auntie Love because she has been out here doing some serious level research on what we as Black women are giving our power to right now. And it wasn't something we were necessarily going to address, but it's significant enough so that we need to just get this off the table. Taking responsibility versus taking blame. Black women are now in patterns of now blaming each other because there's something going on with a particular content creator. And Auntie Love has been doing the numbers. And I was so disturbed by this because we're not going to name the children who have been involved. But right now, we have a significant number of Black women who are now playing the blame game with each other, as opposed to realizing we don't have to do this. We have the power to change these situations, but right now, we're stuck in a pattern. And Auntie Love, remember, you taught us in shameless plug, self-confidence course for Black women. She teaches you in this course that, 1 time is an incident, 2 times coincidence, 3 times is a behavior. We're starting to see some behaviors which suggests that the people who write Project 2025 have our minds because of what we're doing. Instead of holding Black women sacred, uplifted, and protected, uplifted. Let me get it in order. Sorry, Auntie Love. We get it in order. We're doing some other things, and Auntie Love, I feel like we need to address it because this is currently, we have thousands of Black women, and we want to start having more conversations where we're taking responsibility to change the things we can. But right now, we got some issues. And I really would like you to address that because I was shocked by the numbers you were sharing with me.
Yeah. So one of the things that I hear, and Auntie D, we were talking about this quite often, and I take responsibility for this, right? From younger Black women, from Black women at different stages in our lives, right? Those who discover us or whatever, or those who discover Stephanie Perry, Mocha Mommy, Marissa Price, Level Up Single Mom. You know what I'm saying? True, Mystique. Those people who discover us, who are on this side of solving the problems. We don't want to spend hours and hours just talking about something and then waiting for the next something to happen. We want to be preemptive, and we want to set up a foundation and a well, I can't even think of the word I'm looking for, but we want to set up a format, a process, right, in which we start problem solving the things that are critical to us as Black and Indigenous women and girls, right? Because we know when Black women do whatever it is, everybody else follows along. Now, the other part that Auntie D was saying, which is so true, is that they like to tell us we're nothing. They need us to believe, because your beliefs, your behavior follows your beliefs. You act on what you believe to be true. I don't care what people say. That's why I don't care what comes out of people's mouth. If it doesn't match up with what you're doing, because I'm watching your behavioral patterns. And like Auntie D said, by the time you've done something the third time, girl, that's a behavioral pattern. There ain't nothing else you need to say. I got you. Because I'm listening to your behaviors. So as we're working to problem solve the issues, one of the things that has come up several times from younger Black women to me, which is so many people because I'm like 836 years old. Okay. So
and looking great.
Yeah. So, what they say, and it's true. What they're telling me is true. And I take responsibility for it for my part, is that we as older Black women are not giving younger Black women the knowledge, the wisdom, the understanding of how to properly navigate something and people, right? We give you warning shots and we're like, girl, don't do this, don't do that, but we're not really giving you processes, in the sense that we're more telling you how you need to fit, how you need to help other people not be jealous of you, how you need to be responsible for other people's feelings and emotions, right? I'm talking grown people. So I take that, and I go back to I go back to my genius zone, and I work and I bring more back, right? Because I do have a responsibility as an 823-year-old Black woman to give y'all what I know. All right. I do. So I have no business hoarding information. I have no business doing such and so, or whatever the hell. I shouldn't be giving, for me, I should be giving this to y'all like I did my own daughter. So that's what it is. On the other hand, how does that sorry about that. And I need to make sure all the information, because something Auntie D and I were talking about is that our mothers or our grandmothers or whatever, girl, they was running for their lives. Okay. And after everything that I've told y'all this before, after everything that Black women and Black girls have endured and thrived beyond, it's any wonder that we're not all stark raving mad, that we haven't sliced people up by now, because that's the reason they give when white women do wrong. It's, oh, they had a traumatic childhood. Oh, they're so fragile. Oh, this other crap, right? But but we literally are running for our lives. Literally, we got to be looking every way, all around us at all times, because it's coming from all these different demographics at us, our daughters, and our children. So at the same time that I'm supposed to know things, how am I supposed to know things if I'm spending most of my time trying to thrive past the constant violence coming at me, my daughters, my children, my goddess daughters, my nieces, my granddaughters? How am I supposed to do that? Plus work in a plantation environment in which white women get to do what they did when they enslaved us, the 40% of them, okay, which is mutilate and take us out, okay? How do I do that and then gain all the knowledge I need to gain, right, to turn around and give it to you when I'm working 2 jobs myself and I'm raising children myself as a single mother? How do I do that? So we have to give each other okay, let me put it this way. You know the grace y'all give white women? You know how y'all call the violence that they commit every single day to you and your daughters, microaggressions? You know how you don't call them hoes and bitches? You know how you don't go and look up Jenny Thomas, Alito's white wife,
Robin, Lord, that woman,
white wife, all of whom had a part in writing and putting out Project 2025. You know how none of you as Black women are getting on and coming out loud and saying the reason that we are leaving these quote unquote corporate jobs is literally white women. Because they're the ones who are mainly, though they shouldn't be, they're mainly an authority over us in these jobs. And they terrorize us day in and day out. So when white woman whisperer, a Black woman, comes up with, hey, I just have a question, because we was doing the bear thing. So I just have a question. She just asked the question. This little Black woman, she just asked the question. 2 Black women. If you were in corporate and you had to be in a meeting with whoever, and you could decide who you were going to meet with in this room, right? I don't care if you work in food service. I don't care if you digging ditches. I don't care if you are doing the most one of the most disgusting jobs ever. And I can say this as a registered nurse because we had to actually clean human shit. So I'm just saying, it might look cute on the outside, but the real deal is we're dealing with human excrement. Okay? I don't care what your experience, background, none of that stuff is. I don't care what it is. I really don't. But white women are terrorizing us in the workplace. We are having Black women take their own lives after being tortured in the workplace by these very women. And I can tell you right now, 97% of us are not seeing the reason that we are trying to move on, not, have our own business and do all this other stuff is so we do not have to be side by side with women who are literally working to take us out. Lying, playing with our money, telling us, coming up with ways to torture us and target us in the workplace while we do our work and theirs. I don't hear any of you, basically, as Black women, come up and go, okay, we ain't doing this another day with white women. And I know why you don't. I understand, because they are the most violent beings on this planet. And one of the reasons that they are is because we all have put them on a pedestal. We all infantilize them. Meantime, they're pretending that they haven't done anything wrong, that they're not hurting us, that really it's us.
We're getting the blame.
Crockett, how dare you, Jasmine Crockett? How dare you respond back to that hooker? How dare you respond back to her?
That's happening in basketball right now.
Yeah, how dare you do that? So I'm saying to y'all, we can talk about how each other looks. Oh, you bald headed, and he's such and so, and blah blah blah, and you ain't no kind of this or that and the other thing. We could do all of that to one another, but we ain't gonna call out white women. You not? You don't have that heat for white women, then don't have it for a black woman.
And black children.
And black children. Don't have it for a black woman and don't have that heat. Don't have that. Don't have black women's names not in your mouth where you exchange it for something else. Because you're starting to sound like a black man and or a white woman to me. So let's just, I don't know how to be more clear than that. Again, this whole thing where we sit here as black women and we use weapons of whiteness against each other, absolutely not. Absolutely not. So, I believe if you're going to create infrastructure, that you need an economy, you need a healthcare system, you need housing, you need food, you need trade, you need engineering, you need, I can go on and on with the different aspects. You need an economy, you need education system, right? You need all of these things. Now let me tell y'all something that's top secret that maybe some of us don't know. When black women, most of us, either married or not, okay, or we're single black mothers like I've been, right? When we do that, we actually go back to our mitochondrial DNA plus RNA plus melanin ancient selves. And we go back to being in a matriarchy, because whoever that so-and-so you was with and the so-and-so I was with put their Yeezys or Converse or Adidas on and they ran off. And they left you and I and our mothers, our grandmothers, and our great-great-grandmothers, they left us to deal with all of the violence, to feed children, to clothe them, to be great parents, okay? And all of those things. We are taking full responsibility and accountability. Let me tell y'all something. Child support does not mean a black man who is paying what is it? The average, I think, who was saying this on TikTok? I know, centering Black women and girls. That's her handle on TikTok. Y'all need to go check her out. You need to go check out Woke Gardner. There's so many of us on TikTok just giving such great information, giving us solutions and all of these things. And like Stephanie Perry and, the Exodus team and Marissa Price, all of these women are giving us solutions. And we need different solutions because we're not all the same. Okay. So you can't just go by where I'm coming from, because I have a certain perspective. We need all of us. Whether we like each other or not is not relevant. Okay. We ain't got to hang out like that. But we can come together and solve problems. That's what our foremothers did. That's what we did in ancient prehistory, and that's what we still have to do. So if you're going to use the same weapons that white folks use against us on each other, i.e. colorism and all this other nonsense, you ain't feminine enough. You too feminine. You're not masculine enough. You too masculine. Use a mama, use a papa. I don't know what y'all calling each other, but all that shit comes down to us blaming, because we did not do everything in our power, or even if we did do everything in our power, to regulate the emotions of grown-ass other people.
And as long as we're in that blaming mindset, we cannot use the solutions that we. Can I tell you another top secret? Because y'all know I do this on my channel. I get real close to y'all. Come here. You know all those channels that Auntie Love was mentioning? You do know that means there are a lot of solutions out there that Black women actually have put together. And that means that people don't want us to know this, but Miss Alito up here talking about she German, and half of Germany's like, no, you ain't. She got her own problems to solve, but because I speak German as my second language, so I kind of know what's going on. They out here can't even figure out what nationality they are. Your last name is what now? Alito? Y'all haven't gotten along since that other one in Mussolini, but I'm just saying, while they're doing all this and then backing up things like Project 2025, they already know we have the solutions. The people that are not paying sufficient attention to that fact is us. Because we think a lot of us already have, like, I'm still messed up behind Kiana Footman and Auntie Love talking about their experiences as single mothers and the way everybody came after them. I'm still messed up behind Auntie Love telling about how her son said, I saw you as a warrior who was standing with the shield and keeping everything that was trying to come at us. You were protecting us. Already have all the responsibility anyway. What people don't want you to understand is, and while we're trying to turn this corner on Project 2025, in fact, we're turning it and we're inviting you to go with us. You do have the power. We do not have to be out there attacking fellow Black women and children. Now, like I said, I'm not going to go into details of the fight that's going on, because as y'all know, last year when a Black woman came after a biracial child, that got close to 1,000. That's the highest views I've ever gotten. That because I was just like, no, we're not about to do. So if this continues long enough, I may have to, but we're not going to speak on that directly here. But that's a trend of us not wanting to take the blame and trying to throw it on someone else, trying to throw it on another Black woman. Because we still are very much afraid that if we try to throw the blame, Marissa Price is pretty much the only person I know of whose channel I actually talk about white women in the workplace. Actually, yes, Lifting As We Climb has too. Auntie Love is right. 97% are not. But when we start putting the blame where it belongs, yeah, there are consequences for that. Mm-hmm. There, you got to really be ready to take those consequences in the chest. But the idea is, whether you want to take that level of responsibility or not, all you got to do is look through the table of contents on Project 2025. Whether you want to use your power or not, other people are going to exercise this power on us unless we decide. But when we say take responsibility, I mean, Auntie Love said 85% of Black women are Christians. So let me use a phrase a number of us know. Ever since Reverend Ike, we've been sitting up here talking about name it and claim it, grab it and have it. Well, okay, now as I'm a well-informed Christian and I happen to know that ain't in the Bible, but let's just grab this phrase and look at it. Name it and claim it, grab it and change it. Taking responsibility is using your power to, St. Francis of Assisi, you have the serenity to accept the things you cannot change, but that's a smaller group of people the things that you have to work with. But it also says courage to change the thing I can and wisdom to know the difference. Mm-hmm. Well, there's a lot more things as Black women we can change. The United States isn't here by 1820 if it's not for Black women, because your slavery base collapses. So the problems that the United States was having in its first 50 years of life, we solved that by force, which means we had the power. And we were the only people who did. You are the children and grandchildren and great grandchildren. And well, not the children. I mean, you would be 200 and some odd. But you are the descendants of the women that had the power to make this whole country the way it is. Don't ever forget that. But the difference is, if we don't take responsibility to change the things we can, Auntie Love and I don't plan to be harnessed. We don't. We don't plan on that. There's a lot of people that are gonna have a lot of problems even attempting to do that. But we want you to understand that you have the power, and that before we get into how we use the matriarchy theorem, we want to say that we have the power, and because we have the power, we can prevent this from happening to our children and our sisters who are not as well informed. And as Auntie Love said very compassionately, and I probably will we may do a show here on Aunties. I probably will address it on my main channel as well. A lot of our elders, as Auntie Love said, they had to survive. So they don't know they have the power either. And we're up here looking at them like, okay, why aren't you showing? Well, they don't know they have the power either. Those of us who have access to this information, who tend to be more toward the middle, may have to bridge some gaps for them too. But y'all know that when Marcus Garvey said, "Up ye mighty people, you can accomplish what you will," you do know there are 25 million Black women and girls, right? Since when is 25 million powerful people been stopped from doing anything when they got serious about doing it? Think about it.
Well, certainly not Black women and Black girls.
Certainly not Black women.
You can't stop us once we decide that this is what's going to happen. In fact, I think, something that you said is that, we have been taking responsibility and accountability, right? However, I've told y'all before, I really let go of the words blame, shame, and guilt where I'm concerned. That is somebody else. For me, blame, shame, and guilt is someone else trying to make me responsible and accountable for something that I'm not, like grown-ass Black men's emotions or white women's emotions or white men's emotions. I am not responsible for grown-ass people's emotions and their inability to regulate those emotions, and their inability or desire not to regulate their choices and behaviors properly, and not choose bad behaviors and attack women and girls and children that have never done anything to you. Okay, so this isn't a war. This ain't no race war. This is not a gender war. How is it a war? And I'm steeped as warrior born, as a goddess born warrior and healer. I'm steeped in the understanding of what a warrior is. There's a difference between a warrior and a soldier and a mercenary. Okay, so how in the world are we taking the blame for grown Black men's inability or willful ignorance or willful incompetence, because it's all of that? How are we taking responsibility for their badass behaviors? Now, what we are doing, because responsibility and accountability is very different from blame and shame, okay? That is more of an internal thing where I chose to have children, so I'm going to be their child support. That means as a Black mother, I'm there with them 24/7. Don't matter if I'm at work. Don't matter if I'm, I've gone back to school as a single Black mother. I've done it all. Girl, bought houses as a single Black mother. Was never married up until my 40s for the first time with the husband I have now. And I can tell y'all right now, that's going to be blood in and blood out. Okay. Ain't nobody divorcing nobody. Ain't nobody get your own blanket. That's why I say don't share your blankets. This is how you start a good, happy marriage. I ain't sharing a blanket with you. We ain't sharing sinks. And we ain't sharing dessert. Now, sir, we can work from there, sir. but the rest of that shit, absolutely not. So how is it that we are the ones actually, quote unquote, paying child support because we're there 24/7 as single Black mothers, and Black men, we got to go find you and get the courts to take you. I got to take you to court, do all this other stuff. You ain't paying child support if I got to do all that. You committed a criminal act. You abandoned your child. That ain't child support because you have to give money to their cause. Girl, I give money, time, my body, my mind, every organ in my body, all of those things to my children. I chose my children because I chose to have them. So I'm taking responsibility. I'm taking 360-degree responsibility for not only my 180 right portion, but his 180. But you want to tell me this is a gender war? No, baby, this ain't no gender war. Because if I go to war with you, I can tell you how this is going. That's not a war.
Don't let it happen, y'all.
Y'all don't know nothing about war. You don't. You have no idea what the hell war really is and what it looks like when a Black woman goes to war. Because somehow you missed all the different times that we battled and we went to war. Oh, we might have lost a few battles, but girl, we won the wars. So I don't know what you're talking about. The Underground Railroad system, that's us. We did that. All of this talk, I love hearing white folks and Black men taking credit for this, that, and the next thing. Okay? Because that's what they do best. They appropriate. That's what they do. They don't create anything. They make it out of what we created. We have been and are the moral compass for these United States, and we're the moral compass around the world. But y'all want to sit here and tell me that it's more important, because this is what's happened. I got a bone to pick with us as Black women, just really quick, as much as I love the hell out of us, and we all got us for it. Well, okay, 75 to 85% of us. I got a bone to pick with us. So here we are with solutions, me and Auntie D, but again, where are y'all at? Where you at? Because you ain't here. You not here. You ain't told no friends to come over here. So at the same time that I have Black women telling me, I as a Black older woman should be giving blah, 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 blah. I'll take that. You're right. I'm responsible for that. I need to be giving you the knowledge and wisdom and understanding that I've accumulated. I do. And that doesn't mean that I need to give it to you for free. Because a white woman, Legion, she done gone over, told y'all that y'all were nothing, that you came from nothing, but she and her daddy, they done gone over there to Africa and kidnapped us. And then as soon as they took us as human capital, they went digging up our ancestors and putting them in museums and getting all the knowledge that we created as Black women, because we created the civilizations that these people are modeling. But I don't see Black women over here. I don't see y'all over here. I don't see y'all in great numbers over there at Marissa Price's page or Level Up Single Mom or True. I don't see y'all. I don't see y'all doing all of that. I don't see really Tabitha, Politics with Tabitha. She should have more Black woman viewership. I don't see y'all. And I be looking. Because a part of what I have to do as a warrior is I have to accumulate intelligence. I have to know what the people who declared themselves as my enemies are doing. I have to know with what other Black women are doing, so I can know how to okay, this is someone I need to connect with. This is someone I got to leave alone. So my bone is the same one I've been having, is that I've been watching this whole thing just from afar, just like I'll look at the numbers of people watching, because this young woman, Princella's name is in it. So we have groups of women, Black women online, mad at her for whatever reason. I don't know. I have no idea. But from all that I can gather is the Black women that have a problem with her were all on board with her first. But now y'all got a problem with her. But what's so disturbing to me is that when it's time for someone to feast on Black women and Black girls, everybody comes a running. Everybody gonna make money off of that, huh? So I've been watching a couple of creators where their numbers have gone significantly higher because they're talking about another Black woman. I don't care if you don't like that girl. I don't care if you don't trust her, don't believe in her, whatever. Good, say it. Fine, you said it. Now move on, because we got problems to solve. But you know what I see? I see in particular, there's a few, right? There might be about 4 of them, but I see Black women over literally doing 4, 5, 6, 7, 10-hour lives about this woman, this Black woman. Now, far as I know, I don't know Princella, but far as I know, she doesn't have the means to take resources from y'all. If y'all gave her money for her book, which she did write a book, because the Black women who have a problem with her, they got a problem with that she charged money for a book. I don't know. Or that she put together some stuff because y'all are all on board giving her your money. She can't make you. She's not in a position to do that in this society. So if you gave her your money, it was because you made a choice to do that. But now you're mad. Fine, tell her you're mad. You didn't live up to your promises, all that shit, and then move on. Okay? But absolutely the fuck not. Are we going to sit here and talk about this woman's child? You don't know her. Let me tell y'all something about CPS, okay? Because I've watched y'all, these folks over here talk about, oh, did you hear CPS went to her and about, she has a 4-year-old girl. What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? What are you doing? In order for you to as a mandated reporter, as a nurse, I'm a mandated reporter. In order for me to report someone, I have to actually see something going on with that child. So how you getting information from who's was it who said this about so and so? You watched that girl in a live for 5 seconds and she was telling her daughter, no, but just go and sit down or whatever. How are y'all as Black women thinking that it is okay for us to do that to each other? Girl, I ain't got to like that other person. And I can get with them and I can tell them. And they ain't got to like me. They can come on and say, hey, love, hey, whatever. Good, great. Okay. You get to vent about me. You don't get to fuck with my good name. But you do get to vent. I don't like how she look. I don't like what she wear. I don't like the way she talk. You can vent. You can. And honestly, that's not my business. I don't care what people say about me, girl. But you ain't fucking with my money. And you ain't fucking with my good name. Because I worked years, just like all of you, to get there. Now, I might not have done it the same way you did, and you might not have done it the same way I did. And we are never, and I mean never, I don't care who that child's parent is. I don't care if that child is Kim Kardashian child. I don't care who that child is. I don't care if Beyonce baby. I don't care who that child is. We are never going to use children
never ever
to do what? I saw a video where I was just like, what is happening right now? Where this particular person spent, I don't know, 2-3 hours and named the video for whatever Princella's baby's name is. What the fuck? That's what white women do. What are we doing? What do we do? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Okay, y'all want to know what one of the baseline standards for us as Black women has to be? We are not going to mistreat other people's children. I don't care who their parents are. We're not. Guess what? I don't like the father of either of my children. Okay? And I'm not mistreating my children because I don't like them. See, that's the difference between us, or at least 85 to 75% of us as Black women. That's the difference between us and every fucking body else. We are not going to destroy other people's children. We are not going to we're not going to cause pain to other people's children so we can get at their mother or father or whatever. We're not going to do that. So I can tell you right now, just like y'all can come over here and be LGBTQ phobic, just like y'all can't come over here talking to me about, oh, biracial Black women ain't really Black. Girl, you can't say none of that shit to me. None of it. You can't come over here talking about dark complected Black women. You can't. You can't say none of it. You can't talk to me about medium complected Black women. You can't talk shit about nobody hair. None of that over here. If you want to talk about somebody hair, go find you a white woman to talk about. Go find that last white woman that mess with your money at your job and harasses you all the time. Why don't you talk about her? Why don't you talk about her? But even with her, even with the women on this planet that covet and despise us the most and have been the most violent to us, we do not mistreat their children. We do not.
Never have.
And we're not about to start. So you got a beef with another Black woman. Good for you, girl. Go have your beef. Go have your ham. Go have your turkey. I don't care. Go have your veggie. Whatever. If you're not a beef eater. Okay? I'm just saying. Go have that. But what we're not going to do is do a whole public this, that, and the next. Oh, we can call each other out. And we can say, listen, oh no, this is why. And we could definitely get down with, okay, I don't agree with your behavior. Okay. But we are not going to sit here. You notice I'm not telling you the names of the other Black women who are saying whatever about Princella. I'm not telling you those names because I need to hold Black women sacred, protected, and uplifted. And I'll go back behind the scenes and get with whoever I want. Because I have actual power. And so do you.
And
we have power.
This is, like I said, this is not exactly what we plan to do today, but Either we're going to choose powerful behaviors or we're going to choose powerless behaviors. And a lot of what the people who wrote 2025 and 2025 are counting on is that enough Black women are going to choose powerless behaviors and attack each other so that we will not be able to turn a corner and use tools like the matriarchy thing theorem to begin to solve certain problems, even though solutions exist. We have spent enough time as Black women engaging in powerless behaviors. As Auntie Love will tell you, and as science confirms, and as even the Bible backs up, if you don't have a Black mama, you don't have a human race. I mean, so do we have the power? I think we do. I think we do. So taking responsibility is not being blamed. We're not talking to you as if you're blamed for, we're not naming and blaming all the people who were involved in this. Like I said, we weren't going to do that. We have aired that out because we know what's going on. We know Black women are paying attention to it. Because that is behavior of people who are stuck in a cycle. And what we want to do here is get us unstuck from this cycle and show us an alternative path that we can use. So we don't have to spend 10 hours worried about what some other Black person is doing, some other Black woman is doing, what some Black child, of course, cannot do, but actually apply the power that we have in order to solve our problems. And the behavior that Auntie Love is describing also gets to the difference between how matriarchies operate and how patriarchies operate. Patriarchy works to deify and enthrone Black men and pass all the blame for their bad behavior downward. So while Black women are out here shaming and blaming one another, we're protecting other people from their responsibility. We're spending a lot of time enthroning and deifying other people that hate us. Because like I said, it's not now, at this point, we're not talking about men and women. We're talking about, we are protecting a group of people that is harming us. We're not talking hard about people who are actually harming us. And we're taking all the projected blame so that we can continue to hold them up on the throne and continue to keep them deified over us. Whereas a matriarchy, as Auntie Love has defined this, takes care of the most vulnerable. You don't attack the kids. You don't attack the elders who are in need. You don't attack those who are different and are already being attacked by society. You hold them sacred, protected, and uplifted so that when you have the kind of resources necessary, you can do that, then everybody benefits. That's the difference between solving problems and laying blame. And it's an important distinction. A lot of what we are doing, there are only so many hours before the election. Yeah, there's just a finite number of hours. It's June now. So if we're per week, Auntie Love showed me the numbers that she was charting. And I'm sitting up here like, wait a minute, people work 8 to 12. And then you go spend another 8 every day? I mean, I'm at this point, I'm like, in June, I have trouble sleeping because it's day for so long. It disorients me every year. I have a nurse friend who helped me figure out what was going on. So finally at age 43, I know how to deal with it. But I'm just kind of like, okay, wait. I know that the sun is up 16 hours now in most places. Okay, you're going to work for 8 of those. And then you're going to sit up and watch Black women blame Black women and be mad at Black women for another 8. You got to sleep and take care of your life somewhere. So these numbers are getting to be very dangerous just on a day-to-day basis. Because what that tells me is that nobody's really sleeping. That's very dangerous. Just on a human level, this is beginning to be very dangerous for us. But if we understood that we could take that 8 to 10 hours back and we had a tool, y'all, check this out. I want y'all to see this. I want y'all to check this out, okay? We have a tool. It's like that part in The Woman King. We have a weapon. We have a tool, y'all. We have tools. Y'all see that? We have the matriarchy think theorem. And I'm going to just go through it very quickly and then we'll back up and go through certain parts of it. Okay? We have a tool that will help us. And Auntie Love shared that she built this on something that medical professionals who save our lives in situations use to solve problems to actually keep people alive. Well, I think as Black women, we definitely have done this role. So I want to review it real quick and then hear from Auntie Love about some very, particular details. And then we want to start applying this to Project 2025. And then I have some thoughts because I used to be a moderator for a show that has 5 to 10 hour lives. I remember that. But to go over this, these are steps in problem solving. And I'm going to tell you where we get stuck when we get there. Obviously, we have to name it. A lot of people, if we can get, okay, so we have problems. We can name what those problems are. And then there's a mass info and analyze. If people are doing 10-hour shows, I'm going to give the benefit of a doubt that some info has been amassed and some analysis taking place. Okay, I'm going to be as gracious as I can. Is it the correct info? Is it appropriate? No, if we're attacking people's children, it is not. But I'm saying some version of name it and amass and analyze is taking place. Where we need to move to the next stage is define 2 to 5 objectives. And then diagnose the cause. When Auntie Love talks to us about, okay, if our workplaces are really dominated by white women who are persecuting us, and if you talk to Black women, I was just in consult with a Black elder, and she was telling me she had to file a discrimination complaint, and I said, that's a white woman. And they said, yep. We're not willing to name that, then we can't diagnose the cause. If we're spending all our energy trying to regulate grown Black men, that may be why we're exhausted. There's a cause there, but we got to kind of define some objectives, diagnose the cause, and then when Auntie Love and I were going through, okay, here's Project 2025, we had to put together an actionable plan for some shows, and then we had to execute and enact those plans. This is show number 3. And then we monitored, which is why Auntie Love can come back and talk about, I still have a bone to pick with y'all because I see what the view numbers are compared to this other foolishness. And then after we finished all this, Auntie Love and I will have to audit our process to improve our part as older Black women. Like she's in the middle, and we're in middle age at this point. So we're at that point of, okay, how can we help the younger women? How can we also be compassionate to older women that need this information at the same time? We will have to now go and audit our process, look at the demographics on how people have viewed these shows, and go back and figure out, okay, we may discover something else. So we'll name it, we'll amass, inflow, and analyze, and we'll start again. But as you roll this wheel, or actually another version of this, the hexagons. Hold on, let me see if I can find them beautiful hexagons. Here we go. As you use these hexagons, the hexagons actually spell out how you get the information. Remember how I said that whatever the problem is around Princella, the information being used is not appropriate, but we can look here at the hexagon and we'll see this. Data, studies, stats, abstracts, allegories, and anecdotal. So anecdotal is part of it. And then when you look at objectives, what do we want to have action here? What can we do alone? What can we do as a collective? What do we want to do now? What do we want to do for the future? When we diagnose the cause, who is the source? We have a problem naming Black women and black men and white women. Now, Black women are human beings. We can be problematic as human beings. We have sometimes, we do have to take account of our bad behaviors, but a lot of times we don't really want to dig into this. And what is the foundation and substructure? Most of us had to learn Greek and Norse mythology in school and did not understand what that was actually teaching us. Then we go all the way around these hexagons. This is the part that we're struggling with. So today, the plan for today is to look at Project 2025, some of the specific issues, and get past just naming it. We've amassed a lot of information, but also looking at what can we do. We had a grim start, but this is the fun part. Now, the author of the matriarchy theorem is right here, and I want her to have a few words in review about it before we go into, okay, and then I have a little bit of a story time for y'all, because I used to be moderator for a channel that did some of the best naming it on some subjects related to Black women, best naming and amassing info ever. And the only downfall was, and really why I'm not there, is because we didn't have the matriarchy think theorem. And we weren't able to get to those next steps. Of course, I didn't know what I didn't know, but I'm just saying we didn't have a framework in place. And after a while, as I told the individual in question, we're not gonna do any more 11-hour shows because they got us going in circles, round and round. We can't just keep doing this. But once we have the tools, then we can begin to move forward. And if we can take people who are just excellent at amassing and breaking, naming the problem, amassing information, breaking it down, and can get all of us to that next stage. Black women channels and the Black men channels we support. If we can all kind of get on this page of using these theorems to solve problems, frankly, I think that would make for great content. Although demographics suggest, because they actually love, just share that information with us. But I'm just saying, you can kind of sacrifice the building of your channel, but imagine solving our problems and not having to deal with that stuff again. Imagine living a life that's less dramatic just because you're not running the same script that ain't working over and over. But Auntie Love, you designed this theorem, and I know you walked us through it last time, but I want to give you opportunity to have some words about the power of this and why it's so powerful when Black women particularly decide to use it.
Yes. So I think a lot of times what I hear from us as Black women too is that we're overwhelmed with what we're having to deal with. So a part of that is what in The Half That's Never Been Told, this is where I read for last time to y'all about a coffle. Okay. And I think that we're doing a form of escapism, right? So we would rather focus on, I just want to kiki because my everyday life is so difficult and it's so stressful. I don't want to think about a problem. But it's like what we've learned, what I learned being in a household with my father, who was a heroin addict. He used to tell me this as a full-blown heroin addict. He'd say, if you love yourself, you would never do heroin, cocaine, then later crack or whatever.
Whoa.
And so he told me that, and I remember he started saying that somewhere when I was like around 8 years old. And then by the time I got 9, I had the Lexus, the ability to articulate, because he was always teaching me things. Oh, he was a sociopath. Let's not get that twisted. And my mother, like I tell y'all, Black woman to the core, psychopath, because you can't go through enslavement, Jim Crow, civil rights, all of these different things. You can't go through all of these different things and not have some people be born without a soul. So there are 25 to 15% of us as Black women who are going to act just like white women or whatever, right? They're going to be, they're not going to care. They're not going to be understanding. Some of them are going to use you. Some of them are going to enjoy your suffering. Okay. But one of the easy ways to detect who you can trust and who you can't is by watching their behavioral patterns. Right. So I feel like we're using a form of escapism in order to not have to constantly be feeling the pain and suffering and the trauma that it's causing us, right? But the problem with that is, like my father was saying, if you really love yourself, you'll never do drugs or whatever. And my comeback at 9 years old was, but you're always saying that you love yourself first. This man used to stand on top of a chair and go, I'm omnipotent. Okay, bro. So let's get back to, you just said this, but yet you're doing heroin. So my my brilliant 9-year-old Black girl, goddess-born brain, it has this to say now. So if that's true, then you don't love yourself. And when I would when he would present some, a premise to me, because that's what he was doing. When he would present a premise to me, as I grew up older with him and my mother, because remember, I was raised by my grandparents first, and then I was raised with those two. And so when you look at this, you're working to make sense, because what he's teaching me is the nature of people. He is teaching me pimping from the pimp's point of view, because he is out there literally pimping women in Oakland on MacArthur Boulevard. I'm consuming this, and he's actually doing it. My father was actually teaching me these things in almost a classroom type atmosphere. Those are the times when he wasn't being abusive to me physically or emotionally or spiritually. So I need y'all to start to see that we're using these different things to distract us, when actually all we need to do is pull our energy from there. My father used to tell me, because I got to the point, okay, by about 8 years old, right? 8.5 or whatever. He was like, okay, so quote unquote hoes need a pimp because we're the ones that protect them. Huh? And then he was like, but the thing is, you have to understand that these girls, he's talking about women he's turned out, hooked on drugs, that these girls are going to try to not give you all the money that he made off of their orifices. So you have to help them to believe that you are their savior, while you're beating them down in the streets, literally beating them down, literally punching them in the face, all of these different things. Okay? You're doing the same thing that white people did to us at large. They're our savior. At the same time, it's us whose body is making the money for you. You ain't saving nobody but yourself using us. Then you want to blame, shame, and guilt us. Absolutely not. So when my father says that to me, I'm protecting as a pimp. I start to question, right? And he wanted me to question, because he felt like he was a master instructor. Okay, great. Anyway, so let me get this straight. So they're giving their money to you to protect them against who? So that means that if they get caught up in a snare and they end up going to jail or whatever, I bail them out. Oh, with their money? So I think I had to be about 9 when I just said, okay, well, let's talk about this again, because okay, say I was one of them. Why wouldn't I just keep my money and bail myself out? You're an unnecessary middleman. Not only just unnecessary, like dangerously unnecessary middleman, I don't need.
Dangerously unnecessary middleman. That's a whole show.
Yeah, I don't need it. So I don't understand why I would be giving my money to you, though. And he's like, okay. He used to be like Jack or Jen. Jack, you just need to listen. Listen now. The thing is, they need me. No, you need them to need you. Because I'm over here calculating the money. Because see, I as a child, he would have me run heroin between him and them that they would give to their Johns, or they would do it together or whatever. He would have me run the money back to him, because we'd be sitting in the Cadillac for 8 hours. And he's watching his girls go in and out of the rooms that he has for them with men they don't know, or men maybe they do know. These are young women. So he's using heroin to escape his own bullshit, and instead of problem solving it. So when we're talking about the problem solving theorem, yes, it is a combination of the nursing assessment, nursing plan. I'm also a project manager, right? So it's in part that system, but I've designed this specifically for the way that we as Black women communicate, how we generally use, very generally use language and whatever. So if someone gives us a formula, right, for something, Black women are expert at using that formula to come up with results. One of the things that we know from this book here is that when Black women and Black girls were in the fields and picking cotton, or they were in the field sowing the seeds and then fertilizing it and then doing all the work, because Black women did the exact and more physical labor than Black men. He explains that Black women and younger Black people, meaning teenagers and children, were faster than Black men. And what they found out is that Black women, at the end of the Civil War, because now white people they need white people to pick cotton now, okay, the poor white folks, right? They did a study back then in which they found out that Black women were able to seed, fertilize, grow, and pick cotton 30% faster than white males. And what he attributes that to is not what the general white person tells you, or the general, this whole thing about us just being strong or whatever, or our skin is thick or whatever. What this white man tells you, he's an economist really, right? And he delved into the history of the United States use of enslaved bodies from head to toe. That's what he did in this book. If Black women are able to do this, he said it had nothing to do with Black women's skin being thicker or this and that. They were just highly evolved and brilliant. They came up with a process and they taught it to each other before they ever even were enslaved here. We came up with a process to be able to plant, fertilize, grow, and cultivate whatever it was with such effectiveness and efficiency that we could outpick grown Black men or grown white men. It wasn't just that we were physically able to or whatever. It was the way we thought. So this theorem is based on the way we think at our foundation as matrilineal matriarchate, democracy, communities as Black women. That's what we do. We do it. You put a problem in front of us, girl, it's solved. It's really solved. The problem today is we're using our energy to try to nullify that, because as Auntie D has explained to us, we don't want to be the blame, but we're also telling you you're not the blame. You are only responsible for you, your emotions, and what you choose that you're gonna do. That's what you're responsible and accountable for. You're not responsible or accountable for grown ass people and a damn weird ass shit. You're not. Those girls, those women that my father turned out, they were not responsible to give him a damn dime. They weren't. So that's what this theorem is. It is a set way for you to put any problem that you have, small and large, right? Use the parts of it that you need to solve that problem. It is a problem-solving algorithm that Black women can use, that you can teach your Black daughters, that you can teach your Black sons. Now, I have a son and a daughter, but as Preem will say, I am a mother of a daughter, not a mother of a son. Love my son? Great. He has a purpose? Yes. And it's not leadership, and it's not any of that other stuff or whatever. So my daughter, the one that'll work 3 jobs, ain't nobody told her to work 3 jobs. This girl worked 3 jobs. But that was typical of my mother. That was typical of me. Because we will do what it takes to not only survive, but thrive and bring everybody else with us. But what we're not going to do is allow other people to harness our preternatural elemental powers as Black women and Black girls. Those days are done. So I'm just giving us a method that each of you could individualize, tweak, however you do it. But I got a call to say, oh, you better be using your brain as an elder Black woman to help us as younger Black women and older Black women or whatever. You better be using your genius zone to put some shit together for us. That's what I did.
And that's exactly what you did. And this works so well in every segment. Even people who, if you don't have any idea that before you've ever seen the show, that you can learn this and you can. That's one of the reasons we've now talked about it for 2 weeks. Now, how powerful is this, even when you do not recognize this is what you're doing as a tool? Story time. I used to be a moderator for Themes and Thoughts. Some of you who watch the show, you know that, because the algorithms kind of overlap. So one of the best shows, is I always believe in giving honor where honor is due, and I don't discriminate on that. The adultification of little Black girls. I've been in community service since I was 9. And I did not know what had even happened to me. And Themis did the best breakdown of what happened to Black girls previous to my knowing Confidence with Love, who's broken down on a higher level. But previous to this, because we're still about at 6 months before we know each other well. Maybe 6 to 8 months before we know each other well at this point.
Yeah, we knew I knew you.
Right, but I mean, we didn't.
Yeah,
we had seen each other.
I didn't know.
We didn't know, right? It's still 6 days, so I would find out that Auntie Love had dug into this on a whole another level. But I went from not fully understanding what had happened to me, and very frankly, why I was so exhausted by age 40, to understanding this in 1 4-hour block. Mm-hmm. I had the privilege of being the moderator on that block. I will always appreciate Themis and Themis and Thought. He named the problem. He amassed amazing info. And he led his around 10,000 subscribers then, most of them were Black women, through a process of discovery that allowed us to understand, to grieve, and to mourn. And that day, he and moderator staff kept us safe. No one was allowed to come up and talk about how, because of course now I was a moderator then too, because so y'all would have enjoyed seeing me kill some folk live. Because while I was there, it's just like you came up with your bad numbers and your stuff from 30 years ago, and you came up there and I just destroyed you live because that's just what needed to happen. But that day we didn't have to do none of that. And that helped me realize, okay, I've been an adult. I'm 40. I've been an adult for 31 years. That means I'm probably going to start planning early retirement. And then I encountered Stephanie Perry right after that. So I may not have been hip to what Stephanie Perry was saying had that show not happened. But I want to show you this again. I want you to see this again. So we did amassing the info. We named it. We amassed the info. We experienced the info, and we had a chance to do that. Here is the problem. We did not get here. Define 2 to 5 objectives. We did get into diagnosing the cause because we know some of this is history. Black girls were forced into slave labor as soon as they could do anything. Some kind of labor was going to be extracted if they survived their infancy. And we did get into that. We did get into how it is that Black men drive this as well, because there's such a lack of there's on one hand such a lack of Black men in mass upholding the responsibilities in the community that this forces someone else into that spot. And we also discussed how I think the number he gave was 18%, but Auntie Love has given us updated numbers on 60% of Black girls are called fast and loose, but they're also being molested and sexually assaulted. And that also contributes to the adultification. So we did get into some of the diagnosed cause, but this defining objectives, actionable plans, executing an enacted plan, monitor, audit process, we didn't get into any of that. And there's something to be said for, we do sometimes need to take time to understand what the problem is, and that's a process. But what we need to do with Project 2025 in particular, because there's only so many hours until the election. And if you think voting on one day is going to solve these problems, that's a mistake. And the reason why is because you got to recognize how much work has gone into day after day after day after day, year after year, century after century to put a project like that together. So we're thinking, okay, I can't spend my time naming it and amassing info. That's important. Themis did a workmanlike job. I always appreciate that. And I give honor where honor's due. Mm-hmm. But the next step for us is to not keep naming the problem. Themis keeps the breaking news. He's good at this. I don't keep up with him the way I used to, but I know from just what's being talked about out here. He gets on and he'll amass some info and break it down. He's brilliant. We do need to, however, look at the next steps. And this is where you don't have to keep naming the same problem if you solve it. Stephanie Perry came through Themis' time. Came through and said, okay, let me go solve some of this. And Stephanie Perry is just like, you don't have to be in an environment where you and your girls are constantly made to blame. You can leave the country if you need to. Adelia Borshade, Rahshida Dow. Pick a Girl Travels the World is Adelia Borshade, and Sheeta's on the loose. And then Stephanie and Rahshida are the Exodus Summit. And if you're from the Caribbean, the Exodus Collective is the UK, United Kingdom, Caribbean, European version of this. So there's actually two of them, Exodus Summit and Exodus Collective. At some point, we see Black women turning the corner into solving the problem. So what we're encouraging you to do, we give all honor to those who are naming and amassing the info consistently. But I had to make a decision. It was June 20th, 2022, that I couldn't keep spending hours and hours and hours and hours naming and amassing, but not getting, I didn't know for sure what the next stage was. And spending time slapping down people who were not helping with the process, but somehow kept being invited. That became problematic because at some point in my real life, I got to solve problems. We have 5 generations of Black elders, men and women, but I'm close to, we have a 99-year-old elder living in some property that the evil forces, the B, were trying to get up and steal. So I didn't have time in my real life offline to sit around, so I couldn't do it online either. And whether you know it or not, being able to solve these problems is really going to determine what the quality of your life is going to be in this country. Of course, if you watch Stephanie Perry, you realize you don't have to stay. But if you are and you care about your children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, your nephews too, for that matter, if they're still little children, your children, your grandchildren, those you're younger than you who can't move unless you move them, or can't do because their parents do. We're going to have to solve these problems. It is up to us. Not for us to be blamed, which is what Project 2025 does. We need to move through all the steps. Okay, so let's go and run the matriarch-think theorem on Project 2025 specific issues. Many Black women are not aware of Project 2025. Okay, that's number one. Believe it or not, because there's not that many shows where Black women are discussing this. Now, we do have Joy Reid and Jasmine Crockett, and the big time have been doing a magnificent job on this. So that's 2 names that you can go look at to see what they've had to say about it as well. But a lot of us are not aware of this, but then Auntie Love may be aware of something. I want you to tell them the story, because I think I forgot something I need to do for Mother Matthews real quick, but I want you to tell them the story of the Black Girl Follow Train again. Mm-hmm. Because you said when Black women decide to do things, we make it trend. And one of the ways we make it trend is by we pick hashtags and make them happen. Mm-hmm. So if we wanted Black women to be aware of Project 2025, then we're able to choose what we're going to share on our pages. And later on, I'm going to give y'all some hashtags that I've looked up that might help us be able to make things, to practice this. And then that's a skill you have for whatever it is you're doing. Like when I talk about seizing the crypto bull run for financial freedom, I have some hashtags that I use that go with that help it to trend. Well, we can do this for ourselves on anything. But right now, many Black women are not aware. But I want us to understand, we have the power to make each other aware. And we have proof that, number one, this is what Black women are being told that we are. But we've got something called a Black Woman Follow Train that we did on TikTok. And Auntie Love, I know you were talking about how I wish we could do this on YouTube. Well, with the power that we have, maybe we can, but just break down to the people what happened with the Black Girl Follow Train, and how did you discover the 21st century power that we're able to have? And I'll be right back because I need to just double check something from Mother Matthews. Y'all excuse me, but my brain is like, check on your mama. There's something that I think I've forgotten to do. But I'll be right back. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. I'll be right back.
No. Do what you got to do, because Mother Matthews. Let's make sure Mother Matthews is top shelf.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, right. So I know all of you have probably heard of the Black Girl Follow Train that started, I want to say maybe late 2022. And it was Black women who created the Black Girl Follow Train. I think it was actually like 4 Black young women. And all what they did is what we do excellently. We didn't get to see each other like we don't on YouTube. The algorithm works the way the algorithm does to suppress specifically Black women, because we come with so much information and so much power. Problem for us is we have been separated from our living memory through the violence of other people. That was on purpose. So let's get back to the Black Girl Follow Train. Black Girl Follow Train we just started following each other as Black women, period. Okay. I don't care what you do. I don't care. Nobody don't care about that. We just care that we're following each other. Okay. If you a Black woman, I'm going to follow you. If I'm a Black woman, you're going to follow me. That's what we did. So, you know, TikTok, YouTube, all of these social medias you have to work as a Black woman. You have to work as usual, 100 times harder than anybody else to even get views. And then you can be sure that there are going to be people who are trying to appropriate your innovations, your creativity, your brilliance, right? That's been going on all along in this country. So when Black women do this, right? Because remember, TikTok was more about, it was kind of a younger crowd and, you know, great choreographers, great music, just like some of the most brilliant Black people I've seen, specifically from the LGBTQ community and Black cishet women and Black girls and Indigenous women, Indigenous girls, right? So we were like, okay, so we're not going to be seen, we're not going to be able to communicate with one another, so we're just going to start this. Girl, we started that. We started following each other. I mean, because these 4 or 5 Black women who began the Black girl follow train on TikTok gave us a way to solve the problem of not being seen, of not being able to truly connect with one another, of not being able to tap into each other's brilliance, right? Of not being able to make money because certain people, like some of these young white women and stuff, would see us and then take what we were doing and get paid a whole lot of money for it. So we were able to up our bag. We were able to get more views. These things matter for us, right? Because we need to be able to provide for our families without having to kill ourselves to do it. We need to be able to provide for ourselves as single Black women or whatever we are, you know. We need to be able to do that for ourselves. Often we get locked out of things. Often someone's trying to put an overseer and a driver over us and our brilliance. If we were so powerless, so ignorant, so low, then why are all of y'all trying to harness our power? Huh? Why? So in the Black girl follow train, this is how powerful y'all are, Black women. Because I always tell you, you didn't give your power to nobody. I know they keep trying to teach you that, you know, in some wayward type of psychology nonsense. Okay. And I believe in psychology, right? But this is where they use your own mind and belief system against you as Black women. You don't believe you're powerful. You think you've given your power away to other people or they've taken it. They cannot take it. It is who you are. They can not take your power from you any more than I can take a white woman's white supremacy from her. That is who she is. Okay? So what has happened is we've stuffed our power down until we don't recognize it with the pain and the suffering and the constant attacks and assault and battery that we go through emotionally, mentally, physically, sexually, fiscally, all while we're trying to help our community and uplift our community and really humanity. Okay? So Black girl follow train. Here come everybody on the Black girl follow. Girl, we done got on the Black girl follow train. Now, who is the first group of people to go, that's not fair, and literally go off, literally have temper tantrums and throw fits and went violent on us as Black women and Black girls. Well, why can't we just all as women? Now, y'all know who said all of that. They came for us as Black women, Black girls. I don't know if y'all on TikTok and you were, or if you were around when that initially started happening between 2022 and now. But what has happened since is that Black women, because of this Black girl follow train, are now providing each other and the world with actual history, with actual brilliance, with actual data from the source, from us. We're the source of it, right? Nobody else can take it and go, oh, I've patented it. No, you stole it. That's why y'all came up with patents in the first place, so you could literally take our ideas and tell us that we can't make no money off of our own brilliance. So what have they done in the meantime when they couldn't beat us down, they couldn't harass us enough, they couldn't be violent enough across TikTok? They took it to their husbands, honey, over there in Congress, and they funds. Them little white boys over there in Congress, and them little Marjorie Taylor Greens and all them hookers, all of them. They took all of that over there, okay? And they like, okay, so we gonna have to get rid of TikTok. Because now Black women's is over here, Black womening and solving problems and giving all this information. And it appears that we as white people, Black men, whoever the hell y'all are, they're revealing that we didn't do any of the above. And we don't want, United States don't want y'all to have the information in the minds of Black women and Black girls. They don't want you having that information. Absolutely not. They've already dictated what you're going to learn in history, what your daughter going to learn in history books and social studies. They're priming your daughters to be prey. And we're getting with it. But when it came down to it, the Congress went over there and they're like, oh no, we can't have these Black women out here telling the truth and being brilliant and stuff. Okay, because we've been lying all along saying that their brilliance is actually ours. And they won't let us in the follow train. How dare you? That's one of the number one slave codes. You can't all be grouping together without the presence and the gaze of white women and Black men's or white men's or whoever.
So China is letting y'all do this. And China is in fault for letting everybody do this, because what they said in Congress was that China is taking Americans' data. Well, what data did Americans not want out there that bad, that was that serious, that wasn't already out there? Well, geopolitical games. 50, 60 years ago, Russia and China came back to the United States talking about, you gonna talk to us about human rights? Yeah, how are we gonna do this? Well, when Black women start telling stories of what's still happening, see, that gives other nations a chance to be like, oh, this what you're doing? Yeah, then you can't talk to us. What you mean? And so that's when Auntie Love talks about basically that happened right after Black Girl Follow Train. Our first reaction is to say, no, that can't be about us. Yeah, it can. Because we messing with the United States image in geopolitics. Yes. We tell the truth.
That's why your history as Black women, that's why you don't know about what really happened to your body. Gender and lynching. Black men don't talk about your lynchings. They only talk about their own. Black men don't talk about their children's being lynched. They only talk about their own. Black men are not going to sit here and tell you that, oh, we saw the problem of lynching, because they didn't. It was Black women who did that. Ida B. Wells comes to mind. Okay. And we keep doing this, but I understand why we have this condition in which we believe we're not worthy, why we believe we need to fit into one of these people's stereotypes and not fit into another, why we believe that we need to disseminate who's in what hierarchy, even in our own, amongst ourselves. But that's not how we solve problems. That is not what we do. That is what happens in a patriarchy. That is not what happens in a matriarchy. Okay? So when Black women and Black girls, Indigenous women, Indigenous girls are held sacred, protected, and uplifted. Now, this is just through my research over the years. What happens is they heal everyone. They heal, and not only everyone, they heal the other elementals, because we're one set of elementals. And yes, we are the most powerful element. That's true. More powerful than water, more powerful than the earth, more powerful than air, okay, more powerful than fire. You can't get more powerful as an elemental than Black and Indigenous women and girls, because we are very interconnected spiritually. Now, I'm not talking about your religion. I'm not talking about who you worship. I'm talking about spiritually, we have an interconnection. And the other part of us is that 75 to 85% of us are actual empaths. We feel the feelings of others. And when I say others, some of us feel the feelings of other people. Some of us feel the feelings of other people and ancestors. Some of us feel the feelings of other people and the planet, right? Some of us feel, the pain that the ocean is experiencing because of what these different demographics are doing to violently destroy, harness, use, manipulate the ocean. The difference is the ocean, I'm talking about here in 2024, the ocean, the earth, air, fight back. See, we used to, but now we're too busy trying to fit into the patriarchy some kind of how, somewhere on this hierarchy. Okay. This notion that white women are just victims of the patriarchy. Oh no, they created it. What are you talking about? That's basically the only thing they've created. But okay, besides violence. But they epitomize it. And what happens in the education system, in these different systems, is that they dominate the people systems. Social work. They're the main people working in social work. They're the main people working in healthcare. They're the main people working in education. They are definitely behind the scenes doing things like Project 2025. So I'm just going to do this again, just really quick, so Auntie D can put Project 2025 pieces into our algorithm to solve, so you have an example of how we can solve different parts of Project 2025. So the PDF is the best place to actually get Project 2025, because they just came out with some book. Okay, the Heritage Foundation, which has been run by the likes of Jenny Thomas, Clarence Thomas's wife, Alito's wife, Robertson's wife. These are all Supreme Court judges. They white wives, huh? They were huge in the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation is who produced this. Okay. So the best way to look at it is through a PDF. We're giving you PDFs, but they're trying to, what looks like they're doing is trying to get rid of all the PDFs, because I haven't read the book they made out of this, but I have gone through most of this. Okay. And it has taken us months. Just me and Auntie D. It is taking us months to break this down. No help. And then we find out that other Black women on other forums are breaking this down too. And I really hope we can all start to just get together and do our parts so that it makes it easier. So that's why I get frustrated when, I'm hearing from Black women, well, if you know all these things, you need to tell us. But when I go to tell you, you don't want to hear it. When Auntie D goes to tell you, you don't want to hear it. You want to be over there trying to soothe the pain and suffering that you go through on a daily basis. And while I understand that is not going to solve the problem. The problem's still there and it's getting worse. And you're the ones who are having to deal with the problem, right? So their first promise on page 4, I'm just going to tell y'all again, you can take this, freeze it, look at the highlights, you figure it out, okay? Okay, we're going to show you how to put it into the, Auntie D's going to show you how to put it into the theorem, right? The matriarchic theorem. But I'm telling you, this is what they came up with. And let's be clear, this is about you, Black women, okay? This first one. Promise number 1 from Project 2025 writers, okay? Many of which are white women. I'm just saying. Okay. Oh, and one Black man I know of, Ben Carson, asshole. But anyway, okay.
There's
so promise
more to
restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. The next conservative president, and Trump is mentioned all through and out this whole document, 942 pages or whatever. The next conservative president must get to work pursuing the true priority of politics, the well-being of the American family. Now I'm going to just skip down to here. Today, the American family is in crisis. Okay? That's what they feel their foundational problem is, that their idea of the American family is in crisis. 40% of all children are born to unmarried mothers. Now, I want y'all to hear me good on this next part, including more than 70% of Black children. There is no government program that can replace the hole in a child's soul cut out by the absenteeism of a father. Fatherlessness is one of the principal sources of American poverty, crime, mental illness, teen suicide, substance abuse, rejection of the church, and high school dropouts. So many of the problems government programs are designed to solve but can't are ultimately problems created by the crisis of marriage and the family. The world has never seen a thriving, healthy, free, and prosperous society where most children grow up without their married parents. If the current trends continue, we are heading towards social implosion. Now, Auntie D told y'all, Black women plus Black girls is about 25 million. There are 380 million?
330 million approximately.
Okay, 330 million people all total in the United States. We, just as Black women, let's take off the Black girls for a minute, because they're not making grown people decisions as Black girls, right?
That brings us down to about 18 million. About 18
million. Okay. So if we're only 18 million totally as Black women in these United States. What about the other 200?
It's ridiculous when you break it down like that, isn't it? How are we the only? How does Black get thrown into the middle of this as if the only
Because
race mentioned?
yeah, because they did not. They said, oh, there's 40% of single mothers raising children, but they specifically say including more than 70% of Black children. Now, why didn't you say 70% of, or however many percent of white children? Why didn't you say that about Hispanic children? There's no single Hispanic mamas. There's no single Asian mamas in these United States. There's no single white mothers. Why did you pick just us? How are we the problem of y'all? Because this is white people. This is a white people project. Project 2025, that's a white people project. How did we get to be the problem of y'all American family? Now, we don't have nothing to do with you.
No.
We single Black mothers, most of us are out here working 2-3 jobs, putting ourselves back through school, trying to give our children higher education, higher this, higher that, so they don't have to go through the same shit we did. We out here doing all of this work, taking responsibility and accountability for this fatherlessness, because what you find in Project 2025 as you go on is that they see Black fatherlessness in the home as the fault of Black women, because we're not married to them. So we're not getting married to them. So since we're not getting married, then the way they're going to fix this is to make sure you Black women accept these Black men back into your home. You know, the abusive ones, you know, the ones that threaten your life on social media and in the streets every day, the ones that y'all are for being and going, no, we ain't gonna be dating you, this, that, or the next you. We're not doing any of that. Okay. See, what this really is that Black women, you've always been powerful and you've always been free and you've always set the trends. What Black women and Black girls do, everybody else follows. But you've come to believe that you don't have power. And because you believe you don't have power, then you don't, with all the things that are coming at you, you start to think, well, I just need to escape. I just need a good 8 hours of kikiing and having a good time. Meantime, these people are writing out, this is a policy. This is sets of policy. And their policy about you, Black women, is you need to have the Black men who are the number one reason why we die. Not diabetes, not high blood pressure, not none of that. Black femicide. You want us to marry the very people who are our domestic problem. See, we got foreign and domestic problems. See, the foreign problems is people outside of our home space. Okay. White women, white men, Asian men, people, or whoever. Okay. But the domestic problem will be Black men. And we ourselves, that 15 to 25% of us who are trying to make sure that Black women submit to men who don't lead, never have. Now, white men will lead. Black men don't lead. What happens is we prop them up as Black women, Black girls. And we keep all their secrets. And we say, guess what? Martin Luther King was the civil rights movement. The hell he was. No, he wasn't. He got asked to come and speak because Mahalia Jackson and a couple of other people heard him, including Rosa Parks, heard him speaking and like, oh, he's got a powerful voice. So whatever. This man was in high school. He wasn't even in high school when the civil rights movement was created by these powerful Black women who were being subjugated under Jim Crow. So I'm telling you, you have that same power. And no one gets to make laws about us as Black women and tell us that as grown women, we're going to submit to a group of men who make it their business to let everybody under the sun know they hate us. So what you want is, again, to have them be the slave drivers so that you can close ranks on us and ensure that we remain harnessed at home, going to the store, driving down the street, walking down the street, cooking, laughing in our own homes, going to work, going to school. You are going to make sure men who say they literally hate us, that they literally are murking us 6 times a day, between 5 and 6 times a day.
Gone up.
Okay.
It's gone up since we started Noir Aunties.
That's right. So your solution for us to save all of y'all 280 million other people in y'all family idea is that you are going to make sure that Black men can be the slave drivers again and whoop our asses into submission so we can never gain our living memory and solve our problems, which in essence is going to solve humanity's problems. You are going to tell us, grown ass Black women, that we are going to stay with our abusers? That's what you're going to tell us? And then we're going to come and go to work and be next to you all day long? Another set of abusers? Absolutely not. You don't get to make rules, policies, laws, and try to make them enforceable when it comes to Black women and Black girls. Fuck you. Absolutely not. I'm not doing it. You ain't gonna never see me do it. I'm not interested in y'all. You're the ops. You have made yourself my enemy, and you have actually been writing policy against me since the slave codes in the 1600s. So there's nothing you can tell me. You can't tell me about me, and you ain't gonna tell me as a Black woman what I'm gonna say, do, think, or how I'm going to use my incredible preternatural elemental powers as a goddess born. And you ain't going to do it with my daughter either. And as far as I'm concerned, you ain't doing it with no Black daughters. You ain't. I'm not interested in you. You want war? Oh, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Now, I don't say everybody should be doing any of the above of what I be doing. Allegedly. However, who are they to write a 942-page sets of policies that are already laws? Who are they to tell us what's going to happen with our self-body autonomy? Who are they? And I need to know, Black women, why are y'all getting with this? Because all I see is y'all spending hours and hours over someplace else where you could key when we could pull that energy back. We could spend all Black women need is 6 to 18 months. We will have our own infrastructure. Y'all will all be begging to come over here. Look, Birth Detroit, they solved the problem. that had to do with us being murked in the hospital, in L&D, and our, 4 times more than white women in the care of white women, because they are 90% of the nursing and doctors and whatever in the specialty areas of healthcare, and they're 74% of the rest of healthcare. The very women who go out of their way to hate us, to be violent to us, okay, to abuse our daughters. I just saw 5 white women jump a 13-year-old black girl. But y'all over here talking about Princella. Y'all ain't over there picking apart every single white woman that was involved in that and whooping her down. You ain't doing none of that. You're not doing any of that. You're not making a whole video like was done about Princella baby girl. You're not making a whole 2-3 hour video about that. You're not? Okay, this has been going on for years, since I was a kid and before, of course. To this day, 2024, I have seen so many young black girls who their white counterparts in middle school and high school are putting them up for sale on social media.
Yeah,
they've been doing it for years. Do you know what that does to a black girl? Do you know that white women, I know this, I have a black daughter, okay? White women will sick other children on black girls and then stand there and go, oh, I didn't know that anything was happening. Oh, really? No, you purposefully did that shit. You put my daughter next to a child that's been trying to bully her, but I got you. Because anything that happens to mine, the reason I allow my children to go to public school is because I was teaching them what they really needed to know historically about Black women, about whatever, right? At home. They had actual homework from my library. They had to think. They had to discuss. They had to tell me if they were having a problem, the part they played, and then what happened in general, so that I could go deal with the adults. But as it is, we're actually making little Black girls deal with the adults who are so violent and treacherous toward them. And then we wonder, because they've been adultified, whatever, we wonder, well, why are young Black girls acting like this, and why this and that? Well, we as Black women haven't solved the problem of Black men raping our daughters before they're 18 years old. Yeah, we haven't solved that problem. We just get outraged when we see it on social media, TV or something. But we haven't solved that problem, and we can. But what white women are telling you in Project 2025 is you'll never solve it, because we're going to put those same men who are, they're the victims here now, because fatherlessness is the fault of single Black mothers. Whatever is happening to white families is the fault of single Black mothers. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying right here in this document on page 4. Girl, I don't have nothing to do with you and your little family.
But see, that's the other thing. Remember how we talked at the beginning about the blame game? Remember, just to give you some sense of the numbers that Auntie Love is talking God. There are more white children than there are black people in this country. There are approximately about 60 million white children, because half of the country's population. So let's make it 165 million. Okay. There are, if you take a third of them, there are more white children than there are black people. So then if 40% of all the kids in the country have single mothers, well, that already tells you that's still more white children than there are black women and girls. That's what those numbers mean, because white people are 50, still hanging on around 52, 53% of the country. So that number will range up to 180 million. If a third of those are kids, there's only 50 million black people. But this is to go back to what we said, this blame game. Because remember, patriarchy, deifying and enthroning the white man, and the white woman is right there with it. Okay? So we're not going to solve our problems and deal with our white single mothers. We're not going to even name that. We're going to assign blame to black people, project all our hatred, project all our because again, no other race of people is named there. Project all our hatred, project all our inability to deal with our stuff onto black single mothers, because no one else is mentioned to take all that. Black single women are. And as I explained in that first video, I need you to understand something. When European dominated societies designate you as the problem, y'all know we just passed the 80th anniversary of D-Day, the Allies landing in Normandy. It's like June 6, 1944. It only cost 55 million lives to solve the problems that the Germans created when they designated and by the way, not just Jewish people. Now, we know the Jewish people have done the best in talking about the Holocaust. I'm going to put a word in for the Herero and other black people and the black women who were mutilated by the Germans at that time also. And in fact, the German mutilation of black women and girls in Namibia had already been going on for about 60, 70 years. Okay. So I'll put in a word for the North Africans who rarely get mentioned as part of this, but that number is considerable also. So when you get designated as a problem in a European society, you are being designated to be removed. So I said that to you at the very beginning of our first show. However, we can solve these problems. And this is why Auntie Love has presented us this wonderful think theorem. A matriarchate think theorem that looks at the most vulnerable and centers their needs so we can turn this thing around. Because look, life isn't going to get any better for the 60 million white children and 24 million of them, 40% are not. That's not going to get any better by blaming us. But as we put together solutions, because I know we've talked about Detroit Birth Center, they don't discriminate. It's put together by black women. They protect black women, but other people are coming up in there too now. What we do is we solve a problem, and then when we've solved the problem, we then bless other people with a solution. But the first thing we have to do is make sure we solve it for ourselves and our own children. So let's go here. Let's take the specific issues and let's kind of roll around the hexagon. Okay? Let's roll around the hexagon. First of all, a lot of us don't even know. It might help y'all if I put the hexagon up on the screen, wouldn't it? Hold on. You know, y'all aunties are still trying to get up on this new technology y'all have out here. That's why we need our younger black women, because, see, if True were here, we'd be flying up through here.
I know, right?
We be flying.
Where you at? Hello, Abundance. Oh, girl.
I know she out there. She's out here improving on. She's out here improving on ChatGPT right now. I told y'all we can solve the problem.
I swear.
Okay, so let's take one thing. Okay, Project 2025 has a name. We've spent 6 weeks naming it. Specify the problem, requiring a solution, spell it out, define it. We spent 6 weeks doing that. We have amassed info and we've analyzed. And we've talked about what we wanted to occur. So let's take the specific problem of Black women don't know about it. Well, here's an objective. Okay, what do we want to occur? We want Black women to know about it so we work against this. We may have to work from the individual to the collective. Now in the future, well, now the nearest thing is this stuff is already running. So we need to understand a lot of the things that are happening to Black women are happening because these policies are already in place. So what we want to do is find ways to give Black women ways to go around them. And in the future, The election is coming up, but if somehow Donald Trump does not become president, this will be rewritten for 2029. And again, history. The Nazis ran in 3 elections in a row. 1924, 1928, they lost. And lose in 1932. I just mentioned World War II. Okay, just saying. They're going to keep, the people who want Project 2025 are going to keep coming back. So in the future, we need to understand this because we can stay vigilant and we can also enact other solutions. Okay, so who's the cause of us not knowing about Project 2025? Auntie Love mentioned that, you know, some of your bigger social media are assisting the owners of Project 2025, the holders of that, in taking the information down. I have put it back in the chat. Download it immediately. I've got a live link for y'all. Just get it and download it so they can't take it away from you. Actionable plans. Okay, so our actionable plan, and I'll talk more about it as we get toward the conclusion of this. We put together some hashtags, and I'll share with you that tool so that we can make these conversations trend. There's some things that you should put with our Project 2025 hashtag because there's a mental health project that's for 2025 that seems to be a decent project, but it's overcoming this hashtag. So then we got to look at Black women. We got to look at defend yourself, Black women. We got to look at things that trend. I'll share some things with you a little bit later about that. And then execute and enact. We just get going. Something we can do individually. What I have done is I figured out who the dynamic people are in my locale, in addition to what I'm doing online here, in addition to what I do on my own channel, and I'm letting them know about it on an individual. And this is a way to reach the collective. And then we monitor. This is why, again, Auntie Love has a little bit of a bone to pick because we've been doing this for 6 weeks. And we have noticed that there's not terribly high interest. What's working, what isn't. So she and I have to kind of sit down and be like, okay, we may need to come back to this another way. We may have to take a look at current action. What's working, what isn't. How much of it is our responsibility and how much. But see, here's the thing. Back up to defining your objectives and actionable plans. If you don't start, there's nothing to monitor. And this is where we often bonk. So if our problem is, okay, Black women don't know what is coming down the pike, so they can't fight against it, then we begin to develop strategies using social media, using hashtags to be able to make the issues trend. That's a solution. And you being able to have the understanding of this and talk to people about it just to have, okay, it's on, Aunt Love, did she say it's on page 4? They ain't got to read 945 pages. Just read the page 4 and notice that the only children, and therefore the only mothers referenced, are Black mothers and children. You don't have to read, you don't have to give anybody the whole thing. So you communicate, okay, just read to the 4th page. What do you see? Auntie Love even highlighted it for you. Take a screenshot or download your copy and go to page 4 and screenshot it. So that's all you need to do in order to let people understand the problem that this is, and then just let people know. Let people know. And not everybody's going to be receptive or open, but then that's where monitoring comes in and figure out, okay, some people I'm talking to are like, but other people are spreading it. Other people are talking. Okay. And then finally you have the audit. So once you learn what's going on, all right, so this worked really well. And I'm going to now rate the plan, success, reevaluate, and then change. And then if I have to return the problem again, let me go through this again. But by the time you've learned, then you know how to solve it in your locale because you're going to know who's interested in the information. And that brings us to the next step. What solutions already exist for some of these other specific problems? And anything you discover, once you understand how to communicate, who to communicate with, how to use hashtags, you're also going to be able to take any solution that you have and also communicate that. So once you have let people know about it and you've talked to the people who are open, then whatever solutions you have, you take the same methods that you were using and you reach out to people of like mind. And you keep going and going and going and going and going. Because there's more pockets of us that are on top of this than maybe we know. But it's what you pay attention to and what you choose to give that power you have to make things trend for. But this can be solved. Now, if you don't want to do it yourself, okay, let's look at another thing. 2 to 5 objectives. Okay, so there's Representative Jasmine Crockett has been on camera doing this. If you don't feel that you can break it down, you share one of her videos and put some hashtags on that. Black women, defend yourself, Black women. election, and then use Project 2025 is a hard keyword because it's competing with some other things. I'll give you some keywords later on. You put some keywords on it. If you don't feel that you can talk about it, fine. Joy Reid has done a wonderful video on Project 2025. If you don't feel like you can talk about it, you can share that video with your friends and put those hashtags on it so more people can see it. So you can, there's ways that you yourself don't have to go and make a video, but you have a power if you're on social media to share the video so that people can know what's out there. Okay. So one of our problems is Black women are not aware. Okay. So there's that one. Okay. Let's move on to the next one.
Can I interject something real
quick? Go for it.
Because you mentioned Joy Reid and Jasmine Crockett. There is, between page 4 and page 5, there are 3 different things that they're saying is the promise that of what they're going to do to problem solve what they feel is a problem. So the first problem that they feel they have is the decline of quote unquote American family. And so what they've done, they've basically done their own problem solving by using this document. Now, this is actually a repeat of a repeat of a repeat. Okay. They just upgraded it from the last couple of times they tried to pull this off. Like during the Reagan era, during the Bush era. Okay. So now they feel like they really have all the elements to be able to do this. So first of all, they're saying single Black mothers are the first problem, the first people we're blaming, right? By the time you get to the last part of page 4, then they're talking about DEI is the second reason for the decline of the quote unquote American family. So they're going to get rid of DEI. Okay. We're not going to have any more single Black mothers, because all y'all are going to go back and get with these fatherless nomads that are out there. Okay. That left their children. We didn't do all that. Okay. We chose our children and we took responsibility and accountability for our children. They somewhere else. But now what white women have done, what white men have done in this thing is they've made Black men in this portion the victim of Black women. Okay. So the next part that they say by the bottom of page 4 is that they have to get rid of all of this DEI. Okay. Because that is a problem as to why they have a decline in the American family. And the third thing by page 5 is they have to get rid of the LGBTQ community, because they're the third group that we got to blame, right, for the decline of the quote unquote American family. So what you hear Joy Reid and Jasmine Crockett doing, because they're doing a broader stroke, is they're actually talking mostly about the DEI piece. Okay. But I don't expect that Jasmine Crockett and Joy Reid and 3 other Black women need to take this 942-page document on by themselves. We each take a piece. So we are asking us to take pieces of this, right? So that we've already identified, what they're saying, right? And what they plan to do about it. Okay. They're going to make sure you don't have self-body autonomy. Now, I don't know what that means to everybody else. What that means to me is back enslavement, for real, except for with better technology this time. So when you're listening to Jasmine Crockett and you're listening to Joy Reid and these Black women, they are taking on a huge part of what these people of Project 2025 and the Heritage Foundation that put this out, they're taking on that piece. Okay. So we have our parts to play. It shouldn't be on just 16 Black women to come up with solutions and, you know, point this all out. We ought to be all kind of taking this seriously because it has an effect on each one of our lives and that of our children, right? So that's kind of what I wanted.
It's an important interjection because 16 versus 16 million of us.
Yeah.
See, distributed load. Distributed load is very, very, very important.
Yes. Yeah.
And see, it brings up another side issue, and probably it's another show. When we basically become dependent on just, I mean, I'm making when I thought about this section of the outline, I'm making it as easy for us to get started as possible. But your point is well taken. Auntie Love and I don't have massive platforms, but we looked at the responsibility we have with the kind of knowledge base that we have and the ability to break down information we have. We are taking the risk, a bigger risk than we would really have to, because my YouTube channel is now being messed with now. Confidence with Love and I can't communicate with each other in terms of comments online. And I can't really share videos with y'all on any subject. There is a risk that you take for this. But we had to look at, Auntie Love and I have spent our entire lives with Black women and children. If we're going to take a risk, let's do it for this, basically. Father Matthew's like, be careful, you have so much knowledge. I'm like, well, Lord Jesus going to come through because it's got to be done. It just is what it is. We either believe what we say we do or we're not. We don't, but it's got to be done. But if we're going to leave it up to everybody else, we're basically saying, and I hate to be like this, but I'm going to. We don't have the right to enslave those 16 Black women to do what all of us should be doing. We're breaking this down so that everybody can get involved. I'm literally breaking it down to the point that all of us can have a part in making sure that we know. Okay, and we talked about the political part. If we can get these ideas to go viral, then all of us can distribute the load of awareness, and then more Black women can step up and work in their local areas on what they can work for. Because every local area is not the same. California is very different from, let's say, Mississippi. And Mississippi is different than New York, which is different than Vermont. So Black people, Black women in these areas will need to look at things, but if they don't have an opportunity to know, and I'm going to say this way, okay? We've talked about how views are distributed on YouTube. So somebody is making these other videos where Black women are attacking Black women, have thousands of views. I mean, people are running around and tell each other about that. So can we distribute the load among ourselves to get this to go viral, to get this information out there? You can also share Auntie Love and I. If you notice those of you that saw my community post, you noticed the hashtags on there, and I'm going to share with you those hashtags in a little bit. So you can, if you share this video, you can use those hashtags. You don't even have to think about it. I'm also going to give you the keyword tool so that we can make one another aware. So 16 women are not trying to do the work of 18 million who are going to be affected by this with their children. It's an important point that Auntie Love has made. And it comes up again here. We have women who are breaking down Project 2025. What we can do to help them is to help them go make the knowledge go viral, and listen to them with the idea of taking the information that works in local areas for you. I live in San Francisco, California, which is somewhat resistant on one hand, but then really hates Black women and children at a whole nother level. We passed what's called gang injunctions here, so that if your son who's on a gang list visits your house and is caught there, you can use your housing. That's kind of a different level. So because I know there's an interlocking level of hatred, I have to educate the Black girls who listen to me differently. It's like, no, you can't even give Porter unless he's an upstanding man, unless you've done, we did vetting 101 here. Auntie Love's vetting course is coming. Unless you vetted him, you cannot let that man into your house. That's how serious it is in San Francisco pre-Project 2025. So each local area is going to have its own flavor. So what you want to do is you understand the political issues involved. You take it with the mind of what can I take that can help me educate myself and the Black women who I care about and the Black girls near to me. And the Black boys who are young enough to still listen respectfully, of course. Because in Bethel, my church, I do see men falling back into their proper positions, provided and protected, because our pastor doesn't play with that, but he also lets the women's ministry do what it needs to do and drops off carrot cake and gets up out the way. So it can happen, but I'm just saying, if you're not aware and if you're not of the mind of let me take what I can use, then there's no way for these things to happen. So we want all of us to be involved in moving this forward. Now, one of the ways Project 2025 is going to force Black women to take these men back is that the idea is to shut down all federal aid. And if you shut down DEI, then Black women working becomes a problem. Black women being able to get jobs they are qualified for becomes a problem. All these white women who are sitting in jobs who hate having you there at the end of DEI will be getting rid of you. They will be going to HR because there'll be no protections left for you. You can't go to the federal government post Project 2025 and have a Federal Civil Rights Discrimination Act applied. That's not going to happen. Your state, depending on where you live, may or may not. Your municipality may or may not. But Project 2025 will be pressuring, the federal government will be pressuring states not to be bothered. And I don't care whether you live in California or New York. Neither of those states love Black women. Just accept it. Okay, so, but however, solutions exist. There are, at present, and there are also men, Jewish men and white men, who are willing to help us with this. Believe it or not, solutions exist. You are sitting looking at two business owner Black women right now. Okay. So if you need skincare projects, now, let me just stop sharing because we want to have a good look at Auntie Love. Okay. She's 836 years old. Look at how good she looks. Okay. If y'all have been watching me for a long time, yeah, now that I'm getting into my 40s and perimenopause seems to be creeping up, yeah, I'm having a little more hormonal acne things, but I still have a glow. If you need skincare that's made for Black women, put your money over here. Put your money over here. Tell the menu with bow the knee and tie. Get your skincare over here. She has a wonderful skincare line that's formulated for Black women, and it works. My mother had some rashes going on with some stuff, and we got Auntie Love products and put that on that rash, and that thing hadn't come back yet. So we have our own business and investment networks, and they are so powerful that no less than Goldman Sachs is going to be spending till 2029 giving out $10 billion to 10,000 Black women. There's an application process with Goldman Sachs for Black women business owners to get loans of $10,000 each. There are locales that have money, although again, Black women making money put this out not that long ago. The Fearless Fund was hit with a lawsuit by those same white women and white men, and their Fearless Fund, because it was specifically for Black women in that state, was shut down. So times we may have to move a little bit more subtly. But I'm just saying there's enough Black women funding Black women so that the attack can happen. Because again, if you didn't have power, why would we be doing this? Stephanie Perry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, what did you want to interject, Auntie Love?
No, I didn't want to interrupt you. Go ahead, babe.
Okay. Stephanie Perry, her channel has a whole bunch of things. There's a website she has called Vicarians. She is able to hook Black women up with remote work around the world. So if you go on Stephanie Perry's channel, she's going to teach you how to run a YouTube channel that trends. maybe Auntie Love, you and I need to finance each other and see if we can take some more information, because maybe like I said, when we go back and do audits, maybe we need to go to Stephanie, and I know they're going to do this course one more time. Stephanie Rahshida teaches this course about this. She has course about how you do your coaching clients. She has course about, okay, you're having trouble with housing. We'll get to housing in a minute, but trusted house sitters and how you go through trusted house sitter school and how you're able to then spend at least part of your time taking care of, since Black women are the most responsible, taking care of other people's property and sitting in their houses and taking care of while they go do what they do. And it doesn't have to just be in the United States. It can be anywhere in the world. So we have Black women who are creating global networks for us to have the resources that we need. And I'm gonna happen to just mention, since I mentioned all these other people, there is one person in your network who keeps trying to tell y'all about seizing the crypto bull run for financial freedom, right? That would be me. And what I have coming out for you, hopefully by July 1st, is the ultimate suite. So y'all know about the book. I'm going to have, Lord willing, because we still got some production issues going on. You see that? That's the paperback. Okay.
Yeah, because what I love is the bestseller. Listen.
Yeah, it's an Amazon bestseller.
Y'all don't have Auntie B's? Why don't you? Oh, that's because
been out since October, and since that book came out. Yeah, and her daughter will tell you. I got my testimony. Since her daughter,
she's making all y'all money. I'm just telling y'all. Y'all need to go buy this book, or my daughter's gonna have all the money.
We on the summer love. But if y'all manage to get back in by September, before September, October, and learn what's going on, you can catch the rest of that. Because having our own money that we ain't got to go, all we have to do is learn. This is called skill-based money. A lot of things Stephanie Perry teaches are skill-based money. Lifting as we climb, consulting, but skill-based money. What I'm going to try to do by July 1st, before we get out to 9 months with that being out, you need an audiobook? We're going to have that, Lord willing. And working on it. Is doing an audiobook is a bear. We have a course. If you need me to hand walk it with you, and I can't be everywhere. So I'm gonna have an ultimate bundle out here for you so that you can learn this. By the way, I need to also mention, Auntie Love, other with Black women are the ones on Facebook pushing this book to other people. I didn't ask. They just picked up the ball and started running.
Yeah.
Because that's what we do when we left alone to do it. She calls herself Shantae Charles calls herself a mental abolitionist. So she runs into people having this crypto conversation, and she put out there and said, I didn't understand crypto, and I read this book, and after I read this book she wrote, I understood it. Okay? Because Black women know how to do this. We keep telling y'all. You got the power. We keep telling y'all. I'm a witness. We got the power. So we have networks. If you're more into stocks and bonds, Black Girl Stocks, there's a whole channel about that. There's a couple of Black women who do this, but she's the one who comes to mind right now. Black Girl Stocks. She also teaches options. You don't buy the stock, but you control the options on them. That's also very important. Judge Alicia Thomas, she does commentary on day-to-day events, but she also does financial literacy for young single mothers. I think I told you about that. I don't know if I didn't. I'm telling you now, and I'll talk to you about it. She does financial literacy, and not only is she teaching it, she came out and she told her whole channel, says this is what we need to do. See, we're gonna help Black single mothers, but understand that some of these women are trying to put food on the table. So I want all y'all who are up here listening to me talk about whoever it was, I don't need this much from y'all so we can fund their account, so they can not have to be worried about that money, so we can help them get started. So there's Black women, and if you go back to your social media and start looking for groups, there's Black women in Forex. There's Black women in binary trading. Level Up Single Mom has a whole playlist called Birth Your Bag. If you go back and look at Birth Your Bag, she's in there. So she has an element to it. There are so many people that can help us to get financial resources available that do not depend on people that hate our guts and wish we would die after yielding all our value to them. That's the definition of slavery, by the way. The definition of slavery, this is a definition for you. Give me everything you have in service to me and then die before you become an inconvenience. Slaves live an average of 7 years to adulthood. You're never going to get old. You're never going to be a drain on the healthcare system. We don't want you in. You're going to have those kids. You're going to work till you drop. And on some plantations, they wouldn't even bury you. Do y'all know what the price of burial is now? So what changes this in a capitalist society is us working together to get our resources together as Black women. And I've named a bunch of channels to you that will allow you to begin to solve your problem, because you're able to access abundance. You're going to be able to access other means. There are people who will listen to you teach them English on the other side of the world on a casual basis right now. Stephanie Perry shares that information. She's got videos about 6.5 ways, 7.5 ways, 10 ways that Black women can earn remote money. There are solutions that exist. And if we all decide to do this and then start pooling our resources, do you know who the biggest consumers in the country are, by the way? And if they would redirect how they consumed, y'all think I'm going to Sephora to buy some skincare products? Y'all think that's going to happen? No. Because why would I do that?
Yeah, I only put it out like I made a business decision to only because I hand make the products, right? I made a business decision to do it just twice a year because my products last so long.
They do.
Okay. So you won't, I make soaps. I make
wonderful soaps,
scrubs. I make oils, combination of natural oils, and then I make shea / cocoa butter. God, I just went out of my head. Dang it. Okay. Cocoa push shea butter creams, right?
Yes,
before you put
they're
on.
wonderful.
So it's like a 3-step process, and then I have a sugar scrub that's for our faces. It is I specifically make sure that everybody knows this is for Black women. Okay. Now it's on white people want to spend their money and say, girl, I take all money, but it's not for you. It's not. I designed this for Black women, our skin, and the fact that the lotions, the different things that you go and pull off the shelf have preservatives, alcohol, and things like that. So not only do you have to, every time you go to wherever you go, Sephora, wherever it is, you got to go re-up and buy that again because your skin is only feels moisturized for that day with them, because there's all this alcohol, preservatives, and all these other things. Mine doesn't have any of that. Okay. The only preservative really in it is salt. Okay. Like sea salt. Like you can't, no, absolutely not. So because of the way that I produce it and put it together, because it comes in glass, right? You're able to put that in the refrigerator, get your little scoops, for when you need it, right? Have your little scrub in the shower, and you are able to really just take great care of your skin without putting all these
this other junk, basically,
onto you. So it goes along with what you were saying, Auntie D, about Rahshida and Stephanie, right? They're doing skill-based money. See, we as Black women have been taught to believe that if a Black woman makes a product, whatever it is, she doesn't deserve to be paid for it. And not only does she not deserve to be paid for it, but it has to be perfect. But these other people can come up with all of this crap, put it on a shelf. We will buy it because they made it, because we don't believe foundationally that Black women deserve to be paid for their work in that way. So unless I'm working for, let's say, Dove, right? Yeah. I give them my ideas and exactly how I make what I make, and they turn around and they take it and they make millions, because you won't buy it from me, but you'll buy it from them, even though I'm the one who made the product. Y'all all know about this because all of you who work or go to school or wherever, they do the same thing to you. They use your brilliance, your skills, your power, your ability. They make sure there's a bit in your mouth, like they did during our enslavement, an actual bit in your mouth. You don't get to say, oh, but I came up with that idea. You don't get to say, but I should be paid separately for that idea. You don't get to say any of that, because what white women in authority will tell you right now is you are not being a team player. So we believe that not only do Black women not deserve to be paid for the work they do, let me think, in churches. There's a lot of us who go to church. I got plenty of them, okay? We go to church and we could be lawyers, we could be accountants, we could be nurses, we could be whatever it is, okay? We could be the best, got the best recipes that have you with your eyes closed, rocking in a corner somewhere, okay? Yes. And we expect that Black women and Black girls should be giving all of this to the church. And on top of that, tithing. Because our work, we just ought to give it. We are only here to serve others. Our body, our thoughts, our gifts, our abilities, our mind, and our children are only here to serve others. But yet we're nothing according to them, and they need us to believe it. And we do now. And so go ahead. If you look at Project 2025, what one big glaring thing that we're missing, all of us as Black women, is that I've said this so many times to us, we can build our own infrastructure. And I don't know how many times I've heard Black women say right back to me, no, we can't. White people won't let us do that. Girl, reject them. Deny them access to you. Okay? Because the big ideas that they have come from you in the first place. Okay? And then they help you to feel guilt and shame if you don't give them those ideas for free. And they're going to make millions and billions off of your ideas. They do it all the time, always have for 405 years here. So what Project 2025 is on a grander scale is them reformatting infrastructure. But y'all told me that we as Black women can't have our own infrastructure that focuses specifically on us, because then what will white women think? Why are we so afraid to stand up to white women? Well, I know one reason is because they're the most violent people on the planet, okay? However, we have stood toe to toe up against white men and won. What do you think us doing the Underground Railroad did? We were fighting white males en masse. That's how we got rid of Jim Crow. That's how we brought in civil rights. The pictures you see of Black women and Black girls integrating schools and all of this stuff, you see a bunch of Black men guarding them. I need the pictures of Black men walking Ruby to school every day.
No.
That's what I need to see. I'm gonna
need
to see what when black men when the 200 places that we know about were bombed by white folks and put underwater in the early 1900s, the Red Summer and all of that. I need to know, why didn't, as a part of our infrastructure, why didn't we attend to the part where you have to have a military and a way to protect ourselves? So y'all are telling me the men that y'all believe are supposed to be leaders, providers, and protectors of some other crap. Why do I see Black women and our children being lynched, but I don't see groups of Black men working to prevent that? I don't. I don't see Al Sharpton. I don't see none of them doing any of that.
There are very few exceptions to that in history.
Yeah, I've seen nothing but Black women do that. So I'm telling you, we can have our own infrastructure. I bring up the Detroit Birth Center because we're talking about a group of Black women who got together. They bought land and they used the government's own little rules and regulations to get what they needed. And it is specific. The care that they give to L&D of Black women, Black girls, and Black children is specific for Black girls and Black children. And you know what white people are doing? Oh, could you come over here? They're asking these women to come to them and show them how they did it. So you can't tell me that we cannot have our own infrastructure. There is no reason for a group of white women to be able to deny you the most basic health care that you are paying so much money for. There is no reason why why would your daughters be learning about Black women from white women? Because there are 84% of the teachers across these United States from K to 12. So why would the women that hate you are writing policies against you, i.e. Project 2025, why would they be teaching your children about who they really are and how outstanding, how great, and how incredible, how that their God is born? Why would they be teaching your daughters that? But we're fine with sending our daughters to school. Same thing happened to me. The same thing happened before because of white people made laws that said you need to go to their school, and what you really learn is how to be a second-class citizen, accept being prey. What their kids learn is how to put you on an auction block. At the same school. They are, when I tell you they're eating their own children's souls, who takes their children to watch another human being be tortured? Who does that? Why would you do that to innocent children? Why would you give these babies nightmares and all of these things, smelling, burning, flash, and all this other sick shit? Why would you do that? I don't care how much you hate me as a Black woman and you want to lynch me and my children next to me. Why would you do that to your own children? Why would you make them watch that? Because you need them to believe that we are subhuman. And you've been teaching that in schools ever since y'all been the daughters of the Confederacy.
And you need to break your children's souls so that they continue it.
That's right.
So they continue to deify you and the founding raping fathers.
That's
you have to break their souls in order to get them to do that.
This will not work. Capitalism, racism, white supremacy, colorism, all that is not going to work unless you program and condition each new generation to the part they need to play in it. Okay, so y'all gonna be the predators, and then y'all over here, y'all gonna be the prey, and both of y'all are gonna get with it. Okay, That's why they don't want their children to know what happened, and they don't want your children to know what happened either. So they can keep repeating it. So we ought to have, it's the Viking way, girl. The mercenaries. We literally ought to have our own infrastructure. That's what those women who created the Detroit Birth Center, that now everybody wants to know how they did it, what they did, every little thing about it, and da 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 da. Now they're going around and they're doing it. They're actually doing that because they have primarily Black midwives, Black doulas, Black nurses, Black doctors. They have them, and they are giving people an old-fashioned, wonderful Black woman birthing experience. Nobody's dying. They take white women. They take Hispanic women. They take Asian women. Girl, they do all of it. They do. But let me tell you something. Over there in California, the part I came from, where I worked for an organization that was primarily for Hispanic migrant families, twice over, in two different organizations. And I'm gonna tell you, you rarely, if ever, gonna see a black person going to a primarily Hispanic clinics,
because Afro-Latina, it could be an Afro-Latina, but you're not going to see a African-American in the sense that we are.
No, absolutely not. Okay, so I'm telling you, everybody else can have infrastructure, but we can't. When we're the ones they get the ideas from in the first place, girl, if y'all don't stop right now, all these little churches over here in y'all neighborhoods that ain't open during the week, or they for sale, why aren't you as Black women buying those churches? Then you could have the Black women in your community who are nurses, who are educators, whatever. And you could take rooms in those churches, and you could have an urgent care. You can have an educational piece. There is the caftan lady, she calls herself the woke gardener over on TikTok. This woman is planting, she's just doing this in her backyard, and it's like, she's incredible, okay? But she has all of these wonderful videos on how you grow collards yourself, tomatoes yourself, what you use in the soil, how you do this, how you do that. So you, as Black women, could be making your own vegetables, right? Okay, maybe you do go to the store and do whatever, but you also could have your own in your space. You can individualize what she's giving you as a solution. That's what I'm telling you, and that's what us building our own infrastructure is for. We have to stop this whole putting our fear of because they keep bringing this up. You know what happened during the Red Summer? You know what happened during the Red Summer? If you build anything, the only thing they're going to do is destroy it. Oh, you ain't coming over here destroying nothing, girl. And not unless you want to come up missing, allegedly. You ain't destroying nothing over here. You ain't taking nothing over here. You ain't taking no resources from me and not over here. You ain't going to do it. And I can guarantee you that if you do that, Black women, plus when you create infrastructure, you like, let's say this, Auntie D would be maybe in two different parts of it. She would be in the educator part, right? She would cross-pollinate into different areas of infrastructure. So education, spiritual, and making money. Okay. finance, fiscal, right? I would be crossing over into how you manage projects, how you get that problem, put it into the system we're showing you, right, and solve the problem. But I would also be a griot, because I have a lot of back information of who we are from our beginning millions of years ago, actually beyond counting. So I would be able to do that, but I also would be in the defense part of it. There are some of us who are really good at gathering information. Well, we would need you in the military part of our infrastructure so that you could gather information on the people who plan to do us harm, like with, let's say they came up with something crazy like Project 2025. That a part of our infrastructure would be a military and intelligence department, right? A department in which we could defend ourselves. I need to know, Black women, share this with Black women, please. I need to know this. So what are you teaching your daughters in order for them to physically, mentally, and emotionally defend themselves? What martial arts are you putting them in? Are you taking them to the range? I can tell you right now, as someone who is a concealed carrier, who goes to the range and had some of the most violent people on the planet teach her how to do this, huh? How to aim and really shoot. Okay. I can tell you that white people got their children over there learn how to shoot every gun they got. That's what they doing. What are we doing? Saying that we're afraid to have a weapon to defend ourselves? Really? So that's why we're not going to go and take self-defense classes. That's why we're not going to go take martial arts. We love to talk about the beginning of the year. Oh, I'm going to lose this kind of weight and this kind of weight. Girl, if you go and for me on a shooting range, I had to work on my core. I had to work on how I carry, how I back up, how I move, all of these things. Well, you have to be able to bend, move, all of these things, right? And not, if you want to get competition ready, but you don't even need to do all of that. Okay. You can learn how to go aim and shoot. You can learn about the laws in your district, your county, your state. Okay. Why are we sitting around allowing 60% of our daughters to be raped by Black men? Why don't our daughters have the ability to physically self-defend? Why? She's just one of the women that I have known. Her and her mom and I are besties, right? And she's full grown. She's in her 40s now and stuff. But she just opened her own dojo. A Black woman.
Nice.
And her daughter, her little sweet for all of that, her daughter has been in martial arts since she was what? I want to say she was 8 or 9. Her daughter actually has a 4th degree Black belt, and that baby is only 13, 14. She getting ready to turn 14. That's what she got. You look at her walking down the street, she just as sweet, she just as darling, she just as compassionate and caring, all of those things. She's so much fun. Girl, I've been around since before that baby was born. But this baby, when I tell you, her mother had a whole setup. Not only when she put her in self-defense, she took martial arts with her. So her mother is actually only a 3rd degree Black belt. Okay, she's working on her 4th degree, but baby girl, she's already 4th degree. And to look at her, you wouldn't think that that girl is a walking, talking, cute, and lethal weapon. She is. She might be 110 pounds soaking wet. She's tall, majestic, beautiful, just gorgeous, just inside and out. But girl, she will break a black man in half. I'm gonna tell you right now, I wouldn't roll up on her. I wouldn't.
That's saying a lot.
So now, why aren't all of us ensuring that our daughters go and take martial arts? You're gonna feel more powerful, yes. You are going to be able to defend yourself in ways that you couldn't before, yes. But you are also going to be strengthening your mental and emotional health. You are also going to be able to really center yourself. There's a lot more that goes on with martial arts than just being able to defend yourself and be proactive. So y'all can't tell me that Black women can't design infrastructure. That's how America became America. I mean, the good part.
And even the bad part, we still build it. So we talked about the call.
So I want to know, why haven't we put our girls, whether they're our nieces, whether they are our goddess daughters, whether they are our grandbabies, whether they are whoever, why haven't we put our girls in martial arts? Why isn't that a thing? Why isn't that trending? Why isn't it trending that if you mess with a Black girl, there will be severe consequences? See, because then those 5 white women who attacked this little 13-year-old Black girl, that wouldn't have gone far. Not with my baby girl that I'm talking about. My 13-year-old baby girl that I'm talking about, they wouldn't have made it. Them 5, they wouldn't have made it. Not at all. And then as soon as her mama found out, and my best friend, her grandmama, because her grandmama been a pistol packer, okay? Been, as Cynthia G would say. Been. She been that. And then, you calling me too? We all showing up for this. You think you jumping our back? Really? Okay. We'll see.
That's how you want to leave here.
We'll see. So why? Listen, please hear me good, Black women. Power requires representation. Them putting together Project 2025 is letting y'all know that they are the power, and they're showing you how. So you think you can't be your own powerful source? You already are. You already can take the most violent situation, the most horrendous brutality, the most horrific mental, emotional, all types of torture and abuse, and thrive beyond it, not just survive. You are what they call Black girl magic. It's nothing magical about you. You are just highly evolved, and you are preternatural elemental. So you're a creator, and you ooze power. And their whole thing is to keep you harnessed and tapping into that power. And you are just going, sure, I'll be your prey. That's what they needed you to do. And we finally gotten in 2024, these people have finally we got them just right where we want them. They believe they're our prey. So now, here's what we're going to do. And they're already taking you out in the hospitals. You can't go in there talking about you fell and actually have an x-ray that shows you got cracks in your back and a broken arm. You ain't getting no pain medicine. Yeah, we see that on the x-ray, but you fine. Just go on. But if you put your money together and that tithing you doing, you took a year of that, and y'all different communities, you put your money together and you purchase these churches and the land that they're on, you can have every part of the infrastructure that you need. Again, problem solved. Problem solved. And if somebody want to get Brody, well, part of your infrastructure has to include a military and justice. Part of your see, like Stephanie Perry, I would say one of the part of the infrastructure they would be excellent at as matriarchic leadership, right, is foreign affairs.
Yep, they're on top of that.
Foreign affairs. Oh, they would be a part of other parts of infrastructure, education and training. Okay, this and that, but they are well versed in what happens in these different other countries, the embassy, the this, the that, the other thing. They have taken their skills and their abilities, and they've used their own skills and ability, and they've marketed it. When Auntie D is telling you that Stephanie and Rahshida, the Exodus Summit, the group of them that the Exodus Summit, that they have an ability to help Black women go to different countries and house it and get paid for it, right? They are saying that not only are they giving you the fiscal side of it, but they're helping you to be interconnected with foreign governments, because you'll be working in a foreign country basically. But like every time I see Stephanie Perry over there, girl, I'm like, Stephanie, for real, what is that background right there, girl? That's so beautiful. You look so beautiful with that mountain behind you and that ocean, girl. I love that shit. Ooh, I love that. Yeah, she looks awesome. You think you can't do that? A Black woman. That's a lie. Y'all been lying to yourselves, and I'm gonna need it to stop. We need our own infrastructure. We don't need to be, just like Auntie D has been telling you, we don't need to be getting money from them, girl. We are the reason that there is money. We have all the ideas. We make all the moves. We actually are the trendsetters. You ain't gonna do nothing unless we say you are. Okay? We done got so hot with these people in Israel. We're like, oh no, we had a whole moment. And we've been having moments ever since. Oh no, you're doing the exact same thing. Israel, you're doing the exact same thing to Palestine that these white people over here did to us in Tulsa. Okay, up in New York, girl, down in Florida. You're doing the same thing, and we ain't gonna have it. You ain't doing this. Oh no, you're not gonna be dropping no bombs on no babies and their mamas. That's out of the question. And sisters, we didn't care that some white women got on as Jewish white women and going, this is not fair that Black women aren't behind us, and you're wrong and blah blah. That goes against the Bible. Girl, shut up. You are not gonna be dropping bombs on children and their mamas. Now we done said it, and that's it. And what did everybody start doing? Protesting against them. Oh, we all have been taught that the Jewish people who are Ashkenazi, Huguenots, who are actually European, okay, they converted a few generations back into Judaism, that they the chosen people. Girl, no, you ain't. Not acting like that. You ain't chosen to do what? Born children? Girl, get out of here. Y'all sound like y'all white and American to me. I don't know what you're talking about. You, as Black women, have the power to do this. We're giving you an algorithm. You don't, girl, just go put your issues into this algorithm.
I'm gonna put it back up. Hold on.
So, Auntie D, can you show them, like, okay, you've already been doing it, but
put it back.
Like, so
I'll take another.
We have in there, you know, the part where, let me think. You know, the part where I made different models. It's the same thing. It's the same thing, but I made different models that, yes, I did copyright this, but I need y'all to know, as Black women, go ahead and share it. Go ahead and use it. You understand?
Is this the one you're talking about with the infrastructure?
Let me think. The one that, yeah, it's the same. It's the same. What do you call it? It's the same. It's telling you what to put in each bubble, naming it, amassing information about it, and all of that. It's just in a little bit of a different format.
There's a couple of these here.
Yes, that one right there.
Okay.
This is the blank version of the same thing you just showed us, and the hexagon. It's the same thing. It's just, I just need y'all to know, in my genius zone, I have to have things in color, and I have to have them in different formats so it makes sense. Like, I don't know why I have to complicate a simple matter, but that's just how my mind works. So what I did was I gave you a hexagon model of this problem solving tool, right? But I gave you this bubble model of this problem solving tool, and Auntie D has been showing you how to plug in. And we said, you got to stop being stuck on the name it part. You got to stop being stuck on understanding that there's data behind it. You have to start to say, okay, we've named it. We know it's a problem because we got a whole bunch of data and our own personal stories to prove it. The stuff is happening to us. And then you have to work out, what do you want to have happen? The objectives that you want. What are the results that you want? That's the third step, right? Do you want Black men to stop killing us 6 times a day? Because we already named Black femicide as a problem. We already have the data behind it, because I just told you, that they're killing us 6 times a day now. So, and you've seen them over and over again tell everybody who will listen how much they despise us and how we need to be eliminated. Okay. So they're in agreement, basically, in general, as Black men, with Project 2025. Because what did they do when that Kennedy Jr. dude came through? What did Black men say to him? Well, our number one problem is Black women taking us to court to take care of our children. And then, our second problem is they kicked us out of the home in 1952. Girl, you wasn't even born. Your daddy was barely born.
That's your grandfather who got kicked out.
Okay. So
that's your grandfather.
Yeah, that's what you said. You said your problem is that you don't have a relationship with your children because you mad at us. Well, that's weird, because I don't have a relationship with you either, but I do have a relationship with our children. And my relationship with my children don't have nothing to do with the fact that I can't stand your ass. That did not stop me one day from feeding my children, clothing my children, put a house over their head, protecting them, loving on them, cultivating them, educating them, finding out what's going on with them mentally, supporting them spiritually, all of these, none of that stopped me as a mother. None of whatever happened between me and their father stopped me from supporting my children, child support. None of that stopped me. Why is that stopping you, Black men? Why are you, as grown-ass Black men, why don't you have a relationship with your children? What do I have to do with your relationship with your children? You grown. The children aren't grown, and I'm not in charge of your emotions and your freaking behavior. So why is it that I have a relationship and I can't stand you as much as you could ever think to not stand me? Okay? But I still chose to take care of our children. I'm going to need y'all to shut the hell up. I'm going to need y'all to know access denied. And if that means you ain't coming around to see your children, that sounds like a you problem. That's not your child's problem, and it's not mine either. And we're not about to make it. And you're not about to help the Heritage Foundation put me, my children, other Black women's children in harm's way. You're not about to do it. Access denied. Prayer request denied. I'm not submitting to you. I'm not giving you my phone number. Okay, well, maybe 9MM380. Allegedly. I'm not doing any of that with you. But what I'm going to tell you is I can solve a problem. What I will do is like that one of these Black men who said, I'm just telling you as Black women that y'all need to go ahead and just support Black men and give them your phone number and say yes to them, because Black men are getting tired and frustrated, and I don't want to see y'all get beat up and punched in the face and your eyes blackened. Oh, really? Well, I don't want to see a nigger peeing come up missing either. Well, but here we all are, because I'm not going to have a problem. What's going to happen is these people that you are telling that they get to not control their own emotions, not manage their own behaviors. You're telling them they get to attack me because I said no, because I'm grown? Girl, you know what's going to happen? You're going to have a problem now. You're going to have a problem. Well, y'all got a problem now. Because my solution to this is to preempt you. I'm not going to be standing there waiting for a Black man to decide that he going to whoop my ass on any type of occasion, child. A Black man and no other man. None of them. Not a woman either. Nobody. Y'all ain't getting to roll up on me like that, because you know why? I've already done this theorem to solve the problem of you being a terrorist to me as an individual. Now, Black women, I can get on here and tell y'all 25 times, 1,000 times, but it don't seem like y'all are hearing that a solution to Black men attacking you and beating you and adultifying our daughters and raping our daughters and raping our sons too.
Yep.
I could tell you that whatever you do, whatever you thinking you're going to do, you know how they like to tell us we can't even think a certain way as Black women? Whatever you thinking you're going to do, you may as well know you're going to get 10,000 times worse, as much violence from me, allegedly. So if you bring your ass over here, my solution has already been enacted, because I'm already a concealed carrier. And girl, let me just put this to the side. Let me put, as Auntie Dia said, a side note to a side note. I just got my other revolver back. I won't say back, but because it's been in the family, but allegedly. But I just got that back. That's my second carry, because y'all know I love my Ruger 380 girl, y'all don't want to do this. This is not what you want to do. Because I'm out here, over here in the mornings, practicing my weapon draws. See, I go learn, then I come home and I practice it. That's what I'm doing, both-handed. Both-handed it. So you think that when you roll up on me, you're going to be able to do what and get what? You better bend the knee. That's what you better do. But Black women, if you don't see the problem, you name it, but you don't spend all your time just naming it. Fine, but let's move up to the next step. We done figured it out. You named it. Project 2025 is a problem. They want to get rid of you, Black women, from being able to know that you are a power within yourself. Okay? So, okay. Got it. We know the data behind it. We've seen this during the Reagan era. We've seen it. We saw it. I won't even take y'all past the Reagan era. Let's just start with the Reagan era in the 1980s. They've been doing the same thing. But they finally got a formula. Well, we got one too. It's called a matriarchic think theorem. And what we're getting ready to do is put you and your little Project 2025 into this series. And now we got some objectives. No, we're not going to be marrying and bringing back the fathers of the children who walked out on us. We're not doing that.
As if we could anyhow. But continue. But
they're saying, what they're also saying is just what Auntie D told y'all. A part of what they're going to do is make sure, and they say this in there, that you as a single Black mom, you as a married Black mother, you as a single Black woman, period, you're getting no type of nothing.
Yeah.
I don't care what you apply for, you ain't getting it, because they're only going to give money to the people who are in marriages. That's their plan. Now, here's how we looking at it. So you think that you are going to withhold money from me and you're not going to give me a job because you're getting rid of DEI? Girl, you never gave me a job. I had to come take it. We never got, what's that? That they
affirmative action never quite rolled to us like
affirmative action is code for white nepotism. Okay, girl, the only people getting affirmative action is white women. That ain't never been us. We have had to necessarily be far better, far more brilliant, which is very easy for us, and serious about being educated. So you are not taking the education away from us and our experiences, our education through experience. You're not taking none of that from us. So if I'm going through this problem wheel, I've already named that Project 2025 as a problem. I got specific about exactly what I'm looking at first, which is you trying to tell single Black women you're going to make them get married to the freaks that tortured them in the first place, okay? And their children, right? You don't care about the mental health of those children. You don't care about their education because, you get ready to get rid of the education system.
The entire Department of Education is going.
And so that way, we're going to go back to your children not being able to read, because we as Black women have become dependent in this way that, okay, they said there's a law. If we don't send our children to their schools, then we're going to have to go to jail. Because that's what they do. But
it's a problem.
They, on the other hand, could say, we're not letting our children come to school if y'all gonna talk about Black people and they damn history. Oh no, that is a detriment to our poor children. And all we're trying to teach them is how to put Black children on, especially Black girls, because it's primarily they're doing it to little Black girls, on the market on social media as an enslaved person. You can buy her. That's what you teaching your children they get to do because they're doing it. and thinking it's funny and cute. But I got a solution for that too. Because the minute your children do that, I'm going to be seeing you in the parking lot, Pooh. We're going to be in the streets, allegedly. And what your child did to mine, or attempted to do, or thought about doing, girl, I'm definitely doing it to you. So I can tell you is, don't let your children get your ass kicked for you. Don't let your children get your ass kicked for you. The reason my children weren't being treated in these manners, or they tried some little shit, but the reason they weren't is because I would come in and go, so my policies, procedures, and standards and boundaries supersede any of your little policies you done wrote. Okay? That's that girl. You lucky you get to be in the presence of my daughter. And what did I tell them? Just like you guys have heard me say over and over, your life depends on her happiness. So I don't give a damn what you got to do. Girl, you better lay your ass down and let her walk across you if that's what the hell need to happen. Because if you don't, these will be the consequences. See, you come up with what the goals are, right? Because that's the third step, right, Auntie D?
Yep, define 3 to 5 objectives.
So then once we come up with the goal that you're not going to mistreat my child, you're not going to say it's okay for other children to abuse my child. You're not going to do that. Okay? Then we do have to kind of diagnose the cause, because that's a part of it. You've decided that what you're going to do is you're going to take, again, Black women and our children, and now we got to be married to the very men who torture, mutilate, and whatever us, and unalive us and our children. No, we're not doing that. So now we need to come up with some plans. So what was my plan? Okay, so if you even think stuff like that, little white girl, Black man, whoever you are, I'ma see you. We gonna get down, me and you. And I'm gonna bring 10,000 times worse the violence that you thought you were gonna visit on me and my children.
Notice that the word execute is actually in the theorem.
I'm just saying. Allegedly executing the, yeah.
I just noticed this.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God. I got a plan and I'm about to execute it.
And enact it. And enacted upon. Don't do it. So you, if you saying that you getting ready to torture me and you want to make sure there's going to be somebody at my house to do it to me and my children, I'm going to let you know that they might come up missing. I'm just saying. And you might too. I'm just saying. Maybe. Because that's a part of the plan, allegedly. And I'm definitely executing that shit, allegedly. I'm going out and I'm going to make that happen. Because one thing about me, and there's one thing about us as Black women, when we decide that we're going to get results, girl, we're going to get results. White man that I am married to, he knows this for a fact. One thing about it is she don't care what everybody else say they going to do, might do, could do, whatever it is. But love gets results. She will diagnose a damn problem, formulate a damn plan, execute and enact the plan, and the next thing you know, she's like, okay, so what worked about that plan and what didn't? Monitoring it. Because I'm a self-monitor. I learned that from the feds at Head Start. They know how to self-monitor. They're going to self-diagnose the issue
what's not working and what is working with their plan before anybody else can even knew they executed the plan. They done one up it.
And they
Does that
want us
make
to
sense?
do audit, processing, and improvement. So by the time you even know they have plan A, they've already audited plan A, are already executing plan B, and have named what they're gonna do for plan C by the time you even know anything is going on. And this is the thing, Black women, we have the power to do anything and more than anyone who descended from Black women can do. Thank you, Abundance, for your purchase of Season Crypto Bull Financial Freedom. And of course, I got a YouTube channel. Love has YouTube channel. You got questions, you can find me. Appreciate you doing that. And you're going to appreciate yourself for having done that. Anything that is a problem, and see, this is the thing. I'm glad Auntie Love said that, because we have to solve these problems anyway. Assume Project 2025 didn't exist as an external motivator. We have to solve the problem of how we stop dying in maternal situations anyhow. Okay. So there's a couple things we've named it. If we amass the inflow, we might decide that 3 to 5 objectives have to do with bringing that maternal mortality rate down. Okay. But when we diagnose the cause, stop having, how do we stop being in association with men who have no intent of protecting us or our children? That's one way that we can look at. Okay. If the cause is the men that we are having children with do not give 2 dead flies, okay, one of our actionable plans may be divestment. We might come over and do a future Aunties about the ins and out of interracial marriage and how you need to vet everybody. Okay, so that's one kind of actionable plan. Another kind of actionable plan may be, Stephanie Perry and others have been talking about this, Black women staying single. A lot of people have been talking about that. That's an actionable plan. You can't, as single and abstinent, you can't have, I'm 43. I just come up here and tell y'all, now you can't have any children with anybody you don't have sex with. It does work. I'm 43. I'm a witness. Can't do it. That's an actionable plan. It's not necessarily for everybody. As the Lord Jesus Christ himself says, that's given to who it's given to, and not everybody can do that. But see, already we look at, okay, my plan is to open my options. My plan is to divest. My plan is to stay abstinent. We've got 3 sets of plans, and then we can execute and enact and then monitor. But do I really want a mate? Do I really want to have children? And then even if we look at that, we look at, well, there's adoption. There's also surrogacy. Mm-hmm. There's other things that we can do, because Stephanie Perry is like, when she gets settled and finds a country she wants to settle in, she would like to adopt. So you have people who are deciding, and people tell, well, you can't be a mother past a certain age. Adoption agencies are full of Black children that need us to come get them out.
Yes.
Okay. So already we can look at actionable plans there. If we back up in terms of having our independent money, we talked about that. Abundance has made her decision to learn about crypto as one of her, she decided on a plan to learn about this so she can take advantage of it. Every 4 years that comes back around. I'm going to be doing a video soon, because I was respected by a subscriber, about seasonal assets. It's soon going to be time to be buying stocks in flour, sugar, and chocolate, because of the holidays. Yes. So you learn about it, you get the info. Well, that's going to come up. I'm going to do a more extensive video about it coming up, because it's June now, and you kind of need to get your position by September. So we still got a little time. Actionable plan. You get the information. You figure out, okay, I want to learn about this because I want to supplement my income. Okay, why don't I have the income I need? Because these people that control these jobs ain't loyal. I live in California, where Elon Musk just laid off 10% of his workforce. That literally affected, and I don't think they had many Black people working there because of the racial stupidity that he was doing. But let's just say 1 out of every 10 Black people working there was in the wind too. Mm-hmm. That literally affects them. When we have layoffs, these jobs are not loyal to us. When they're not allowing white women to torture Black women on a job. Even without that, the corporate structure has no loyalty to us. They don't. If you do your accounting, you find out that employees are liabilities, and companies are always trying to reduce their liabilities. Now they're gonna take every time, interest, an idea that you have and still call you a liability. Slaves were assets. Go back and do your accounting history and you find out how this worked. Okay, so I need to have side income. That's my objective. I know why I don't have what I need. We also might look at diagnosed cause. Why I don't have the money I need? Okay, so one of the reasons I'm spending money trying to keep grown folk that mean me no good and trying to keep them placated. Okay, so my actionable plan is maybe I'm gonna do a budget. To just break it down to very simple level. Action plan is I'm gonna do a budget. Action plan is I'm going to take some of this info and I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna buy chocolate stock before Halloween because you have it doesn't matter what it is you do from Halloween to Easter, that stock's gonna go up. Okay, it just is what it is. Maybe I'm gonna buy one, so I'm gonna take some action, and then I'm gonna execute. So I'm executing and I'm enacting now. And then I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna monitor and I'm gonna see what happened. Auntie Love, tell them again. Your daughter got the book when it came out, and Bitcoin did what? So we've been able to go back and monitor. When you got that, it was about $22,000. Bitcoin's about 70,000 today. So we were able to go back and monitor and kind of look at the charts and be like, oh, okay, audit process improvement. Okay, so Bitcoin may have done most of its run for right now, but then there's still Ethereum and there's still Hive. And Hive is down around 27 cents, meaning it hasn't done its run. So then I'll read that. Maybe I didn't read that TIF chapter. Okay, so the new problem is there's more money out there and I don't have it. So let me read the epilogue and go back and make sure I didn't miss anything. And my objective is now to collect the money on this next one that hasn't run yet. And then diagnose the problem. Okay, it hasn't run yet. It's not time yet. So what I need to do is what? Get an actionable plan. What else am I going to invest in? Yep. Then I'm going to execute that and I'm going to enact and I'm going to monitor. I'm going to keep going. So you learn how to work. See, algorithms is how everything around you runs. Algorithms, literally, if you're watching us on the internet, algorithms rule everything around you. You just don't know it. The algorithm for civil rights, Dr. Semptima Clark.
Yes.
Algorithms run everything around you. If you are a Christian, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Basically, what that means is what Kepler discovered a little bit later. Now, he wasn't the first person to discover it. We already know that astronomy and all that began long before Kepler. But he noticed the geometry of the universe at that point. He noticed it. Well, everything has an algorithm running. This is an algorithm you can use on any section of your life. Okay, Black women in education and having these 80, did you say 84%?
Yes.
Of white women who are not teach us our history. Well, I was homeschooled. So my parents looked at what was happening in San Francisco. They named it, they collected the info, and they said, we ain't about to do this. We need our children to be smart. That was their singular objective. They diagnosed cause. These people are not teaching our children anything. We're not about to do this. Actionable plan. We're going to figure out, since these white folks out here homeschooling and talk about they need to do it because it was Reagan's time, we're going to figure out what we need to do to get our affidavit and make it happen. They executed and they enacted it. Here I am. And then we monitored because I got a younger sister. So we were able to go through the same process. And they kept improving and improving. And of course, in those days, you didn't get the support. But today we have Black people homeschooling networks. And see, Auntie Love has already talked about, we got all these different church buildings that we could go ahead and, I'm going to just say this as a Christian. Since I am in a position where I can do it without being called attacking the church. It's a little bit harder because Auntie Love calls herself openly a heretical heathen. So let me just go ahead and put this out here. And she just wait. So let me say this as a representative. So if you're still paying tithe to a church with the same 5 people, and those 5 people are not doing anything in the community, you might need to redirect that. I'm just going. Because here's what you can have. You can have space to execute and enact a plan of setting up at least a daycare and aftercare so that your children can learn their own history. So they have a safe place to go. So that there are things we can do. We could pool our money and help each other homeschool. There are homeschooling networks where Black people, and mostly Black women, are already helping each other. There are single mothers who are successfully homeschooling their own children and working together to homeschool their own children. Then you have people like me who've always gone out and tutored and all the rest. They haven't as much during COVID-19, but we have Zoom now. So there are women who would help you with this. So, okay, the problem is maternal mortality. All right, well, we know what the problem is. We have a ton of info, 3 to 5 objectives. I'm not going to let anybody around me die in a situation like this? Okay, diagnose the cause. We know basically, because we got people writing letters in California, that a certain number of white people think that it's God's will that Black women and children be injured and die to control the Black population. Oh, by the way, we just gonna say this again. How many Black people are there in the United States versus how many white people there are in the United States? So controlling us is God's will. Okay, all right, let's sit down. Name a Black dictator who started a world war. World War I is about 20 million people. World War II is 55 million people. Okay, so but we the problem. The Cold War. But you know, they don't let Billie Holiday die up there in the hospital after she told on strange fruit. The FBI gonna attack her, all these other Black women. The Great Terror. That's another 20 million people. What Jim Crow, the enactment of Jim Crow. I'm trying to figure out how we the problem, but I'm just saying this is what we're being told, that it's God's will somehow that our numbers be controlled. Okay, so we know what the problem is. We have enough info about it. Now what are we going to do about it? I'm going to make sure that the single mothers around me, and our church is pretty good about this. We are making sure that we are walking with our younger women as they go through their process of birth. Mm-hmm. In our church, if a Black woman goes to the hospital, my pastor and head deacon will roll out. And they probably helped you save me when I was very seriously injured, because there was this little 84-year-old white man who was hitting on me, trying to get me in bed. And he finally figured out, though, that I had a bigger wheelchair than his, and I would mow him down. And I told him to his face, because I had to convince him that, look, if sir, if you try that, I got one good leg still, two good eyes, and I probably weigh more than you. So you gonna die. But because my pastor and deacon are over 6 feet tall, big, beautiful, tall, 6 feet tall. I don't know how much money they have. That ain't my business. But that helped in that the men in our church have been trained to at least show up. But it's mostly the Black women that have to stay on top of the stuff. So you can hear the conversations.
So, can I add something?
Sure.
To what you're saying? So if we're looking at this, just like Auntie D said about maternal health, right? Something I did. Okay, again, I've been alive for 800 and 23, 36, whatever years. Okay, so one of the things that I did, this was before I had my son. I had my son when I was 23. I gave birth when I was 23. Is the Big Sister, Little Sister program. It was this particular one was in Sacramento, but this was actually another kind of leg of the Black women who were in the Black Panther movement. Okay.
Right.
And, because it more started with like the Girls Club, which was Black in the Bay Area. Right. But anyway, I was a Big Sister, and what they had done was they coupled Black women, because I've had my registered nurse license since I was 20, because I went to college at 16. Okay, so we know that. So at around 20, I must have been 22, almost 23 or whatever, I was a Big Sister. And what they did was they paired women like myself, who already, specifically Black women who were already, we went to college, we did whatever, blah, blah, blah. We back in the community, we're working, right? And I volunteered to be a Big Sister. And they paired women like me with, like teenage, Black, young Black women, Black girls who were pregnant. And what we did was we signed up to go through their pregnancy with them, go to at least this many doctor visits with them. And then after they had the baby, we spent a full year with them and the baby. going to pediatric appointments, doing these types of things. So basically, they paired a quote unquote professional Black woman with a little sister, right? And a part of our obligation was to do that. This was completely voluntary, right, on my part. And I did that. And I almost ended up adopting the baby that his mother I followed, right? So we can do that. The other thing is, because we have, I need us to let go of this whole thing that we have against our LGBTQ community. And this is another reason why. Because our LGBTQ community, quite a few of us who have been pregnant alone have had family and best friends who were part of the LGBTQ community. I know I did, and they came and they were with me, right? I was already grown, already had my career and all that, but I had LGBTQ family, and I'm calling them family because they're all family to me, whether they were somebody that isn't blood related to me or whatever. Okay. We, instead of fighting and coming up with reasons to put down people of the LGBTQ community, they are some of, number one, the very best parents I have ever seen. Okay. They go out of their way to, especially Black women, and Black men too, who are gay. They go out of their freaking way when they adopt children, when they have children by surrogacy, to understand the psychology of children. Girl, they understand how baby moves, the ages and stages, all that stuff. They go take all the classes, they do all of these things. And we're sitting here saying that, oh, well, God doesn't like that someone is gay, lesbian, bisexual, queer. Girl, God ain't got nothing to do with the fact that Black women are being murdered in the healthcare system, and some of the people that we call to help us and who come with the biggest heart are in our LGBTQ community. That's why y'all can't tell me nothing about the LGBTQ community. You can't tell me nothing. You can't back talk. You can't give me some supercilious reason as to why I should not uplift and support and hold them sacred. You can't tell me nothing, because I know what I've seen them do, and I know what I have experienced in my own life. Okay. And when I tell you they are on the money when it comes to working with us as single Black mothers, girl, they got our backs, our front, our side, all of that. Okay. We need to work together. And then the other thing is, they're aunties and uncles to my children. They're godparents to my children. My children, who are grown, of course, now, do not have any concept of something being wrong with people who people love and who people are in relationship with. They have no concept of it. They don't know anything about, oh, that's wrong, or that's this, or they're breaking up the American family. They don't know anything about that. All of their friends are everyone. Okay? There is no, the kids came to my house. Listen, let me tell y'all something. The children will come to my house. Now, everybody had to work. Y'all gonna be emptying garbage. You're gonna be up on the roof. You're gonna be doing all kinds of shit. We getting out in this yard, okay? all of that. But them was my babies. And I'm gonna tell you right now, if they parents try to mistreat them, they whoever, that's your ass. Okay, because they my babies. We're not doing that. That's not what we're doing. So my children are interlocked with all types of people. Okay, I know I go hard on white women and shit because I do. Okay, but that's grown white women. They children, that's another matter. Okay. Oh no, your baby. I'm gonna heal white children, Asian children, Hispanic children, black children, indigenous. I'm gonna heal the children now. Now they might get overfed a little bit, but I'm gonna heal the babies. But you as a grown person, oh hell no. So we have to stop having these feuds between ourselves and start coming together because if I hear another white woman call herself my ally, shut up. You are not my ally and never said who told you you get to be my
who
ally?
Invited you? Who
No.
invited you?
No. I choose my allyship.
Exactly.
Okay. And I don't choose you because you always bidding for my destruction, hooker. So what I have learned is that those of us who are the most vulnerable, right? If I protect the most vulnerable, then I'm having an effect. When I take in all types of children, I don't care who their parents are, I don't care how much girl, I had children in my life whose parents were KKK. I don't give a damn about them being KKK. Fuck them. I don't like y'all. I don't give a damn about y'all. But y'all babies, oh yeah, I'm gonna heal them. Oh yeah, I'm gonna feed them. Because here's what happened. See, their babies grew up with mama love, huh? And in turn, they also grew up being protected by mama love. And they also grew up with my children. So now they're all protective of each other. And isn't that the world that we want?
That's a solution.
That I don't understand why we are jumping on a train over here when we should be on the Black Girl Follow train, child. Because if you pair a big sister, big brother with a pregnant Black woman at those times that she is most vulnerable, and she's going through something, or maybe she's spotting, or any of those things, if you had a big sister, big brother with you, wouldn't that just be wonderful?
It would solve a lot of problems.
Yes,
just by itself. That's a solution.
That's a solution right there. So you see how Auntie D took the maternal health problem and she put it into this theorem, and then she came up with all of these different solutions, and now we could enact the plan of putting big sisters together with little sisters. We could enact the plan of the members of our LGBTQ community that we are close to and loving on and all that. We could all be the community that helps to raise our children, because that's really a lot of what happened in my life. Now, unfortunately, I am heterosexual. Okay. I wish I wasn't sometimes, but okay. But I don't understand why do I get special privileges because I sleep with men? Why does that make me special somehow? What does that have to do with anybody else's anything? Okay.
Because you don't understand each other's humanity. Who you have sex with does not diminish or change. But again, when you live in a society,
and why are you in my business? Why aren't you over there dealing with the men's in your community who are calling themselves this, that, and next, and the leaders and all of this stuff? but they're raping our children, boys and girls. Why aren't we ostracizing the LGBTQ community, who is more vulnerable in ways that we are not, as cishet, whatever we call ourselves, Black women? So I'm saying, why would I go against people who are more vulnerable than me? That's insane. So no, we're going to get together and we're going to make that a part of the plan. And during Pride Month, I'm gonna be right out there with my pride, with y'all pride, okay? Because we can really help each other, but we have got to stop doing all this division. So yeah, I feel like that's one of the solutions to maternal.
That's a possible solution as well. Mm-hmm. Because here's the thing about it. At the end of the day, now I do need to say here, just for the record, this is where Auntie Love and I diverge slightly. Mm-hmm. In terms of, I will not, even though I live in San Francisco, I will not be out celebrating Pride Month, because as a devout Christian, that's not possible. But you also will not see me out supporting cishet heterosexuals doing dumb stuff either. You got to keep it consistent. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to go along with people who are trying to find reasons to eliminate people from existing because they have sex. That's two different things. We don't have to celebrate everything, but we don't have to spend our time punching down either. So we differ here, because there's a difference between a devout Christian and heretical heathen on some things. But we need to be fair. We need to be fair here. Mm-hmm. Our Black women need people who love them to go to the hospital. You are not going to be cursed by God if you have a queer friend who is willing to go do this. The thing I observed living in San Francisco, and it is a grief of mine and a shame to me. Yeah, I see what you see sometimes with same-sex couples with children, because they value the privilege so much more. Sometimes we've heterosexuals just take advantage, just take it for granted. This is why Black men who walk off and leave their mothers of their children, and their children just think it's just gonna all be figured out. Whereas same-sex couples don't do this, because the privilege of even being able to have that child, and also knowing the damage it's gonna do to the community if those kids end up messed up by comparison, they work overtime. So I'm gonna need us as heterosexuals to take our having children just as seriously. We don't have to agree on everything, but we also have to look at, I don't have to agree. Auntie Love and I are not going to a worship session together, because we can't do that. She is involved with the goddesses.
I don't worship. We don't.
And now, about to say, she doesn't worship in the sense that I do as a Christian, and who's also Abrahamic. That's a totally different. That's the thing. Now we can agree on it's basically about relationship, but we're not in relationship. We don't have commitments to the same deities. We can't agree on that. We're not gonna be at a pride parade together. We're not about that. She's not coming to a 3:00 service, because I know she's gonna turn over the table. I know she's gonna do that. So we're not doing that. So we know this.
I never get invited back. I have gone, but I don't.
Yeah. But I mean, I think you probably could come and spend some time in my church, because we getting our, you come have the carrot cake with the women's ministry. I think you could do that. Our pastor drops off the cake and goes. We probably could do that. But there's certain things we probably not gonna do. But we can sit down and look at a plan and say, okay, an actionable plan is, we make sure that we assign a little sister. We make sure that we have conversations at our church about who's going to be responsible at our church to be with this young woman. If we need to pay for this young woman to have safe housing, and we need to get together and pool resources, and everybody understands, okay, maybe this week we're going to have to work with our tithes. We've adopted a elementary school. Mm-hmm. We've adopted an elementary school, and we have the Black women who are going and reading to those kids and finding out who they are. We now have kids who are on the honor roll there. So we can sit down and talk about the things that we can do together. Because remember, what we put the Mike Ray trying to think theorem is how we're going to deal with Project 2025. Mm-hmm. Let me give one other example, because we've gone over. We want to have a 3-hour block, but it is what it is. This last show, we got to make sure we solve it all. When we're talking about solving maternal mortality, we talk about solving financial problems. Project 2025 wants to make women dependent on men because remember, patriarchies are trying to enthrone and deify men. For Black women, since we're the only people named with our children, but here I'm gonna give you two different ones. Okay, we know what the problem is with that. We've got all kind of info. We got all kind of channels. We got Black women who are talking about different sides of the info without fighting among themselves. But if 2 to 5 objectives is to give, we have an objective here of Black women not having to be dependent on the fathers of their children should those fathers be abusive. We've talked about how having our own financing is an actionable plan that we can execute and enact. We've talked about how moving to other parts of the world and marrying other types of men or doing interracial relationships within the country. This is an actionable plan as well. We've talked about remaining single and celibate is an actionable plan as well. And if DEI is shut down, then you also have, like I said, Stephanie Perry has worldwide solutions out there for you. So there are a lot of plans actually available, but a lot of this depends on, okay, let's find, and then Black women, Stephanie Perry will tell you that Black women are setting up communities for themselves. And Auntie Love sent me a beautiful video about in Kenya. Kenyan women have set up whole villages where women who have been abused with their children can come, and men can't come up in there. Try that if you want to. They got their versions of Woman King over there in Auntie Love. Don't bother. Don't do it.
The men don't. They don't come. They don't come.
I know they don't. I'm sure they, because I know that there's a king. I know that there's a Swahili speaking Auntie Love over there. They better not.
There's a group of them. Like they really do protect each other.
We not. So what I'm saying is, what is holding us back? And we got a little homework assignment for y'all to do before the end, because we want you to experience the power of this. What is holding us back is, and then we don't want this to be too much longer for that reason, but what is holding us back is we know how to do 1 and 2. Okay? Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I have the technical skills necessary to do what I need to do here. Okay? All right. We're real good. Did it blow up? Okay. We're real good at these first 2. All right? Okay. This is what we need to do. This third step. We're pretty good because we've amassed a lot of info. We do know what some of the causes are, but sometimes we don't feel comfortable really getting to what is happening. And then we got to do the actionable plans and we got to execute and enact. Now, after you've executed and enact, you do the other 2. But if we can just get to step 3 and step 5, Auntie Love and I and many other Black women are here to help you with the other things about how do you monitor. But what we have to do is, like, if you're going to hit a home run, you kind of got to get off home plate the first time, and then you got to get to first base, and you can't skip a base. So what I would, as we close out, we wanted to give you an opportunity. Understand, please get comfortable with the problem-solving algorithm. Name the problem, amass and analyze needed information, set 2 to 5 objectives. When this is solved, what do you want it to look like? Okay, what's the cause of you not having this? Put a plan together, run it, monitor it, make it better, keep going. What we would like you to do, rewatch this episode of Noir Aunties, or find when we have this on the screen, okay? Because it is 4 hours now. We want you to pick one thing. One thing. Now, abundance, you've already done the assignment. You went on and bought Season the Crypto Bull Run for Financial Freedom. You found one thing that you could do to better your situation and to run this algorithm. You actually heard the information, found out the cause, got all the way down, and then executed and enacted. So now you're in a monitoring stage. Congratulations, you already did this. Find one thing. We got healthcare, we got schooling, we have Black women having resources, we have Black women having their own financial networks and global networks. We've presented a lot of information in a lot of channels. Find one thing. And again, in the case of Project 2025, again, if you don't feel confident to talk about it, well, you can always share this video. And that's our collective assignment. See if you can make this video and videos like this go viral. I'm going to put some information in the chat for you. This is called Right Tag. And Right Tag has, okay, I got to shut this share down and put up another one. This is called Right Tag, y'all. And Right Tag is a hashtag tool that will help you to find information about pretty much anything you want to put out there. Okay. And so I'm going to just throw this in here so that y'all can have it. It'll be there for the reruns as well. And Right Tag, let me share the screen again. It's a little bit, I get used to the jank of StreamYard is a little bit different than it is of Zoom. Okay, and share screen and share window.
I'm too. I'm just like, wow. While Auntie D is bringing that up,
yeah, that's actually gonna be problematic.
I want to reinforce that, like Auntie D said, rewatch this episode. I actually pulled separate. I put together a basically a 10-minute video of the second episode where again I took us through the problem solving
okay.
theorem, the matriarch.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So that one, I think I put it up this week, and so you can get a quick down and dirty. Okay, what did they say to how to use this thing? Yeah, it's just 10 minutes long.
Okay, I'm gonna find that and I'll put that in the description because that's good.
And
I'm glad we have that. Let me put that in the chat too.
Because we're live with this, I of course I haven't had the chance, of course, to put together like a 10-minute video on that. Because girl, the cutting and the pacing, the cutting and the moving and the blah 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 blah. Get something that was like an hour and a half long, damn it. 10 minutes.
Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can. Well, if it'll load, because I'm now trying to load two different things. I'll come back to that.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on.
So
I'm still trying to get this
you want to rewatch this one? Definitely, please do, because oh my gosh, the way you have gone through this, Auntie, good God, I'm like,
okay, it's not going to do this. It is not going to pull up. It is not going to hold on. It is trying not to let me be able to pull Chrome up at the same time. Hold on.
So y'all have two ways of taking this term, this matriarchic thing.
Okay. All right, we're gonna have to skip Right Tag. I'm just jump to these hashtags that I found for Black women. We'll do that.
Okay.
To make it easy.
And then this is something else that I want to remind us of. Okay. So like I was listening to Stephanie Perry, and honestly, I'm not moving out of the country or anything, but I love what all of these women do, Rahshida with Stephanie and all the, all these brilliant Black women, right? So, me, I'll be out here looking at, watching and being like, wow, they really problem solve that well. Wow, that is something I had never thought of. So I wanted to make sure, let me put this up. So I wanted to make sure that, thank you, Auntie. I wanted to make sure that y'all understand this thing. As an RN, okay, so that was my quote unquote formal first, college education, was getting a degree in nursing and becoming an RN, right? What we're told is, even though we're learning all of these different systems and how they work together in the body, right? And we have all of these techniques that we've learned. We've learned how to do a nursing care plan. That's part of what this theorem is from, right? Because that's how I was educated. I learned, getting my bachelor's and all of that, how to use psychology and sociology, right, in leadership, right, and how people think, that type of thing, how to motivate people, how to help them find intrinsic motivation and not just outward motivation from, say, like me. So one of the things that I've learned is, I remember people saying nurses don't author books unless they're in a master's degree program or something, right? Nurses don't teach unless they're a master education in nursing. Nurses don't blah, blah, blah. You can only do this, this, and this. Well, I've taken each one of my abilities, each one of my skills, right? And I have turned them into a way to make money. So I'm good at creating processes. Okay. So I've authored books. I've been a best-selling author 4 times. I have taken my ability to technically heal people, because I went through nursing school and I have to continuously read up and all of that, right, to renew my license every couple of years or whatever. And I have licenses in different states, so I have to, constantly be reading up, right, amassing new information. But I take all the skills that I gain and the lessons that I learned and the education and my experiences, and I do what Auntie D was talking about with Rahshida Down and Stephanie Perry, which is skill-based money. And that is, that's where I decided, my husband came back from Iraq. Went after I met him after that, and he had been there twice. His feet kept bleeding. It just kept, areas in his feet just kept opening it up, and his skin kept erupting. Now that's a whole white man, but while I did, I went and I took classes on herbal medicines. Plus, I had books from being Gullah Geechee that my mother had, because she too was an RN, although she was in psych, which is probably not the place she should be, but okay, whatever. And I put all of that together, and then I created the skin products, right? So each thing, I've become a healer. Just because I'm a registered nurse does not mean that I'm a healer. So these folks that are walking around and they're like, oh, I'm a registered nurse. No, they technically know how to put in an IV. They technically know how to put in a catheter to help people to urinate or whatever. They technically know how to do those things, but that does not mean that they know how to heal. Healing is a whole nother level. So I parlayed my technical abilities into a healing art that is central to what my great grandmother was doing in the community before my mother and myself, right? So the different herbal medicines that she had amassed on my other grandmother's side, her great grandmother's side, they're not only part white, but they were part indigenous, Native American. Okay. And so I took what I learned from both the Gullah Geechee and what I learned, went and learned about, I became a Reiki master. I became, I got my education in how to put certain herbs with other herbs and certain essential oils and carrier oils and all of these things. I went and I learned how to do all of that, right? So I took those, my base foundational skills and abilities, and I parlayed them into a way to make money.
Skills based, and all of us have skills, and all of us are gifted. We're Black women, remember?
So everything that you're able to do, I don't care if you are an expert at tying shoes, girl. You should be the person who is making a class on how to tie shoes so that people can pay for that. Because if you can go to one of these folks who claimed the whole time that I was in nursing school and my first 10 years that it was actually abuse for people to use herbal medicine, and then they turned around, they made all of us who were either Asian or Black be evil if we were using, let's say, sassafras to work on our throat, right? But then you turn around, you tell us we're evil, then you wait for a few minutes, and then you take the understanding of what sassafras tea does, and then you make money off of it. But you told us that it was evil to practice herbal medicine because you should be having the medical community give you synthetic medication. So y'all said it was evil, but then you took it and you're making all kinds of money off of it.
Because it only gets blessed when white people use it, right?
Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is what I said to my father at 9 years old. Okay, so I'm gonna be cutting out the middleman.
There's a show to be done about your phrase of dangerously unnecessary middleman. I saved that. We might want to actually come back.
Okay, let's do that. I forgot I said it like that. Listen, I'm cutting out the middleman. There ain't gonna be no I'm not coming into a corporation and then you make all this millions and millions and millions of dollars off of my ideas. Are you kidding me right now? Absolutely not. Absolutely the fuck not. Okay. I can't tell you guys how many times I have been sent to HR at a company because they hired me to bring this brilliance, education, all this stuff, and my processes, right, that I created. And they go, since you created this process and now you work for us, then you need to give us this process so every part of our organization, all 750 people, can use this process because you work for us, we own you now, and we own your process, too.
And I'm like, no.
That I brought in, that you hired me because that's a part of what I came with. But now you're telling me and my process belongs to you. And you are going to distribute it out to the 750 people here, not just the people I'm director over, but all of these other groups.
We have no clue.
You want me to teach you how? You want me to teach the other directors and managers or whatever what I do with my team that is now under budget, that is happier with each other. They're no longer cutting each other's tires and scraping each other's children's pictures off the wall or whatever the hell they was doing, or tripping each other down the hall, or yelling and screaming at each other, cursing each other out. That's all over because they're using my process. And a part of my process was what I called wows. And I got that from Tony Shea. He called it a wow. But I took it to a different level. So every time somebody would do something wonderful, a patient came back and said they were great or whatever it was, because I had 150 people that I was director of, right? So every time when we did a wow. So instead of sending out emails and picking people apart, you know, and say, oh, this is what happened, and so did it, and blah, blah, blah. And these emails get all over the place and embarrass that person, bring them down, make them feel like crap, all this stuff. I said, none of you can no longer send out emails en masse about somebody doing something or something. Okay, no. The only thing you can send out en masse is when somebody does something great. And what we're going to do is we're going to wow them. And I would bring them a little gift. I had 15 different clinics that I was over for the back office. I would bring them gifts.
Positive reinforcement.
Mm-hmm. And then they started doing it for each other. So what my point was to replace the negative behaviors with positive ones. And I had a formula for what you do, right? So then the white hooker that's over me comes back and she's like, well, I don't believe in any of this. But since you're doing it, oh, by the way, somebody did something nice over here on my end. So could you send them a wow? I'm not going to send them a wow.
Whoa.
I'm not going to send them a wow. This is what this white woman said, Connie.
I don't believe in any of it, but I want you to come do what I
don't believe in.
I had to put my job
You
back
should
on.
not. This woman sat down with me and told me you should not be hyping people just because they did their job. No, they did their job with excellence. I'm hyping that they did their job with excellence. In fact, they could have come in here and half-assed their job. But instead, they chose to do it with excellence. So you have a problem with me saying to people out loud that y'all did excellent. And here's what happened. So you got a special gift and we came in doing this. Wow. To every single person, before you knew it, within 3 months of me having that job, not only did we clean up what Jaco said was against y'all, because see, what y'all do is you hire Black women to fix your problem.
Yep.
And then you want to trash us.
Yeah, because they can't give you credit because that shows they're not superior. That's what this is really about. Your process showed up everything that they see.
You were in lawsuits. Y'all were in lawsuits because you had people literally fighting each other in the hallways. And Sylvia Diego, who got to be this, that, and the other, and had 17 years there. Girl, she was like the mafiosa, a white adjacent Hispanic woman. You are over here telling these people to do this to girl, bye. We're not doing none of that. Okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna eliminate any problem that you have with the back office. You need to just send it directly to me. But we ain't gonna be putting this out on the airwaves. The only thing my team can put out on the airwaves is what somebody did good. Now, what they didn't do right, we can handle that over here behind the scenes.
Privately, yeah.
But what y'all gonna do is you are not gonna see what you're gonna be sending out in mass is wows or nothing.
So basically,
if any of you ever even contemplate slashing my tires or some shit like that,
don't do it. No.
Oh, girl, this is not where you want to go.
No.
Some of these women, you are over here spreading rumors about each other, and they have to go home because a lot of these were childbearing aged women who were with destructive men. That most of them were Latino. They have a similar problem that we have, okay, as Black women. So you got one group of people saying this about this one person and spreading a rumor, and then her man beats her down. You no longer get to do any of that. Okay? You can dislike her. She can dislike you. Hey, I come into the room and just sit with y'all and referee. Okay? But we're going to listen to both sides of the equation here. Well, what we're not going to do is be yelling that down the hall. We are not going to spread rumors, and we're not doing gossip like that anymore. Sorry, those days are over.
So I used to teach middle school. This sounds like the middle school students. So basically, well, you've been saying that Black women are highly evolved. Basically, you had to come get these people out of middle school, is basically what we're talking about. And these are people that had responsibility for other people's lives in the back hallways doing middle school level behavior. And if Black women don't solve their healthcare problems, these are the people whose hands their lives will be in.
That's right.
See, I thought my mind was blown. That's deep right there.
That's
but again,
it right there.
If this is really going on, and I'm saying if for the purpose of rhetoric, I know that you're telling the truth because you can't make this stuff up. Since let me choose so that there be no question about it. This is what's really going on. Well, again, if Black women don't solve the problem, it ain't gonna get solved. I mean, we kind of end where we began in that sense.
Yeah. Well, what we're not going to do is solve y'all problem over here, y'all problem over here, y'all problem over here, while you assaulting and battering us.
Right. And telling us we need to,
and you're not paying us.
Solve our own problem for a minute. Because these people are, I'm just sitting up here tripping on. These people were paid 6-figure money to come act a fool. And then want to bring you in. I know that we also have to do this show about Black women and intellectual property. I haven't forgotten about it. I know we need to do that show too. Book about that as well. I've got to update it though, a little bit. Just for those that may be looking at this later, it's a little bit off topic, but not really, because part of our having our skill-based money is understanding this. Any work that you create in most states that you create, a process you create while in employment with the company is called work. It's called work for hire. So if you create a process while you're in a company's employ, your employer does have the right to keep that process because they're paying you for everything that you do. But your employer has absolutely no right whatsoever to anything you bring in with you. So basically, what they were attempting to do was the commission of an intellectual property crime under United States Title Code 17. So I want everybody to understand what I'm talking about. Their ability, well, their audacity to think they had the ability against their own laws. And I'm just kind of sitting up here like, if 750 people hadn't been able to solve the problem before you came, how much good was it going to do them to take your process anyway? All they were going to do is going to corrupt it, because if they could have run it, they would have. So a Black woman comes to a situation, because I know Marissa Price has been talking about pet to threat. They done skipped a whole step here. You bring in a whole individual to solve problems you can't solve, and then you plan to do a federal crime against this woman for solving your problem. Y'all, that's a federal crime that they were targeting and framing up. And I'm just kind of like, I don't know what y'all thought this was, but she gonna wrap Title Code 17 around your neck, couple times, allegedly, and more, allegedly. That she the wrong one. But a lot of us don't realize that this is a thing. And that's why I took my time to explain that if you bring processes in, see, the reason that Streets in the Crypto Bull Run was copyright, had registration, is she actually, and I wrote the book and she still had to remind me, because I was in the middle of, I'm gonna be careful how I say this, because again, we still gonna hold Black women sacred, uplifted, and protected. We're not gonna name any names. But I had people suggesting to me that they wanted to tear it down page by page and rewrite certain things and break it down to where they could understand it. And that's because I was thinking copyright a little bit later. I didn't even realize the danger I was in. And Auntie Love came and just said, "Look, this is why." Because she has these experiences. Again, people out here planning to do federal crime. And what she said to me was, and then when people take your stuff, they don't know what to do with it, so they corrupt it, and then they get all the value, and then they blame the corruption on you. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna just go ahead and do this like now. I was thinking about doing it later, because literally people plan to frame up whole crimes on Black women who are solving their problems. And this is before we get to physical violence. This is before we get to financial violence, although the financial violence is in there. Mm-hmm. Workplace violence involving federal crime level. Copyright infringement, patent infringement is federal crime. Now, if you had waited, you could have owned the company because $100,000 per infringement. That's kind of remedies you have. But the thing about it is, you got to hire a lawyer and you got to give him a third. So we're not trying to do none of that. That's too much trouble. But as Black women, actionable solutions involve. Okay, we know this is happening. Okay, our objectives, we've amassed info. Our objectives, once we know, Auntie Love has told us what's going on. I've just shared with you a particular story. Okay, so now what are our objectives? Well, we don't want to see Black women get ripped off out of their processes. So now we got to look at, okay, diagnose the cause. It's the same people doing it every which way. They wrote, as she said earlier, they wrote the United States Title Code 17 for them. So they could rip us off, and then we wouldn't know what was going on. And by the time we turn around, they got a copyright, a patent, and a trademark. And now because we can't use our own stuff.
Yeah. The other thing that we believe is, my sister years ago said this, we believe anything that's in writing. You can write anything. And if you write it, people are going to believe it. Okay. And they're going to act based on that's what I learned. People act based on their beliefs, right? So you as Black women, we believe that if they call something a law or a policy, that we need to adhere to it. We need to be good citizens, good team members, good whatever, and adhere to it. And those laws are not for them. When they wrote slave codes, they weren't the ones, following. Those laws didn't apply to them as white people. They only applied to you and your children. But they continue to do the same thing. And if they say it because you have come to believe, because they married their image to God, they married their image to God, you have come to believe that you must do what they say, even if it goes against everything when it comes to your own humanity. I'm not even talking about other people's. I'm talking about your own. You are trying to follow the rules as Black women. Because generally, that's what we would be trying to do. We be trying to follow the rules. And that's what you'll hear a lot of us say who've been in these corporate situations, who have been terrorized by these women. Okay. And or a few men. Okay. That's what you'll hear us say. We followed the rules. This is something that my mother taught me. Okay. She did teach me a lot, even though she was like that. But okay, she taught me this because she was a nurse. She was in administration when I first became a nurse. And she is like, what you need to do is you need to know all of the policies. And not because they're saying that that's the rules, but when they come back to you and they don't follow the rules, their own rules, you know what they are. And so And if you want the policies to be different, then you need to be in the spaces in which you too get to write policy.
Right. That's why thiamine serum.
So there you go. So you don't get to tell me how I'm going to mistreat my child. You don't get to say to me that I'm going to bring my child to you so you can mistreat them in school, and I need to accept that. You're not doing any of that. The only reason I'm having my children in school is so that I can help them to understand how to navigate you from childhood. They're going to know how to navigate you and your bullshit ass rules, regulations, and standards that mean mutilation and death to them. That's why they at school. They're not at school. Oh, yeah. You can also teach them mathematics. I guess y'all could read some and whatever. But I've already taught them that reading requires comprehension. And that's what y'all gonna do. You're gonna not just learn how to read, you're gonna comprehend. Because we're gonna do that shit together at this house. You're gonna be 8 years old. We're gonna be talking about politics. Because around 8 is when my daughter fell in love with Mrs. Obama.
Oh, that's right.
And I remember we were in the car. She was in the back seat, and she's like, she was like,
it has been that long.
I'm gonna be going to Princeton because my president's wife went to Princeton.
That's right. It's been that
Michelle
long.
Obama went to Princeton. An 8-year-old, because I had already been teaching her how to think, not what to think, how to take her own ideas and process them. I cultivated her excellence, her abilities. So you ain't gonna come over here and do all of that with her. I don't know what to tell y'all about everybody else's children, but I can tell you something about her. Your life depends on her happiness. That's what this is. By the time this little girl was in the 5th grade, she was not only had been secretary treasurer and I think vice president. By the time my daughter was in the 5th grade, this girl had written a essay and was reading it because she was always on the principal's list, right? She's an A student, B student. She was in what we called it honors, but when I was coming through, but she was in, what we used to call honors, right?
Honors still exist out here. Actually,
it's called what I can't even. I just forgot what it was called. But
there's the D's list. There's honors.
No, this is she was in the top 7% of intellectuals in
gifted. There's gifted. There's
gifted. In California. Okay. So this means of all children, she was a part of the top 7%. All right. So what I'm telling y'all is one of the reasons for that is because they were not allowed to jack with her mentally, emotionally, physically, none of that. They weren't allowed to. I did not allow that. Okay. It's a good way for you to possibly come up missing allegedly, for you to do any of the above where she is concerned.
Don't do it.
We're not doing it. So when you're talking about your own daughters, and I'm asking y'all, your daughters, your nieces, your granddaughters, what are you doing to help them to defend themselves mentally, emotionally, physically? What are you doing? How are you supporting them spiritually? What are you teaching them about themselves? Why are we waiting for people at school to mistreat our children? Why aren't we letting them know up front? So here's my standards and policies and procedures. I'm gonna need y'all to read them, and yeah, I'm gonna need y'all to go through them, and I'm gonna need you to initial each part because I run this, and you are only a social experiment for my precious goddess-born daughter.
And I know you went in there and told them that to their face too.
Absolutely.
I know you did. I know you
you
did.
Tripping. What? You ain't you think your little policies and procedures supersede mine? Girl, I remember having that specific conversation. Girl, that's funny. Oh no. Here's the book. Here's my policies and procedures. I'm gonna need you to go through each and every one. I'm gonna need you to initial and so that I know that you read them.
And I know they did it.
Yeah. Well, but we have our own. I don't care. That's for you and the rest of these kids. That don't have nothing to do with her. Because you don't run anything about her. And that's the same way I was on the job. I don't work for y'all. Okay? But we hired you. No, I work for the children. That's why I'm here. I work for the patient. I don't work for you. Okay? You can call me any time of the day and night to say, don't come back. Because I don't work for you. So I don't care. I really don't. I'm highly skilled. I'm highly evolved. And I can make my skills pay. And that's what I'm telling you as Black women. You can make your skills work for you, not some corporation or whatever.
And that's a big part of the solution. That's a big part.
There is a Black woman on TikTok. She makes from what I hear, girl, she makes the best. She calls it a yoni bar. It's soap, but it's for your, private area. You're young. And girl, all the girls are buying all this and that. Here comes some white women. Say something else. This ain't even say something else stupid Saturday and Sunday. I want you to say something fucking else. Girl, they tried this young lady because of the Black woman.
Follow train.
She made an incredible product. These women worked their ass off to destroy her and her company. There's a beautiful Black woman she makes these beautiful earrings. She sells them, period, to anyone, but she makes they're just large, like the Power Fist and Africa. Like they're beautiful, okay? And they hang all the way down to here. They're like this big old, loop, right? Girl, she says so the ones that are made of, the continent or whatever, I was making those specifically for Black women, right? Why these white women come over here and go, you can't say that. What if we were to say that we're making a product just for ourselves? Girl, that's all you ever say.
All you ever advertise?
You don't have to say it. You've already trained and programmed and conditioned all of us to understand the gravity of the situation. That you are on a pedestal and you get to be nice, nasty, and you get to be the most violent creatures on the planet. And then we supposed to act like you are not Satan, but Lucifer. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay. Just working to destroy you, but you do not have to succumb to that. That is what I'm telling you. You get to defend yourself, Black woman. You get to defend your children, Black women. You get to write the policies, procedures, standards, and boundaries, and what the consequences are going to be if you jack with your children, Black women. You do not have to follow these people's crazy laws that are telling you in Texas and Florida and wherever the hell else that if you come into the ER and you are spotting because you are pregnant, they are going to send you back home. And they don't care whether the baby that is inside you is not viable. And then when they send you back home and you bleed out and you end up, your body ends up giving birth to that baby, basically. And you went to use the bathroom, and so the baby came out, that they're gonna lock you up. They sent you home not once, 3 times in the last 2 weeks. They told you before the last time that there was no heartbeat to this baby. They sent you home. And then when you got up to use the bathroom, and naturally your body, you had a miscarriage, they not only did nothing for you, it could have been a situation in which you didn't miscarry had they addressed. But they're telling you that you must have whatever child you're pregnant with. But if you miscarry that child, you are going to jail. They're literally talking about they're going to put they're considering y'all being put on death row.
Yeah, because it is being considered in some states previous to Proposition 2025 being a federal issue. But it is in some states where, I'll put it to you this way. If you can prove it's a natural miscarriage, but I mean, that by itself is problematic. Most of us don't have that kind of knowledge. So if we don't have networks of Black women to go to, we really have no defense. I want you to think about that.
But if they sent you home twice, they are turning pregnant women away from the ER.
Right. So essentially, but see what happens is the burden of proof. How well, let's just take the average woman, period. And then we'll go back down to the average Black woman. Okay, now Auntie Love and I know that we're going to document what happened. Okay, I went on such date, such a time, I complained of this. They have a record, I have a record. I went on such date, I said, my little sister. I may have gone, my little sister, went on such date. So we have a record. Okay, you were sent home twice. Okay, you complained of this issue or 3 times. Okay, so you complained of this issue twice or 3 times. And so now you have a document. If you don't know to do that, it becomes your word against the industry.
But also let's be realistic about this. The person we're talking about, the Black woman we're talking about, the Black girl we're talking about is actually miscarrying. She is bleeding out.
Right.
She is not going to have what she's not gonna. Okay, I'm fine. Right? I'm walking around here, I'm healthy, I can do this and that and another thing. But when you are pregnant, what it does to your body is so I can't even say taxing is not enough. Okay. So for us to even expect that we're gonna have the wherewithal at the same time, it's like if your appendix burst, are you going to have the wherewithal
to be able if you have no help,
come up with,
and that's what I'm saying.
I got to document, I got to do this, I got to do that. You're not going to be able to do any of that.
And that's what I'm saying. It's not even reasonable, because this is what it would take to have a chance in a court case like this. For a long time. Now, again, Auntie Love and I diverge on this a little bit because of our different belief system. If the child is a human being from conception, okay, yes, abortion would be murder. But there are new caveats and nuances to everything. If you miscarry, that's a natural process with your body understanding that it's time to let that go. The problem is some states are going to make you attempt to make you have. I'm going to back up one more time. Remember that the 13th Amendment says that if you are a felon, you basically go back to the rights of a slave. So here's the setup for Black women and white women too, but we're just not worried about them right now. They got the means to talk to their fellow white women who are writing Project 2025. They need to solve that problem in-house.
They all voted for it.
at least as many as there were percentage of slave owners. At least 40%. Okay, at least maybe a little bit more, because we do know that number with the election of Donald Trump, 40 plus.
That was 56%.
56%. Okay, almost 60. Okay, so they're gonna have to go talk with their sisters and solve this in house. But if becoming a felon is a back way to slavery, you do understand that all a Black woman has to do is get pregnant in one of these states. And if she can be convicted of murder for a miscarriage, if that's where we're going here, that's the end part. So you're pregnant by someone who never cared about you, who leaves you to face this by yourself.
Yeah. And
you go to a hospital institution
She did.
That does not care about you, who sets you up. You miscarry. Then the legal system comes to get you, prosecutes you for murder for miscarriage, and now has made you into a felon. You have gone from breeder slave to worker slave in 9 months.
Mm-hmm. And not only that, let's tie it back again with y'all said the problem was we're single Black mothers.
Right.
So that's going to be illegal as well, basically. Huh?
For all intents, because again, we managed to put this woman in jail for being a single Black mother. In essence, we have made it a felony. So if you bring a child to term, you're going to starve with the baby. If you don't bring a child to term, you're going to prison. So you're going to be
dead if you do and dead if you don't.
Well, it's the difference between slow or fast. And that's the same situation that we were describing at the beginning of our series. See, this is not one of those things where just because I don't have any children of my own doesn't mean that I don't know my Black girl students are going to grow up and go through this. Okay. I'm in a position where I don't have to really worry about it at 43. But I got students who are 35, 28, 24, 22. They have to face this. And my 5 and 6 and 10s and so forth will be there pretty soon. The gravity of this cannot be overstated.
And then you're so let's connect some more dots here. If 60% of our little girls are being raped by the time they're 18, we know that a goodly number of them could become pregnant between the ages of, what did you say? 10?
8 to 10 to 10 to 18.
Yeah, depending on when their period starts, right? That they could be impregnated by a rapist. And what y'all are literally saying, because they literally say this, rape or not, girl, if that's the father of the baby, he gets to be in that baby's life and thus yours.
And see, we haven't even started talking about the emotional toll. We're just dealing with the physicality and the legals.
Because one thing this country understands, they know, they practiced it for a couple hundred years here, breeding. They understand.
And that's where I was going next. See, the thing is, the people who are doing this, Black men have not read the rest of Project 2025, and they don't know the country has a plan for them too. But again, just like white women got to solve their own problems on this, we're not centering them over here. But the old game was driver, stud. And they didn't really care whether the Black man who they used as studs had children by their own daughters, nieces, moms. They didn't care about any of that. So,
in fact, they did it on purpose. They purposely did that.
Well, if you think about this, okay, so you have a limited number of slaves. You have a particular Black mother who has a strong son. You want strong grandchildren from that. So it actually would make a certain amount of sense if the first stud father is not available to just go on and do your best Oedipus complex life, since in Europe that's not really a problem. Oedipus and Jocasta, y'all read all this Greek mythology, and did not understand who you were dealing with, that these people actually believe it. I don't care how Christian they call themselves. See, the thing is, Jesus already told them in John, 1935, my kingdom is not of this world. So a Christian nationalist is not a Christian, period. That's been settled for 2,000 years. So when you look at what these people practice, but see, it's tough. It's going to be very hard for Black men and white women who are poor to survive Project 2025 too. But they're not our issue. They need to go talk to their own people who are doing this to them. That's a problem that they need to solve themselves. And then when they get their lives together, they can stay out of our way. Basically, that would be an improvement over what we have the constant interference now. But for Black women, there's no way out. In states,
well, there is one. There's more than one actually, but you come back to we as Black women. You come back.
What I mean is Project 2025 conceives of a situation.
Yeah.
The way if Project 2025 is let to have its way. What I mean is there is a way out. That we're here talking about it. We're solving it. We've got the matriarchy thank theorem. Other women have solved problems. Harriet Tubman solved a problem. There was a way out. Ida B. Wells solved problems. There's a way out. Semptima Clark solved problems. But I'm saying the way Project 2025 conceives of your life the same way that 40% of the white women who own slaves and their male counterparts conceive of your life. Perpetual servitude for you and your children with no way out. There was no plan to end slavery. It was a fight to get to the end of importation of slavery. But the way they compromised with that was obviously to bring our foremothers. There was zero plan on either side of the Mason-Dixon line to end slavery. The United States had no plan. And we can prove this by Abraham Lincoln. The great emancipator said, and I'm going to tell you how embarrassing this is, by the way. If I could save the Union and keep all the slaves, I would. Now, let me tell you about the great emancipator. The great emancipator got beat in progressive thinking by a particular very important white slave owner by the name of Robert E. Lee, who turned around and said, I'm 20 years older than you. I've already been to war. I already know what this is going to do. If I had to free every slave I had and every slave everybody else had, so we didn't do this, because unlike you, I've been to war. I already know we're going to have dead bodies, dead white bodies, because, those are the ones that count. We're going to have dead bodies everywhere if we do this. I already know. I've studied my English history. So you don't understand, Mr. Lincoln. You don't get it. No. See, Lincoln's behind the Confederate commander-in-chief on this. And we up here sniffing up behind Lincoln like he did something. He had zero plan. The United States has zero plan for free Black women. It never has. It probably never will. So then if we're going to stay free, who has to enact a plan? I'm going to say this again because people do not understand. The United States never had a plan. Juneteenth is next week. The United States never had a plan for free Black women and children. Now, I didn't have a plan for free Black men either. But Frederick Douglass already addressed that. Y'all go ahead and get with Fred and y'all sit down and work this out. Y'all already have, because we done had to hear about Frederick Douglass, Henry Howlett Garnett. I ain't got nothing against Booker T. Washington, as far as I know he's faithful to his wife. Marcus Garvey, all these people. Y'all have all these Black men. Y'all go read all that and come back. But since you won't read Semptima Clark, since y'all supposed to have your people, we hear about them every year. But we're going to talk about Black women and children because nobody seems, even Black men don't have a plan for that, because we know that Martin Luther King was up laying up on all these young white women instead of being faithful to Coretta. So, but she was supposed to stay and stand by me while he was doing all the foolery. Do you know that if they had lived today, Coretta could have gotten all kinds of STDs from that? So you're supposed to stand. These men are sitting up here, but we're supposed to stand by them when they're trying to kill us to satisfy their lust. So not even Black men en masse have a plan for free Black women and children who can choose or not choose to deal with them. So if there's Project 20, Auntie Love keeps telling us, it's a repeat. She keeps telling us this. If we're going to solve these problems for ourselves and our children, we're going to have to solve these problems. And nobody ever else was coming. And as a Christian, I know that we say nobody ever cared for us but Jesus. Okay. Jesus gave you the book of Proverbs to learn how to have your own personal economy. He said that if you read Proverbs 31, that was not a white Jew. I'm just telling you right now. That was Bathsheba's son giving. That was Bathsheba giving that advice. And she was married to a woman she was married to a man from the Hittite lineage. Y'all go do your math on that. And Dr. Love will tell you, Hittite civilization, Phoenician civilization, a little bit different. Those are people who worship women. So when you get the wisdom of understanding the power of woman, this is not something that is even an argument, since the Lord Jesus himself had all kind of women who were the first missionaries to do all this and that. So you're a Christian, okay? Then understand that Jesus empowers women and tells us what we need to do and empowers us. Yes, I completely believe God made a way through a whole bunch of Black women. Dr. Desi Webster, my grandmother's teacher. Sister Minnie Ruth Jackson, one of my personal mentors, who assisted her husband in leaving 9 figures worth of stuff for Sister Kay Johnson to be living in. And my mom, my sister, and I have worked to keep that together. Okay, so look at who Jesus uses. Don't just stop the thought there. Read the whole Bible about do your own business. Study to be quiet when it comes to all these arguments we have with other Black women. Do your own business and work with your own hands. Because we are able, the Proverbs 31 woman is the richest person in the Bible, and that's Solomon's mother telling him how to get a woman to stay rich at that time. In reality, that's what's going on. She's the one running the business at the house. She's the one making the decisions about what land to buy. Go read it. You hear it every year. And again, that's not an Ashkenazi Jew. That's a Sephardic, ancient Jewish person. Jewish people who were those ancient Jews who could live in Egypt and blend in for a minute there. Okay, so I'm gonna need us to take one thing. I'm gonna need us to take one thing. We done give you 5 hours. We meant to give you 2. So if you need to break it up and go through it, I gotta learn editing. So Auntie Love doesn't have to do this by herself. But I'm trying to get this audiobook done for y'all now. But take one thing from this. I'm gonna put it up one more time. Maybe we're gonna see if we can get this to come up again. Because the last time, well, your browser is blocking so far. I need you to quit this.
Well, let me show this one really. Let me show.
Okay, yeah, my browser has blocked my screen. What the heck? Okay, I can't show anything else.
Okay, but let me do this. Okay, not that one.
Okay, good. That's it. I'm gonna need you to take one thing that Black women are dealing with. I need you to name it. I need you to amass the info. Auntie Love and I have given you 3 weeks worth of information. I want you to define 2 objectives. How would you like this to be different? Diagnose the cause.
Yeah.
What result do you want? Diagnose the cause. We've given you a lot of hints on that. And we need you to make some actionable plans. And you don't have to do this by yourself, because there's dynamic Black women out there who are around you who are doing things. And if you can't find any near you, okay, Stephanie Perry, Rahshida Dow, Azalea Borshade, that's a hard spell, so thank Tricky Girl Travels the World. Marissa Price, Conference Love has her own channel. I have my own channel. There's people out there who can give you actionable plans. And as you're working the plan, sometimes you'll meet the other people that are also meet the Black women who are doing the same thing. Execute, enact, monitor, watch what you do, see what the results are, see who's vibing with the plan, see who's not really with it, and then audit and improve it. We need you to take one thing. One thing, just one. And then maybe we'll do a follow-up show so we can come and talk about all the stuff that we did together and got accomplished so we can see that.
Yeah.
Drop us some comments.
So let's say your daughter, your baby girl's in school, because we need to be very much more cognizant about what's happening with our daughters. And I'm talking about from little girls. We need to be very much more cognizant as Black mothers. I know we're going through a lot, but pull your energy away from things that are not getting you the results that you need. Okay. So let's say we're talking about my daughter, and let's say she's a little girl and she's being bullied at school. Okay. So we're going to name it. Okay. Who's bullying her? Okay. How did we get here? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Got it. So the teacher, they were on a schoolyard, and this same little kid keeps picking on my child. Okay. But his mama is the schoolyard lady. Okay. Ooh. So their rules say that if my daughter is being pushed around, tripped, or any of those things, hair pulled, whatever it is, that she is supposed to come tell the yard duty. However, the yard duty is the mother of the kid that's doing what's being done to my daughter. Then, okay, so now that I have named what the problem is and I've amassed the information that I needed to amass, who did what, how we got here, all of those things, I'm going to define some objectives. So what the result I'm getting is no one is going to be bullying, touching, picking on, any of those things, my daughter. Okay. So that is the result I'm after. So who is the actual source of this? Yes, the other child or whatever is one thing. And yeah, even the yard duty being his mother or not is another thing. But a part of the source of the problem is their standards say that if a child is being beat on, assaulted, whatever, by another child being harmed has to come and tell. But that teacher, yard duty, or whoever doesn't need to do anything to protect her. And one of the things that they will tell you is, well, we have all these kids out here, we can't watch everybody. Oh, no problem. Okay, so another source of the problem then is in part myself. Because what I need to do is make sure my child can defend herself. Okay? So she going to martial arts. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that she does not have to deal with the adults in the situation. So y'all are not going to get my daughter in the principal's office, in the teacher's office, in the yard duty office, or what the hell ever, and tell her anything, because she is a child. And she didn't do anything to that person. That person did it to her. Okay? Now, I don't blame the children at that age. So another source of the problem is that kid's parent. And now your child is getting ready to get your ass kicked for you, allegedly.
And fired.
I don't care. I don't care if you fire or not. But let me tell you something. The daddy of that child who don't work there, he gonna get his ass kicked too.
Oh, that's right. We got to.
I don't care who's
Wild West out here.
Yeah, I don't give a damn. Because I've already put in, because in order for me to give boundaries, I already had to know what it is that I want. I have to know who I am, because I have to be able to deliver the consequences that I say I'm going to deliver. This ain't a threat. This is a reality. Okay? So I'm already ready for you. I already know what your policies are. You know your little standards that y'all sent me. Well, girl, I work for a whole other county, and I have not only their superintendent rules, but yours. Because what did my mother teach me as a new nurse? You need to know their policies. That's what you need to know. So I know the policies of the county we live in, other counties. I've read all of them. I make it my business to know. So now I already got the different sources that this is coming from. And so what I'm going to do is develop some strategies. Okay. And I've already have some, because I've already come up with, ain't nobody going to be doing any of that to my daughter. I already got some plans and some actions and stuff that I already got in my thing. But here's the thing. I'm going to also use y'all CPS against you because you're putting my child in danger. I'm going to tell you, as a part of my action plan, that you need to call the police. I think you need to call the military. I think you need to bring in tanks and shit because I'm coming. I think you need Secret Service, but because you aren't going to always know where I'm coming from. Yeah, I'm definitely going to come officially, but I'm going to come unofficially because you have messed with my precious baby. Girl, I know you tripping. So I've already considered my option, and I'm going to take out my time to literally fuck you up. Now that ain't alleged. That's not. So my next thing is I'm going to enact it. And every place you are is where I'm going to be. Except for I'm coming 10,000 times harder than what your child did, what you did, what the principal did, what the teacher didn't do. I'm coming for all of you because you're all the problem. And when I'm done, oh, by the way, because I've already preceded this with getting with your superintendent, because I was over there standing on his desk or her desk. So I don't know why y'all haven't called the police yet, but I'm here. I'm here. And part of I've already worked on, because you're already acting a certain way. So now I need to neutralize you. But I've already started enacting, preventing you from ever doing it again. I'm going to evaluate my process. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to enact my little plans. I'm coming for the superintendent. I'm coming for the principal. I'm coming for your mama, your daddy. I'm coming for your cousin and your half of a half cousin's dog. I'm coming for all of y'all. Okay. Nobody. Ain't nobody safe. Y'all ain't safe.
Y'all better protect your poodle. You better leave that woman's daughter alone. Your poodle is in danger.
You in danger, girl. You in danger. Okay. And not only am I doing that, okay, I'm coming from 5 different directions. Huh? Because we're going to wrap this up. I'm bringing my little daughter with me. So when I come in there with you and your little principal, your little teacher, your little whoever on the yard or whatever, oh, one of you as white women is going to say, because you're 84% of the teacher and administrative staff and everything else in our education system for K through 12. One of you, because I've been tracking your behavior for decades now, just personally in my own damn life from being a kid. I already know your history. I know why you're violent. You're only 6,000 years old, and apparently some dude made a dude out of mud, and you came from a rib or something. Don't have nothing to do with me. Okay? That's how y'all got here. That ain't how I got here. I was already here. And I don't make shit, I create it. Y'all make shit. So I'm going to be coming from all of these directions at once. I know how you think. I've already read your policies and your procedures. I know about you because just like we have post-traumatic slave syndrome that Dr. Joy DeGruy wrote for us as some Black peoples to understand what happened and how our DNA changed and all this other stuff. Well, I know about you too. Because the thing is, where are all the books about your evil ass and how you got to be enslavers and how you don't see humans as humans because you are calling yourself some sort of mix of a Neanderthal and a Homo sapien. What y'all trying to call yourselves now? Homo sapien sapien? No, you a hominid.
No, they're not Homo sapien sapien because they're part Neanderthal.
Yeah, you a hominid. You ain't even a Neanderthal. You a hominid. And I know all about you. Because just like our DNA tells a story of us, your DNA tells a story of you. I know about your Europe. I know about y'all plagues. I know how the rats ran because they were scared that you was going to get them the disease. Girl, the rats was getting on the ship. Ain't no rats been trying to get on the ship till some white people came. Spreading disease. The rats was like, I can't be having this disease. Okay? Now, this is too far. When the rats are running from you, you a problem. But I'm getting ready to solve you. Yikes. So here we all are. And the other part of this, now this is totally alleged, but I allegedly have a cleanup team and they white boys. They white boys. I'm going to come and do what I allegedly do, and I'm going to have them do cleanup. Because just like y'all lynched us, I learned some lessons from y'all violent asses. And you made sure that we hung there for a week or two. That's how Billie Holiday saw these bodies hanging from trees and hanging from bridges and shit like that. Because you left it. As white women and white men, you left our bodies there to send a message to the rest of us. Well, I got the message. I don't know if other Black people didn't get the message. I got it. I got it. Oh, so that's how you do it? That's how you communicate? Well, I'm going to leave y'all here so I can call in my white boy team because they've been the knee over here. And they're going to have to do cleanup on y'all. That's what you're going to have to do. They coming to clean up. And if you call them and say, we didn't want to call the police, but we heard love was coming over here and then we're scared. And what they going to tell you is just do whatever the fuck she say. I'm telling you now. Just do what she said. Did you do what she said? We can't help you. We can't. There's no help for you. Just take it. Just take it. You gonna die. Now it's up to you how fast you die, but you gonna die. Okay, we can't say you didn't do what she told you. Oh my God. Oh. Okay. Then once they do the cleanup, I'm gonna see how effective that was. Did it spread throughout your school? Does a neighborhood know? We could jack with any kid over here in Stockton, but we cannot. See these two? Nobody look at them. Okay? Keep your eyes down, Caste. Okay? That's what we need to do. It's don't look. It was so bad that my children felt sorry for them. We don't want my mother to come here for your own sake. Because I don't care about you. I don't care any more about you than you ever cared about us. And that's not at all. Not only do I not care, that's the last thing you want, is for me to not care. Oh, you shouldn't want me to hate you first. You should want me to despise you or something, but you don't want me to ever get to where I don't care.
Because at that point, you're expendable. And if you treat the Black women as expendable and Black children as expendable, you already know what's about to happen next.
See, Black women, let me tell y'all something. First of all, I'm gonna use all that shit against them. Listen, you getting excommunicated. You're gonna be buried in you gonna be, there ain't gonna be no unleavened bread or nothing, gonna be no manna or nothing like that. Y'all going in unconsecrated ground.
Your carcasses shall fall in this wilderness, per Numbers 14. It's not funny, but it is.
Yeah. You gonna be drawn and quartered and executed. And I'm gonna make sure your children do not have to experience you terrorizing them again or anybody else's children again. We're not doing any of that. But I'm gonna every single, what do you, so don't y'all have what's that thing where the Pope got a whole team that come and deal with crossroad demons? What is going on with
exorcism? Yeah,
exorcism. Where in the hell y'all Catholics is falling down on y'all job, because y'all got all these crossroad demons running around here, and they not even on the crossroads. They just on the road terrorizing people. We can't have that
in a Protestant country. I just have to speak up for that. In a Protestant country, of course, a Catholic can't do the work they need to do. On the other hand,
first of all, why do y'all know more about the damn devil than you do about Christ?
That's what I was going to go next. If Christians knew more about the Lord Jesus than they do about the devil, you wouldn't have these problems in the first place. So everybody's falling down.
If y'all say that y'all Christians, then how in the world do y'all have an entire department for demons?
The thing about it is, and this again, that goes back to, again, Christian women talk about Jesus going to take care of it. That's correct, but you don't know how that's done. You are literally, Auntie Love and I we differ on the belief system, but here's what we agree on. You are the stewards of a power so great, you should never be cast back like this, because we have a direct connection to the divine. Now, Auntie Love and I are going to differ about who that is, but that is a fact. So you should never be in a situation where you think all these other not God people, not goddess people from Auntie Love's perspective, but all these non-deity people, just because they're paler than you, just because they're male, should be allowed to run all over you. That should never happen if you believe what you say you believe. If you I should say, you can believe it without understanding it. But if you understand what you say you believe, you should be able to look at your situation and apply wisdom to it, in terms of, wait, it's like you were asking at 9 years old, how are you the protector of people who you living on?
And terrorizing.
And terrorizing.
And battering. And
assaulting, battering, raping. How are we doing this?
Mm-hmm. Because my father was doing no different
than the people he was presumably protecting these women from. Yeah. So when you see that, the cognitive dissonance should set up to encourage you to understand, this is the problem. I'm experiencing the information. I'm literally amassing it through my life experience. And then, but like I said, I know we get stuck. We get stuck between step 2 and 3 because we've been trained to cope with our situation. And again, as a Christian, I can tell you what the songs are. Okay, the Lord will make a way somehow. I have never scheduled this for adults or children, because again, at some point we got to get specific. There's some people that are supposed to be solving the problem, and most of the times those people look like me and Auntie Love. It is what it is. Yeah. But there's some people who are the stewards of the ability to solve the problem. But we get stuck right at define the objectives. You have a right to determine what you want the outcome to be. Mm-hmm. We don't, it's just, as soon as we stop going in circles, because see, the way Auntie Love handled that may not be the way that you might handle that. You might not have a whole team of people, and they may not have read The Art of War, and they may not have read the Book of the Dead. They may not know about sex-based process and how they only gonna be born once. You may not yet have read your Bible completely yet. You may not have all this different knowledge. You may not have that yet. But what you can take from this is knowing that you have a right to determine what you want to see done. You have a right to get to the solution of the cause of why it's not being done. Put a plan together and then execute it. And then watch what happens and then improve it. For us to just get to the gate of, we do not have to forever sit here and find out what the problem is. We know what the problems are. Project 2025 is just a summary of the same problems we've been running into with a lot of the same people behind it. Again, so you look at, okay, how did Harriet Tubman solve the problem? That's a little bit different from what Ida B. Wells did. That's a little bit different from what Mrs. Frederick Douglass, Anna is her first name. Anna,
his first
Bailey
wife.
Douglas. The solutions that she provided to her husband, they were married for 50 years. Y'all think he came up with all this stuff on his own? May have looked different from what Anna Douglas did, may have looked different from this one over here and this one over there. Of course, Ida comes later, and Mary McLeod Bethune is out there, and Semptima Clark is out there. Okay, these may look a little bit different regions, different ideas, but these are women who decided, no, this ain't what I want to see. I want to see something else. Who's preventing me from seeing this?
Yeah.
And then what plan do I need to put together?
Women. You're looking at, Auntie D keeps telling y'all, we are very different women. We have different backgrounds. We have different experiences, education, all of these different things. We are very different women. And I don't bend the knee to any warlord or God or godling or any of that. Okay. I am a heretical heathen, and I'm going to stay that way.
Yeah. Okay? That's understood.
And it doesn't matter, because we need each other. We need each other. I need Auntie D. Auntie D needs me. Y'all need me. I need you. We need each other. So I'm not going to quibble about this or that, as long as you are choosing. If Jesus helps you choose to do the right thing instead of leaning into your need to be right, girl, I'm with it. If that is what Allah is doing for you, girl, please go get with him. Okay. If Jehovah is the Yahweh, if he's who is helping you to be your best self and to do the right thing, even if it costs you personally that you do the right thing. See, we're allowing people to attempt to be right rather than doing the right thing.
Right.
And then we're accepting it as if that's what's supposed to happen. Well, we followed the rules. Well, we did what they told us to do. Girl, they don't get to tell me to do anything. Why should the people who wrote Project 20, ain't they human beings? Or hominids, so. Whatever the hell they are?
I believe so. We're going to accord them the privilege for today.
So why is what they come up with more important than what I come up with for myself? I'm not out here trying to come up with a way. There's nothing in this thing that is telling you that I have decided that I'm going to come up with a way to destroy other people's children.
No.
You are not, if y'all don't start really understanding that you get to decide about your self-body autonomy. No, you don't get to go out and be quote unquote evil in the sense that you are deciding that you are going to mistreat the most vulnerable people because you can.
No, that ain't
No.
it.
So you're not seeing in any of this where I'm coming after the most vulnerable, the most disenfranchised, our most underserved people. There is no there. You can go back in my history any point. What I'm gonna do is, if you come at me or black women, black girl, indigenous girls, as a grown ass person, well, you came, you coming for something, but it's not going to be what you think it is, because I get to defend myself, and I get to defend my children, and I get to defend my family, and I get to defend the most vulnerable and underserved groups of people. I get to do all of that. And just like you meant to destroy them, because I love the way our United States whites, the most violent fucking people on the planet, I love how they love to look at, oh, the Nazis did this and the Nazis did that. Girl, the Nazis can't come close to what the hell you have done and continue to do. Are you out of your mind? They slow.
Nazis learn.
They spent 10 years doing this shit. They slow.
The Nazis
they
learn.
Nothing about whatever they came over here to learn how to put the laws and the shit into effect from here. Same thing from South Africans. You can't tell me nothing about U.S. whites. There isn't a military base from an ally or whatever white people are saying over here in the U.S. or anyone else on U.S. soil and or regions. But the U.S. can mount a strike within 15 minutes anywhere in the whole world.
15, 20 minutes, yeah.
Because we have what they're claiming to be only 800 to 900 bases around the world. Military bases. But can't nobody come over here and do that. You can't out violent our whites. I have invited y'all to try. I can tell you all about them chapter and verse, just like I can tell you about where black women came from, how black men were, all that shit. I can tell you all of that shit because I study it. There isn't a difference really between me and other black women, if I'm being honest. Yeah, we might have slightly different abilities and skills, but we are all, at least 85% of us, 75 to 85% of us are what I call goddess born. We have preternatural elemental powers. And the only people that don't believe we have it is us. Because we are believing in some shit. Okay? We're believing fairy tales and all this other nonsense. Okay? Men ain't doing all of that for you. They're not leaders because they don't lead. They have been destroying this world ever since they started their little bullshit ass patriarchy. And because we want to be in competition with one another, we're going to play into that. It's only destroying us. I'm not in competition with anybody else. Now, they may feel like I'm their competition. I'm sure I know a whole bunch of white women that feel that way, but I don't really give a fuck what they feel. And I don't care what they think. Why do you? Why? Because from everything I can see, whether they're liberals or whoever, I was listening to this show, and I really like the black woman. She's really cool. She's working with these two white women. I'm like, good for you, sister, because it couldn't be me. No, not at all. But so these two particular white women were talking about what happened with Jasmine and that hooker.
Green.
Yeah, that one. With the green hair, that bleach, bad bloody something. Okay, anyway, they were talking about what happened there. And one of the things that, because these two white women are like, oh, we're telling you from a white woman's perspective how fucked up we are. But anyway, so basically, you know, bohemian type, liberal types or whatever. And it's funny because the one white woman's name is Karen. I'm like, y'all need to quit. I couldn't write this shit. But anyway, the black woman is, I think her name is Danny, right? And she brilliant black woman, older black woman. Okay. And she's been for real about what's going on. Okay. She ain't holding nothing back just because these two white women on the panel or whatever. But it was interesting when she said, so Karen, what are you thinking about when I'm saying we need to deal with the fact of how white women treat us in, doesn't matter where the workplace is or whatever. So this woman says, because I don't want y'all to fall into this trap, because it sounded so cute. She says, you know, black women are incredible. That we are definitely jealous of you because we know how incredibly competent you are. So when you come into the workplace, we're going to work to try to bring you down. And what we ought to be doing, because black women are so far beyond us. She admits it. She says all that. Y'all are so far beyond us. And the way you think is literally community oriented. We pretend to be that way, but y'all are actually that way. You are thinking of the community when you come up with problem solving. They're a part of your, what you think about when it comes to leadership and all of these things. So what she's saying is we are a matriarchy and that we're brilliant and that we are, she felt like Marjorie Taylor Greene understood that she is, has no qualifications to be where she is, while the black woman and the Hispanic woman are well overqualified. Okay. Lawyers and shit. Okay. So this white woman knows that. That's what we all know as white women. That oftentimes when we have black women at our jobs, in our midst, as co-workers, as the women who we're in authority over, we probably shouldn't be in authority over y'all. Because you're the ones with the brilliant ideas. You're the ones with the this and the that. And yes, we tone police you because that's the only real control that we feel that we have. We mess with your finances and we have meetings about you and how we can disrupt your mental and emotional health, because we understand we are no competition for you. You are the most highly competent people we know, bar none. Okay. So she says, what I think we need to do is we need black women to be the leadership in these different organizations. And what we should be doing is really protecting y'all and you know, having your backs and making sure you don't have to go through all of these all of this nonsense that we put you through, so that you can be your best selves. Well, that sounds cute, because that's exactly what I'm saying as far as black women being held sacred, protected, and uplifted. But here's the difference, because black women, we tend to fall for this little trap they set. Okay. And we like to say, well, she might not have been even thinking about that or whatever. No, because just like we're highly competent and highly evolved, she's correct about that. She don't know anybody that can solve problems the way we can. We're just always focused on solving y'all problems that you created. So again, what you're saying to us is you need us to come clean up another mess that you have made. And as soon as we do it, this is the part you don't say, hooker. As soon as we do it, you've already put a plan and process to delete us. Because you're using that little, I forget, they got this name for how they do this infantile voice. You're using that cute little voice and it said just something, I just know that Black women are most brilliant, blah, blah, blah. And what we should really be doing is just letting them lead us. And then we should be supporting them. Hooker, don't play them games with me. What you're saying is you want us to come and fix your fuck ups. And you want us to make you look good and not the dehumanizing creatures that you are. And as soon as we do that, you're going to do what you always do.
Because I never heard her say that we need to commit to stop effing up.
No.
That was what was missing. So nope. Why would I want to be enabled to be your janitor forever? I've left Black men shows for that reason. Because what I did not hear Miss Karen say is, first of all, let Black women lead? No, that means that you're in charge and you have to concede the position. Okay, that's number one. You're not a leader if this is your attitude. Black women will be the natural leaders in that situation. It ain't got nothing to do with you letting anything. How are you going to keep messing up and still want to have a superior position? What I never heard said there was, we keep effing up and we need to stop it, so that there won't be any need for anybody to clean up so we can actually get on to doing the things we're supposed to be doing here. That's actually terrifying, because as a Black woman, I can remember being in my 20s and how I would have bit that bait too. Maybe even into my early 30s of just, okay, great. White women understand that we're the ones who come in and fix it, so let's just fix it. But the problem is, she never said, first of all, we have to stop messing things up. Let me tell you something I know from personal experience. You cannot fix a problem the people around you are not dedicated to solving. You will be running in circles. The last day of my life that I chose to do that was June 20th, 2022.
You're not going to get me to do
that. Because that's slavery by another name.
Yeah,
if you're still going to say, if you're going to say that Black women are so incredible and we need to let them lead, okay, but and you haven't said that we're going to stop messing up everything so we can actually get smack done that is good, you basically are now soft shoeing Black women back into slavery. That's what that is.
Yeah, and that's the liberal way of doing it, and it's insidious. Because in our minds, we're like, oh, okay, so they're going to start.
They get it.
We can fix this because Black women are results oriented. Okay, and we're results oriented for first the least of us. What the patriarchy would call the least of us, or those at the bottom or whatever. We orient them to the top in a matriarchy. So you also didn't say anything about changing y'all policies, laws, and rules.
Well, that's what I mean. You haven't said anything about if the situation is messed up, then that means that the policies and laws and procedures you have in place are the reason that they're messed up. So you have not said anything. It's like, you shared how people are fighting in the hallway. That is a complete systemic failure. But ain't nobody said nothing about we need to address our complete systemic failure.
Nope, we're going to have this woman come in here and clean this all up. She got the process and everything. And what we're going to do is we're going to tell her when she get in here, because we already know, because we done interviewed her. That's why we hired her, okay? So now that we have her, and by the way, she the only Black woman around here. Out of these, okay, wait, no, there was 4 of us, 4 Black women. Not in my department. Okay. Okay.
That's the whole.
I'm just telling you, like, one of us was under the CFO. She was a director under the CFO because she was a fiscal. She is fiscal. There was another one of us that was not under my directorship. She was in Merced County, right? I was over Stanislaus. So, y'all, there's only like 3 or 4 Black women in this whole entire 750 people.
So that is a complete. Well, we started with this. That's a complete concession. If they're saying we need you to leave us our process so we can retrain all 746 of you that are not Black, that is a complete concession. Just like Project 2025 is a complete concession that we got nothing. We got nothing. And unless we steal it from Black women, we got nothing. That's a complete and utter concession.
Yeah, and we're going to do it, and we're going to attack it. Just like I told y'all, I attacked the problem where my daughter was concerned from all these different directions. That's exactly what they're doing. But that is the only time that they will get together. White women can't stand each other. Okay? They really cannot. They actually, the first people they despise is each other. Okay? But the one thing they will get together on is how to harness and put a bit in the mouth of a Black woman, and then make sure that they have all of these levers in place in order to violate us. Okay, so we're gonna call out the white men. Black men will do it too. Okay, so we're gonna call out these men. We're gonna stand up behind them, and we're gonna be like, oh, we're just victims of the patriarchy too. Why don't we just all work together as women? Why would you have a Black woman follow train and a blah 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 blah? Well, how come when after we did that and the Hispanic women did the same thing, it was like, yeah, thanks for the great idea, Black women. Y'all always coming up with something. They went over there and did a Latino. You know, the indigenous women did it. Y'all didn't go over there and say nothing. But you coming over, girl, shut up. Your problem with us is the fact that you're not us. That you're not us. You went over to White Woman Whisperer, okay? And literally, y'all literally put posts in there as white women talking about, well, you're half white. Why aren't you more friendly and about the white part of you? Girl, you're the ones who ostracize the children that you give birth to who are Black.
Wait. Stop.
You're the ones who called them biracial. You're the one who said they were less human than you, their white mothers.
So wait, hold on. I want a biracial somebody to get involved with their white part. So I'm going to attack from my white hand side the part that I want them to get in touch with. Wait, what?
And can I tell y'all that when they first attacked this woman for asking a question, she asked a question of Black women. Black women around the world answered the question. I don't know why you mad at her. She didn't answer the question for her. She just asked us a question.
Okay? That's why. Because you can't. Asking the question was the crime.
You went in there, and the first thing y'all did was work to destroy this girl. Okay? You've been fucking with her mentally. You've been fucking with her emotionally. You've done it all. But now here we are 6-7 weeks later, and all of a sudden y'all came up with an idea that, wait, aren't you half white? How come you're not more into your white side? Why aren't you doing all of this type of work for white women? Why aren't you acknowledging your white side? Girl, the reason you know that her mama was white is because she told you. So y'all made it a rule You white women, you made it a rule that anyone that has any type of Negro, and I'm saying Negro because that's what's on my birth certificate, okay?
Yep. And
On
you're
my
not.
birth certificate from 1967, I am called, not colored,
Yeah,
a Negro.
that's right, because that didn't change everywhere that fast.
So I'm telling you, now I was born in New Jersey. So I'm telling you, okay? Yeah, my grandmama came and got me when I was 2 weeks old. But I'm telling you, so now y'all are the ones who came up with the designation that mixed, what we term as Black women as mixed heritage children, were less human, no matter who they came from. And it was y'all from the 1600s white women who killed the Black children that came out of your body. Even the white men wasn't trying to do that, okay? And if you didn't kill them, you had them sold off. But you are not going to find a whole bunch of writing or any at all, really. It would be an honesty. Y'all could go check this out. Don't believe me. But y'all go back and see what happened to the children, the Black children that white women gave birth to from the 1600s. Because I can tell you, they were either put on the cell block or they were murdered, snuffed out by their white mothers.
Because they would evidence.
So y'all can tell me anything you want to tell me, but you haven't changed at all. I want to know where in the last, let's say even 80 years, where did y'all get all of a sudden you don't see color and all this other stuff, and somehow you just love the whole world? When did that start? Who taught you that? Because up till a certain point, I know for a fact that y'all mamas was teaching you. There is a woman that wrote this a thing called Rosebud.
Yep.
It's in They Were Her Property. And she was an enslaver. Okay? I want y'all to know something. George Washington didn't own anywhere near as many slaves as Martha Washington.
Nope. The Custeses were the richest family in Virginia. That's correct. They had the biggest plantation.
He married her.
He was hypergamous.
To lift up his finances.
Correct.
He was a poor as part of the nobility from England. So you can't tell me nothing about these women. Nothing. Okay? While y'all all sitting here watching them with them acid tears and feeling bad for them and never saying their names in vain and all this other shit, they are serial killers. They don't care about you. And they don't care about, if they don't care about the children that came out of their bodies, and they're doing the same thing to the children that they're calling biracial that they did all along since 1619. But if they make a rule, you feel like you need to follow it? Girl. So in essence, because I'm going to put this in Christian terms. So in essence, their behavior is bringing harm and hurt intentionally and chaos.
Yeah, their behavior is satanic.
So y'all said y'all don't follow Satan. Y'all said you don't give Satan no quarter. Y'all said Satan was a lie. All of their behaviors from 1619 in this country forward. I ain't even gonna go back in their history with y'all over there in Europe because I could do that.
Well, I mean, literally, if you do the history from the big schools, Oxford, Cambridge, Skull and Bones, all that, literally, y'all, look, Auntie loves trying to hit, it's bad when a heretical heathen knows more about it than you do, and you're a Christian. But like,
I'm just
literally.
saying. So you're letting, if you say you're Christian, y'all are letting these people who are doing the most, what your Bible says is
not to be done. Suffer the little children.
So you let,
there was something about a millstone around somebody's neck if you harm the little children. So yeah, we're supposed to know that.
So you allowing these women to do the worst to not only their own children, but yours? You're saying that you want them to teach your children what in school? Why would they be what? They killed their own babies. Oh, they're telling you that nobody can have an abortion and all this other stuff. What about snuffing out the life of your own child because they were Black?
And as far as that goes, who has had the most abortions? I mean, what group of women has had the most? Just demographically, this is the easy answer. Who is putting out the line? Who put out the line? Because Black women certainly didn't. That you ought to be able to eliminate your child for your career, eliminate your child. Who put out those lines? Because Black women certainly didn't. Even though Planned Parenthood was targeted at us by Margaret Sanger, we did the most to try to keep our children. That's why abortion is complicated as an issue, because we are not the mothers who are casually. We're not the mothers who are making casual decisions. Auntie Love is telling you something really important when it comes to the Roe versus Wade debate. We get tagged as the single mothers who are the problem, but we're not the mothers who casually are laying down, having children over and over again, and going to the abortion clinics again and again and again. That is generally not us. The women who are going to divorce courts and making their millionaire husband into thousandaires, we don't have any husbands with money like that generally. You know, Jeff Bezos, I think it was not a Black woman that took him to court and cleaned him out. Tiger Woods did not have a Black wife who cleaned him out. So even when you discuss this issue of who's doing stuff to the children and who's doing stuff to the men, for real, it's actually not Black women doing this, but we just keep getting tagged for it because we don't have sense enough to be like, Ellen Nigerian is not a Black woman. Tiger. Kim Kardashian is not a Black woman. Kanye. Auntie Love is telling, there's a pattern here. And really, what white women are doing, I realize this, you're saying it, white women are basically with Project 2025 throwing the blame onto us so that white men won't finally realize they need to deal with them. Because the women that are breaking up most American families, given the composition of the United States demographics, are white women. Why? I mean, y'all know about the black wife effect. Why do you think these black white women are going online every day now trying to get themselves on the black wife effect? We're getting tagged as the problem when really the very people tagging us as the problem are the ones who are actually, if any group of women, now obviously patriarchy trying to enthrone and deify white men is the deep cause, but at the same time, we're the ones getting tagged. Most of those single mothers are white women. Most of your women who initiate divorce are white women. We cannot be doing that because people are like, well, y'all don't get married. Well, then we're not causing the 80% of divorces either.
And what is your real problem? Because the bottom line is, what a Black single mother really is an incredible work of the goddesses. That's all I could tell y'all. Because a Black single mother is taking full responsibility for a child. White women ain't trying to do all that with nobody Black children. They ain't trying to do it with white children, much less the Black children that they give birth to. See, I don't know where White Woman Whisperer's mother is. I don't know if she knows what's going on with her daughter, but all of these white women attacking her, y'all just standing by. I wish somebody would do some shit like that to my daughter. Girl, y'all need to know If
I
that
don't
was
want to see the
happening to
bodies.
my daughter,
Don't
she
do
wouldn't
it.
even tell me. She has so much compassion because I made it possible as an apex predator for her to be able to be her most incredible self, right? I protected her on all sides. I did as, I stayed up at night. I woke up early. I slept 2 hours, maybe. Okay. No, right? Where's this girl mama? Her white mother. How could you let these hookers come for your child?
That's a good question.
I'm just asking. I don't know. Maybe she has showed up somewhere, but I ain't seen it. Girl, if your white side of your family, how they letting these people come for you? But you got white women in these comments talking about, oh, what about your white side?
Well,
Yeah, that's my question. I'm asking because I want to know where they at. How come they ain't whooping y'all ass? How they letting you do that to their black daughter?
That's actually, I would just get over here and just put on a YouTube search and see if we can find something about that, because we won't be able to deal with it today. But do white mothers of biracial children stand up for them?
Absolutely, the fuck not.
That's what I'm saying.
They call every name under a book at home.
I don't think that is. I don't think that.
I guess that's better than what they were doing, which was killing them wholesale.
Well, but the problem is we're only talking about, even between, let's say, slavery, Jim Crow, and Project 2025. What we're talking about is difference of degree, not a difference in actuality, but a difference in degree. If I write policy that keeps you from getting a job as a single black mother, then I'm basically killing you and your child eventually. It's a slower process, but that's what's happening. If I then use CPS to take your child and break you and that child, again, it's a slower process, but I've killed you. We're still talking about, and of course, when children go into foster care, there's money paid to the foster parents. So literally your children can be snatched back into chattel slavery just like that. I don't think people realize how serious that is. But we have discussed it. We're talking about a difference in degree, which is why, in the same way that Harriet Tubman had to stand up, and countless other women who are not as known to us as they should be. Ida B. Wells had to stand up, and countless other women who are not known to us as we should be. Semptima Clark, Fannie Lou Hamer, and many others who are not as known to us as they should be. And even Lovely Austin and Deanne D. Matthews are not alone. There are many others who are doing the work that are not as known to us as they should be. We're fighting the same things. Mm-hmm. We went through a process to overcome. Our white counterparts in the main, with maybe a few exceptions here and there, have not overcome anything. They're not trying to overcome anything.
Nope.
They're trying to revert it. And before anybody argues with me about that, go read Project 2025. Read the first 4 pages. That's it. You're going to write a 900 plus page document, and the only women you're going to name is breaking up the family of black women. You haven't changed. Because what these white women really would like to see happen is for black women to be broken down to doing nothing but slaving for them for crumbs and be eliminated for the next set. That's basically what's going on. Why would white women come attack the black girl follow train? Because you're going to have all these black women who are no longer dependent on anything white women are doing. Why are we going to bother the yoni bar? Every woman has a yoni. That's 4 billion customers. But they mad because she's going to have the money and she doesn't have to share it with them.
Yeah, she didn't go through them. She took her talent, her skills, her abilities, her incredible preternatural elemental powers, and she made this with her own hands.
And she didn't go through them. She didn't bow the knee to any one of them. She didn't ask them for distribution. She didn't do any of that. And the thing about white men is that white men control so much stuff that, they don't tend to do this because they don't feel that insecure. But I'll tell you who does. Because if you look at the men's rights movement, white men are about done with white women too. And they're becoming very open about it. So who's the most insecure here? We cannot. Now, I live in San Francisco, California. Everything Auntie loves telling you about how liberal white women are. I dealt with that all through college.
Mm-hmm.
And as I think back about my choices in college professors, my choices in college professors after a little while began to reflect that. And interestingly, there were not many Black men professors, period. There were not that many Black women professors, period. California does have a goodly number of Asians that you do have available. But the white men professors did not have a problem recognizing I was their most brilliant student. And generally, they poured in. Thomas Haggerty, Austin White come to mind. I'm trying to remember a white woman professor who ever did that. I can't.
I don't have one. I've been
no, there
times.
She was part native. She was part native. One. I did have one in 5 years of college. And obviously my Black women professors, obviously Helen Dilworth, Venice Wagner, Erna Thomas. And I did have one Black man professor, Austin Long Scott, who really did pour in. But you notice those numbers are skewed. Those numbers are way skewed. So I'm going back through 5 years of college. And there were a lot of liberal white women around. But I remember one of them said to me, because I was a newspaper reporter, I'm trying to interview her for a story. I'm on assignment. And she's trying to get me to put all this other stuff that she wants put in there, because from her point of view, I'm just there to service whatever it is she wants me to do. Mm-hmm. I have a whole editor, I have a whole professor, I have a whole class I have to pass. Does she care about any of that? And that was my wake-up call. And I couldn't have put it in terms that Auntie Love has given us. I probably was 22 when the first time I realized that the liberal white women see Black women as slaves too. That was probably when I realized it, like for real. Because I'm thinking back over the course of my life. And so again, this goes to why we're saying take one thing. We've had these hashtags up on the screen for a minute. I went into Right Tag. I looked at the 3 of the most powerful hashtags for Black women right now. And then I put in 2 that are Auntie Love's own. Defend Yourself, Black Women, and DSBW, which of course is that for short. Because it is a mistake, a deep, deadly mistake, to continue to believe that anyone else in a mass, there are exceptional individuals, but anyone else in a mass, there are people who are for the right at every group. But as Muhammad Ali said a long time ago, and he had his own problems, but he said a long time ago, I ain't got time to waste looking for him. He was right about that. It is a mistake to believe that you are dependent on people who are actually dependent on you, and who are willing to stop at literally nothing to keep you from realizing the reality. It is a mistake if you have been given the stewardship. Again, Auntie Love and I will both tell you, we're daughters of the Most High. We're going to disagree about who the Most High is, but that is who you are. I mean, you know, if you know what you know, we're going to disagree about the identity. But even so, you were not sent here to not be able to change the things that are evil around you. You were not sent here to be chattel to evil. And when we talk about getting past naming it and amassing it and defining objectives and being able to talk about here's the actual cause and write that down and diagnose it and make plans and execute them and monitor and audit, we're talking about your right to your humanity, your full, unfooled around with, unmessed with, complete humanity. This tool helps you to unearth some of the power that you have to be able to solve problems. Because Black women, ain't nobody coming to solve these problems for you. Ain't nobody coming to solve these problems for your kids. And you have the ability. Like I said, we're just asking you. This show is going twice as long as we intended, but it is intended to be the last show. I knew there was a fourth show. I just didn't know we were going to do 3 and 4 today. I knew there was a fourth show out there that we should probably do, but
well, yeah, we're gonna have to keep bringing it up too.
Well, I mean, I think that probably Project 2025 is going to come through every other topic that we discussed. There's going to be an element, and that's probably another show to do closer to the election, because I think there's something to be said for unpacking. Okay, here's what voting can do, and here's what voting can't do. There's probably another show to be done about that. But if you don't take anything else away from this, we've had this up on the screen. This hexagon's been up on the screen for a long time. Name it, get the information, define what you want to see happen, diagnose the cause, the real one, not what you've been told, because remember, you've been told the cause is you. Make a plan, execute it, monitor it, audit it, and if you need to adjust it, do that. And if you discover a new problem, name it, figure out the info. Keep working it till that problem no longer exists, and you can do it. Start on a local level. Find something you can practice on, and then work your way up to the bigger problems. Because this is how Black women have been making it. Now, I'm going to just put this out there. The people who have put together Project 2025 eventually will discover that just like their grandmothers who did Jim Crow and their grandfathers who went slavery, sooner or later, some group of Black women is going to figure out how to defeat them. I'm just saying, why should we have to pass that on to the next generation of Black girls? Why can't we go ahead and be the generation that's going to defeat them? We already know, since Queen Amani Renos of Kush, it's going to happen. They going to get their tail smacked. But why should we pass that on to, first of all, don't pass it on to Auntie Love's daughter. Don't do that. No, that ain't what you want. First of all, that ain't going to happen over there. No, don't even. But why should we pass it on to our children and our grandchildren to have solved this problem when we have the ability? If Project 2025 is enacted, it will take us the rest of the 21st century, a significant portion. If it really clamps down, it'll take a significant portion of the rest of the 21st century, because the economy is changing so much. It will fall down, just like Mein Kampf fell down in 20 years. But do you know how long it took Germany to get fixed up after that? Do you want to see that happen to 2 generations, 3 generations of Black women and children? No, you really don't. Ask any German from East Germany if that's what you want. It is not. So again, we're not saying other people are telling us we're to blame. No, we're saying take responsibility, because you have the power. And now you have a new tool to be able to use, to be able to get out of being stuck. You have a right to determine what you would like to see the outcome to be. You have a right to position the cause where it actually belongs, and you have a right to make a plan and execute it. Check on that plan, make it better, and keep it moving. You have a right to all those things. You have the power to do them, because Queen Amani Renos, Queen Nzinga, skip a few centuries just because I can't hold all that in my head after 6 hours, but Mother Harriet, Mother Ida, Mother Semptima, Mother Mary McLeod, and many, 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 many more. And then Auntie D and Auntie Love, we doing what we supposed to do right now. Are letting you know, Ms. Perry, Stephanie Perry. I'm gonna name these channels again: Stephanie Perry, and then Rahshida Dow and Sheeta on the Loose. Exodus Summit is their channel together. They also have a Facebook page, and you can learn so much about how to get independent location money. Stephanie Perry just came and said, "Stop applying for jobs, Black women. We ain't got to even do y'all. We ain't even got to be at work with these white women no more." That video is 2 years old. Why do you think I can do a 6-hour live and go talk to my mama when I need to? Because we're working on she's of an age, and we're working on getting some health problems under control. Why do you think I have time to spend and make sure that both my parents have the quality of life they want to have at their advancing age? You think I had time to be stressed out with some white women over foolery? What would you like to do for your parents and your children? What's your objective?
Yeah,
you have
because
a right.
if we keep telling ourselves that, oh well, love, I'm not you. I never said any of you were me. I caution y'all. Okay, you might not want to do the alleged shit I do. Okay, I haven't said that, and I hear that. I've heard that my entire life, and I still hear it now. I'm not supposed to be you. You're not supposed to be me. You're supposed to be who you are. Okay. And this whole, well, I can't do that. No, you could. You're choosing not to, because you have choices, Black women. That's what I'm telling you. One of the main things that you could do as a Black woman is you can deny people access to you. Let me tell y'all something. I feel like I'm probably the only actual racist Black woman in the United States. None of y'all are. Y'all are not. Okay, when these white people are telling you that's just reverse racism, okay, y'all are good, moral, brilliant, genius, creative, compassionate, kind. Okay, all of those things I choose, and I choose not to be. Okay, y'all are just, most of y'all just built that way. You're just, that's what comes with being goddess born. Okay, that's y'all. That's all of y'all. Okay, that I'm talking about. I, on the other hand, have the ability to deny anybody I want anything. Okay. The greatest resource in these United States is Black and Indigenous women and girls. That is the greatest resource. They all know it. They're all trying to get you to forget it. Okay. And so, as I don't ever forget that, I have been denying white women access to me for decades, girl. Oh, I might have to get together with you and work on a project or something. But the bottom line is, all the white women, for the most part, I can say, and I know thousands upon thousands of white women, okay, who don't. All right. They everywhere in everybody damn face. Okay. So I can tell you guys that while I have been a friend to white women throughout in my lifetime, they have not been friends to me for the most part. I only know like 4 or 5. Literally. Okay. So I'm saying to you, I will deny white women access to me. Now, I think that is considered racism. And the only reason I'm saying that is because racism is actually if a person can deny you access based on my own prejudices and biases or whatever. Now, sure, they've done shit that got them there. Okay? Because I don't take the time to come at people. I don't care enough. Okay? So I'm not, up at night trying to figure out how to jack somebody damn life up. Okay? Like that. Out of nowhere. I don't care. Okay? But y'all up at night. And y'all up real early in the morning trying to figure out how to jack us up. Okay? So for me, one of the things that I'm very clear on is, if you're saying that, if we all understand that, because words change, the definition changes over time. Okay. So racism originally, well, let me say, in the middle of it, was more of a systemic thing, that one group of people gets to deny another group of people resources. Okay. I see myself as the ultimate resource. So when I deny white women the ability to talk to me, oh, you said something crazy. I knew you would. I couldn't wait because I can't stand you anyway, hooker. So I was just waiting for your number one. You did an incident. So I let you know, girl, you don't ever want to talk to me crazy. Okay, I'm just saying. Okay. So, but you're going to do it again because you're a white woman. And as soon as you do, I can't wait, girl. I can't wait. I can't wait for you to follow your normal pattern because I'm going to tell you. So now you don't get to talk to me. And oh, by the way, I'm not coming to any meetings that involve this one, that one, or other one. So that means I ain't coming to no meetings. So y'all gonna have to have your love meetings and your posters of me and side pictures of me and shit on your own. I'm not coming. You know why? And I use words like this. You're unsafe for me. You're not a safe person. So you no longer get to speak to me because talking to me is a privilege. You don't get to say hello. You don't get to say goodbye. You don't get to how you do. None of it. Do not speak. And oh, whatever the fuck that is you saying right now here in front of me, that conversation ends right now. You no longer have access to me. Well, how am I supposed to tell you, Baba? Write it down.
Submit it in writing. Yep.
We write it down. But you cannot open your mouth and admit nothing to me. And by the way, don't cross my path. And I mean that shit literally. If you see me coming down the hall, bitch, you better duck into a room somewhere. You better lay down. You better roll over. You better do something. But you better not cross my path. Because you are not to be in my presence. You are unsafe. So that's why I'm saying, I feel like I'm the only actual racist Black woman in America. So if a white woman tell y'all that, Black women, oh, I feel like you're being racist. No, you just go, oh no. Let me show you what racism, a Black woman being racist is. Let me point you to love. Bring them over here.
I mean, are they ready for that? Probably not, but I guess not our problem. That's a personal problem. It's not ours.
I want y'all send them this way. Don't worry, I got this. I got this. Because
well, like I said, are they ready? Not are, I know you are, but are they?
Listen,
no.
I done told y'all. I'm not saying y'all don't need to act in you don't need the problems. The answer to your problem, whatever you come up with as a plan, does not need to include how I get down. Okay. What I am actually doing where Black women are concerned is I'm giving you an extreme option. I'm an extreme option. Okay. Auntie D, Stephanie Perry, the Woke Gardner, Triple W, Girl Portia, all of these wonderful women, Level Up Single Mom, all of these wonderful Black women, they're actually good people. They are actually moral, compassionate, and kind and loving Black women. I, on the other hand, am not. I pick and choose when I'm going to be compassionate, but I can also choose rage. I can also choose to beat your ass. I can choose to shed my humanity. I got it like that. But I'm an extreme option. Okay? Really, I feel like Black women are going, you find a balance. But you also need to see that you can tell these people, no, you're not doing that. No, I'm not getting with that. I ain't following that rule. Girl, you done lost your mind. I don't know who you wrote that rule for. Okay? You get to say no. You get to choose what you're going to do as a self-autonomous being. You. The reason you have these different women. I was thinking about that today. My mother was one of 8 daughters, no sons. Okay, all of them, different women. They did things differently than each other. They had the same mama, same daddy, my grandparents, but they did things differently from each other. If they would have really gotten it, all of them, I mean, they wouldn't have been being in competition with each other. They wouldn't have allowed the ones of them, like my mother is primary. She is an anomaly. She is one of the Black women who was born soulless. They wouldn't have allowed her to be the apex predator at all times and pit them against each other. They wouldn't have done that because they would have come to realize that all of you are necessary. You're all very different, but you're all necessary. You actually do need some apex predators in your shit because you're dealing with legion of apex predators all around you. So trying to reason with them, trying to just talk through it, trying to help them understand, goodness and doing the right thing isn't working. Because they are not going to speak any other language than the one they've already chosen. White people tell you in this country in half a years, girl, don't come in here speaking some other language. You can only speak English in here, blah, 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 blah. Well, I made it my business to be able to speak Spanish reasonably, because I was working with Hispanic people. Why would I be working with migrant people and the white women around me talking about, I'm not learning, you need to speak English. And then other Hispanic women telling other Hispanic women, oh no, you're low life. You're just only speaking Spanish. What is wrong with y'all? Why wouldn't we learn how to speak the language of the people we serve? Why wouldn't I learn everything I need to know about children and infants if that's who I work with and that's who I serve? Why wouldn't I be able to distinguish and learn between this type of cry, that type of cry, and another type of cry, whether that baby is mine or somebody else's? Now, why wouldn't I go out of my way to learn that? Why would I be talking to an infant and saying, okay, so this is it. I am not bringing another bottle to you. You are 6 weeks old. That's enough orientation for anybody. What kind of sense?
Wait, what?
What kind of sense does it make for me to not, for children, for babies, for me to not be able to understand how an infant, a toddler, a child operates? Now, why would that make any kind of sense? But white people sit here and tell you all day, oh no, don't come over here not speaking my language. Girl, first of all, you don't have a language other than violence. Okay, so let's stop right there. But I learned the best way to communicate with people is in the language that they choose to operate from. So I learned how to speak Spanish. So I learned how to write Spanish. So when I was writing my fantasy books, I learned how to speak Latin. Girl, I can't tell you jack in Latin now. But at the time, I learned how to speak Latin and put it into paragraphs. Because that's what you do. So with white folks who their primary language is violence and cruelty, I learned how to speak that. So I'm apt to choose whatever the language is. Okay? That's what I'm apt to do. But I'm an extreme example. I don't expect most Black women to act and operate in the same way that I do. We don't always process the same. We don't all have the same abilities or any of those things. But what I know is that y'all are incredible. Okay? My daughter is an incredible young Black woman. Why on earth should she be going through the same type of shit that I did at her age? Why? I'm not doing my job well enough. But I can tell you this, she's so compassionate and kind that if y'all did something to her, if somebody did something to her, she's going to try to protect y'all from me. She's the only one. Nobody can save you except her. I can tell y'all right now. If she don't say to me, okay, listen, Mom, I got this. You don't come. Okay. I know you in the truck. I already know. I done called people and they said you in the truck.
She got a whole surveillance team to keep up with how close. Look, you done hurt me. Your death is 45 minutes away and on approach right now. I have a whole team. So what you need to do is be forgiven by me, because that's what your daughter's doing, basically.
No lie. Some people call her.
I believe it completely. Because I know you.
So are you okay? Because your mama is on her way or something, and she.
No, you need to get your whole life together. You need to make it right by the chosen daughter, and you need to do it now. Because if love,
she's the only one that can save you. She the only one that can stay your. What does that say? Execute. She can only
stay your execution, because you need to stop this plan before it really starts. Because she already said she's taking out your half cousin dog. Your half cousin poodle is in danger. Not just you. Everything you know, everything you love. And see, this is the thing. When people realize, now love is an extreme example. Mm-hmm. But she's not alone in history. Queen of Monument, Kush, Queen Nzinga put the hurt on some folk. They homie women puts the hurt on some folk. They not. Something Love and I talk about. Hello, Madeline and Magdalene. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Something I always think of Auntie Love as the consequences. The kind, compassionate, caring Black women who believe in the redemption are going to attempt to use this theorem in a way that doesn't hurt anybody else, because that's just not what we do. We're going to try to find a way that eliminates having to hurt anybody else, which is what historically Black women have done. Mm-hmm. But see, when Caesar Augustus thought he was going to set up his statue, and Kush, Queen of Monument, said, "You already killed my husband and my son. You thought you were going to do all this? No, now you got to find out. Now, you done messed around. Now you got to find out. See, the consequences." Mm-hmm. What would be wise for other groups of people to do is to get up out the way and let the compassionate ones of us do certain things. Because consequences are out there. Extreme violence requires an extreme response. You decide to be Adolf Hitler, then you end up with the atomic bomb being created, because that didn't have to happen either. But then see, you decide you're going to do this over here, and then what you can't control is how these consequences come back. And I always think of Auntie Love as, if you done messed up your life to the point that it's time for you to go directly to the lake of fire, you can't go to hell because she's on the committee there. Don't go there. So you can't even escape there. So what you want to do is I say it to y'all all the time, get your whole life together. And in a way, Black women, we are being compassionate, and when we stop expecting people to do things they cannot do. Because as long as we enable them to act a fool, the consequences is coming. So we think so much about other people. See, the reason Auntie Love said this, we keep pedestalizing people who are no good. We keep exalting them in the foolery. So they think they're empowered to go more and more and more and more and more.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to lead to their complete destruction. Auntie Love is willing to be the agent. I'm just saying. She ain't got a problem with that.
None. Allegedly, I enjoy it.
Yeah, allegedly. I'm just telling y'all. But I'm just saying, her daughter has, I just thought about this. Her daughter has the necessary compassion and wisdom for us to really learn why we need to solve our problems.
Mm-hmm.
Because when we solve our own problems and just deny access to people that don't need to have access to us, that gives them a chance to go sit in their own mess and figure out whether they're going to clean it up or not. Because that gives other groups of people, because remember, the Black woman is the mother of all humankind. Sometimes you got to let your babies grow up. And I'm going to give you the world's most perfect example. A particular person who said live in an interview at 72 years of age that he's the same 6-year-old he was in his son's time when his father told him to always win. Finally just got slapped on the wrist in New York 34 times as a man of almost 78. You see what happens if you don't let these children grow up? And then mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be president. I'm just saying, you see what happens. So a whole lot of people along the way enabled him. Omarosa Manigault encountered him for what he was, but quite a bit later in the game. But there when he came out against the Central Park Five and framed up a whole bunch of Black children, should have been when we realized, you got to be kidding me, dog. But we hadn't had these conversations yet. But our enabling other people to act a fool is enabling them to destroy everything, including themselves and everything else. So us not denying access to certain people is us enabling them to continue in the foolery.
And let me tell y'all something. Who really built Donald Trump? His German grandmother.
Yep, that's correct.
And let me tell y'all something else. The actual people who is destroying him right now is white women.
Yep, Eugene Carroll and company.
His
they built him up.
His daughter.
Yep. Ivanka done abandoned him.
And guess who's behind his niece? Because I don't think y'all know this. Because I had
tell me because I don't know.
When she came out to the scene, I had to get that book. Because I be reading stuff. That's just that's just fun to me. But I got to climb through and come and understand. Oh, the white, as bad as him and his daddy is, the white women in his family, girl, I'm telling y'all, that damn Melanta, whatever her name is, Melania. I don't have nothing against Transylvanians generally, but a vampire is a vampire. Okay, this is not being xenophobic. I'm not being. I'm trying to. I don't want y'all to think this is xenophobia because it's not. Because Walking Dead get to live too. Okay, all right. I don't know why he thought it was a good idea to mess with Melania. Okay, but girl, she ain't coming. She ain't getting with you. She brought Transylvania over from Transylvania, some dirt, some soil, just so she could stay in her crib when she need to be over here. Okay, I'm telling you, her mama isn't actually really dead.
No, both of Melania's parents are alive. They're over here.
Her mama,
both her parents over here. I think both her parents are still alive.
No. Her mother just supposedly passed away.
She may have just passed away.
Yeah, that's what they said in the news. I'm like, that woman ain't dead. Shit, okay. I know all about that Melania girl. Okay, that's a whole vampire. The girl don't have a what do you call that? An image to look in the mirror at all. Okay, not at all. But who's taking that white man out? Okay, now the black woman is trying to clean that all up.
Okay.
But who's taking that out? Malankia, Ivankia went and told the whole thing. Yeah, I don't know him. Girl, that's your daddy. No, it's not. Prove it.
She sure did. But I'm gonna say this for Ivanka though. Did you see what Donald Trump did to her mother's grave? Now, that does not excuse Ivanka. But I'm just saying
he was trying to punish her.
I know.
Well, quiet as it's kept, I really feel like, you know what? Well, my husband said this, okay, allegedly. He killed that woman. He pushed her down. He had somebody push that woman down.
I believe my mom said that too.
But see, here's the deal. Okay.
Here's the deal.
Ivanka? You thought you was gonna punish Ivanka through jacking her mama? First of all, Ivanka don't like nobody like that. She don't care about her mama like that. What's wrong with you? And she definitely don't care about your ass. Okay? She sold you, her brothers, everybody. She jacked all of y'all up. Okay?
She all in the soup.
All three of y'all had to pay millions. That girl is on every episode of Apprentice and Apprentice or whatever. She is all up in the mix. She a part of every email, everything in his company. But she the only one that didn't have to pay money and do that. Girl, she was singing like a canary teeth, a double-tongued snake though. Girl, this girl, I'm just telling y'all right now, and that's no shade to snake. Okay, that's no shade. Look, I'm not trying to say that a snake is as bad as a white woman. That's not what I'm trying to say, because I don't want anybody to get that twisted if you into snakes. All I'm telling you is, girl, them girls, the little Hope Hicks girl, that niece of his, and his sisters are behind the niece because they despise his ass.
That's correct, because they cannot stand him.
He got a whole judge sister. His sister is a whole judge, y'all. Do you see that woman coming anywhere near any case or anything that say Trump? Girl, bye. White women ain't playing them kind of games, and I don't know why y'all think you can reason with them. That's not how they get down. They don't care.
They don't believe they need to.
Girl, they don't care. I don't know.
Even if
they don't care.
Even that's the thing. Here's the deal. Let's assume we're gonna talk about human rights for a minute. Let's assume that they're reasonable for half a second. Even if someone is reasonable, if they don't feel like they need to reason with you, what difference does it make? If all I have in my mind is that you are beneath me and that your whole purpose in life is to serve me, and that anything you do separate from that needs to be eliminated, I'm not hearing anything else you're saying except, yes, ma'am. There's nothing else to talk about. So when you realize that 40% of the people who did stuff to Black people and Black women and girls were these women's great-grandmothers, when you realize Marian Anderson is classed as a contralto, but then you sit down and you listen to her albums, you realize she could sing she got some high C's, she can sing anything. So you have these wonderful white women opera stars who are looking at her like she can sing every single role there is and get down below where we can sing. When you realize that your offense the offense is that you exist as a free person, not working for them, not centering them, we're not even talking about their reasonability. We're talking about nothing you can say as a free person is going to pierce through, because the offense is that you free. I mean, I don't ever presume on the intelligence of anybody else, because I know, being a Christian, I know God don't make no jump. But I also know that people choose, men love darkness rather than light because their deeds were evil. I know that. And I know that some women have chosen to completely fall into the foolery and push it harder than some men. That's not something the Bible contemplates that much. But then again, the Bible was not written to Europeans either. So the Bible does not contemplate that particular problem directly. It does not matter how intelligent or unintelligent you believe a particular white woman is. Does she believe that you naturally are her inferior and her slave? If she does, doesn't matter. She may engage her reason elsewhere, trying to come up with reasons why you should be less than. She might sit down and help write a 900 plus page document. These are not dumb women. These are not people who cannot reason. They've chosen to dedicate what they have to the well, I can't make a compound word. That's a little bit too long. They have chosen to dedicate their intelligence to reinstituting the perpetual servitude of Black women and children. Actually, if they were less intelligent, and if you read Project 2025 completely, you kind of scratch your head. So as I said, that I kind of maybe have to come back to Auntie Love's opinion here, because Margaret Taylor Greene comes to mind. But I might have to come back. I may have to come a little bit back toward her on this. But I'm just saying, you can't reason with people who've determined that the fact you can speak to them is a problem, and that you might determine that they can't speak to you. That's a problem. You can't reason with people who are dedicated to your destruction as a free human being. There's no reasoning with that. You just have to figure out how you're going to defend yourself and eliminate their ability to threaten you. That's all there is. And I know, but I have white friends and I can. Okay, you won't know that till the chips are really down. As I found out about Black women, you don't know who your friends are till the chips are really down. And if you talk about 15 to 25%, that's 1 in 6 or 1 in 4. That's just with Black women. So those are the numbers that you're dealing with Black women living in this society. What do you think those numbers look like? How many people? Did you say 56%? That's 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10 people voted for the Project 2025 experiment in 2020 and in 2016. And if those numbers are where they are, Roe versus Wade may dent it. Because I said, if you look at the women who actually are most invested in being able to dispose of their children at will, because as Auntie Love said, 400 years, for any reason that they find displeasing, if you look at the women that are most involved in wrecking these families, maybe that will budget a little bit. So maybe we can get the number back down to 3 in 10 or 4 in 10. But that's a far sight worse off than what you deal with other Black women, if you think about it. So take the 10 white women that you know. 3 in 10 to 6 in 10 are not your friends. And actually, since you don't know which one those 6 are, you won't know till the chips are down. So you really need to think about, okay, what community do you really have? And you better put some Black women in there who are proving that they're about something. And you better do it now. I don't know what else to say. You want to be around problem-solving women. You want to get into these habits. You can make common cause with women like Stephanie Perry. You want to get into these habits. You want to spend your time. And we want to thank Abundant and Madalena Magdalene, who came through here and let us know we're here. They're here. Yes. But you want to spend your time with Black women who are giving you tools. We are not necessarily running out of time, but in our generation of women, we have major things we need to deal with for our children to not have to be doing this, and our grandchildren to not have to fight their way out of this again. Now, Auntie Love's daughter ain't going over there. I'm just telling y'all now. None of my students are going over there, because as long as I'm drawing breath and can do something, now we're not gonna do that. But as a mass, you're responsible for yourself and the children that you have. And if you're a single mother, you've been responsible. This is just another set of tools.
See, I really need us to look at our daughters. I really need us to choose our daughters. I need us to choose our nieces. Because the bottom line is, the bottom line is, it's just the way that most Black women are. We've been saying this throughout, right? Is just compassionate and kind, want to get results for the community and everything. So I can, as much as I personally don't give a damn about Black men, because they're grown and they need to go and manage their emotions, however they do that. But what they don't need to do is come up to you and insist that you manage their emotions and then thus their behaviors. Okay. I don't care about them personally, but most Black women do. Most of us are very just compassionate and kind people. As how did Level Up Single Mom said? She said that her default, the default. I feel like that's most Black women, right? I personally am not, but hey, it takes all kinds. So I need us to really examine choosing to pour into our daughters, okay? Choosing to surround them, choosing to protect them, choosing to give them what they need to be able to defend themselves. It's not enough for us to tell them, oh, put your hand on 10 and 2 when the police come, and that's not enough. Okay. What the things I taught my daughter was, the first person that you need to be able to trust is me. And that is not automatic. I've been teaching her that since before she was born, that my behaviors is what she needs to see me doing. Me just saying I'm your mom and I got this name tag, so you need to respect me, should mean nothing. The reason I have the relationship that I have with my grandmother is because my grandmother behaved in this way, and I could trust in her. Now look, I could trust if I acted a pure fool, which I might have done as a little girl, because I just got to be a little girl who was safe, right? With her, my grandfather. I just got to play and be my, all the stuff because of her dedication to me. But I didn't have that relationship with my mother, even though I grew with her later, 8 on, I lived with my parents. So I don't have that trust, and didn't, of my mother. Why would I? She didn't garner it. So I taught my daughter that you need to clock my behavior. It isn't okay for me to just say, I'm your mom. You need to be able to trust, just like I was able to trust. I trusted in that if my grandmama said something, if Ma said something, she meant it. I might not have liked what she said. I might not have liked, what the consequences was going to be of any of that. But the fact of the matter is, I could trust her because her behavior was the lead. Let me tell you something. Everybody's behavior is the lead. We are going to have to start listening to behaviors. Listen to them. Okay? We're going to have to stop doing what we do when white people, Black men, whoever are telling us, listen, it's a system problem. And, we really need to fix the system. Well, the system is made up of people. So you want to act like this system, this magical system over here is some sort of entity that I need to be spending my time working on and blah, 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 blah. But y'all want to act like you're not the system. You are the system.
That part.
So I don't know what you're talking about. Some machinery over here. Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something about the white man I'm with. Okay. I don't want y'all to ever get it twisted. I don't want anybody to ever get it twisted. He's a dude. And a white man at that. He grew up in the United States. Now, yes, his grandfather was full Cherokee. His grandfather and his uncle lost their parents in a portion of the Trail of Tears. Yes, absolutely. They were put into one of those places where they let the scariest people in the whole entire world, not just a regular old white woman, but a nun. Oh my God, they're just don't do any horror movies that have white people nuns in it, girl. It's too close problem. For comfort, girl. It's just too close for I can't. That's the scariest shit in the world to me. I'm like, oh my God, they just God no. And so yeah, great, wonderful. But he is, for all intents and purposes, a white man. Okay. He grew up in these United States. Why would I think that he isn't a racist? Why would I think men and women in these United States, for the most part, aren't all operating from the patriarchal system? Because even if you say as a Black woman that, you know, Black men should lead, or whatever the hell it is we're telling ourselves, right? That is a patriarchal mindset. There's no basis for, just because somebody has a penis, that they should be leading something. There's no basis in that. I don't like, that's not really real. That's something we're telling ourselves because somebody wrote it down. Let me tell you something. You can go to Auntie D's channel. Auntie D is extremely, extremely well read in the biblical sense, in a safe space for those of us who are Christians. But I'm gonna tell y'all something about y'all. What's that? My cousin likes to tell. Well, in the King James version, girl, let me tell y'all something about King James. You know, because he was just another version of Constantine, but whatever. Anyway, King James was a wholehearted child rapist.
Yep, correct. But he had to sign off, or they could not print it without him having. He never read it, but he had to sign that charter, and they had to name it after him, because otherwise you couldn't get it printed. And that's how his name got on it.
But because of Henry the mass murdering 8,
yeah, that's a couple generations before that.
Elizabeth, they were what y'all understand as the head of the church. They were not
correct, Governor General. Correct,
right. So I don't care if he just signed off on or he whatever. But what I know about today is, I can't tell you how many Black women like to tell me, well, are you reading that from the King James version? Girl, do you know who this man was? I don't care if you just put his name on it. I don't care if whatever. This was a whole child rapist, and he preferred little boys. Yeah, so I need y'all to stop. I need y'all to stop. I need y'all to really stop. For me, as a woman who comes from the I, as a Black woman who knows herself, I come from a sacred bloodline. So that's why you hear me say I am goddess born. Okay, that's why you hear me call y'all goddess born, because I want you to recognize who you really are. This isn't because I'm putting you up on some sort of weird pedestal that you don't deserve and all this other mess. Okay, this is so that you can stand in your own self, because nobody else is coming for you. Okay, nobody's coming to get with you. I'm telling you that you are really the solution. They all know it. They're always trying to get you to solve their problems. So we're spending so much time trying to prove to other people that we're human, and all we want is equality. I don't want equality with these creatures. Why would I want equality with that? I'm not interested in equality. They can't give me equality. Oh, I just want a seat at the table. I want to blah, blah, blah. I don't need a seat at their table. These people will tell you, get online, tell you they don't even wash their hands. I'm not coming to a table with you. This girl said, this white girl, I don't wash my hands at number 1, number 2, or number 3. I'm like, fuck is that?
Number 3?
Girl,
wait, what?
What? I had to ask, but I was like, I had to put that in the TikTok. I'm like, girl, what the fuck does that mean? Black women was like, well, doesn't mean this. Oh, I think they were right. Oh, she's talking about her menstrual period. She don't wash her hands. Oh. Girl, I'm not gonna be at that table. I'm not gonna be at that house. I ain't gonna be in that neighborhood. Okay.
That sounds like a trip to the hospital.
You keep your nasty, dirty self to yourself. I'm not trying to be their equals. She can't give me no power. This hooker can't even wash her hands. Girl, no. Why would I ever do that? Why would I ever do that? Number 3, is she talking about her pet or something? What you talking about? I've been a nurse for over 35 years. I don't know what you mean. And come to find out, I was like, oh my God, that's disgusting. That's more than I can't hold. Okay. I can't do it.
I'm glad I haven't eaten yet. Because I just can't.
Auntie D, you can't. No. Ain't nothing that can give me. There's nothing I want from you. Okay? Except leave me the hell alone. That's what don't come up to me. Don't come up to me. So when these women are coming up to us and they're just touching on us and doing all this, oh, your skin is so hooker. Don't touch me. The fuck? Oh, well, I was just going to tell you that. I don't need your compliments. I don't need nothing from you. I need you to take you and your forked tongue and move along.
Because we don't know if you wash that hand after the 1 or 2 order.
Girl, the girl said, I don't wash my hands after 1, 2, or 3 when I go to the bathroom. What? Girl, you nasty ass. Okay. No, no, we're not. We're drawing the line. No. Okay? No, we're not doing that. So we're trying to give deference to a group of people, these who are telling you, oh, they've been telling us for how long since we've been in this country, since they kidnapped us, that we are dirty, foul, and whatever. Okay. And because of our skin, because we dirty and this and that and the next thing. Girl, I need you to shut the whole hell up in 2024 right now. Y'all have lost your minds.
Okay.
And we're putting them on a pedestal. We're saying that they're the epitome of womanhood. We're trying to make sure that we're being fair to them in the way we deal with them. We're trying to make sure that we lower our tone and help them to feel, safe and okay, because we know we're strong, and so we don't want to get them feeling jealousness. Girl, you can't control their feelings one way or another. The only person's feelings you responsible for is yourself and your children when they children. Okay? When they little children. But other than that, you are not responsible for a grown-ass other woman's feelings. Because I can tell you something, as someone who has been through years and years of therapy, my feelings belong to me. That's not what my therapist told me, but that's what I've told my therapist, the different ones I've had over the years. My feelings belong to me. I'm responsible and I am accountable for them, and I'm responsible and accountable for what I choose to do. That's all, and that's that. So when a white woman is coming to you and going, I didn't mean to make you feel like, girl, you don't make me feel one way or another. You don't have that kind of power. What is wrong with you?
I don't
You
think we can afford. We can't afford to give power to people that don't
give power, girl. You don't.
We can't even afford.
You don't have no kind of power or authority to be deciding how I feel or don't feel, hooker. So let's not get that twisted, because that's exactly what I've said to white women.
I know you have.
You
okay, but
1-on-1, 10-on-1, I don't give a fuck. You don't have, let's clear this up right now. You do not have any type of power or authority to make me feel one way or another. I feel the way I do. And then after that, you don't get to decide for me what I'm going to do about my feelings. I'm going to emote the way I want. I'm going to use the tone I want. I'm going to curse your ass out. I don't have to curse. I have an extraordinary lexicon. I choose to. So I'm married to a whole white man. If y'all think that this man hasn't said to me as a black woman, oh, well, babe, I really feel like you shouldn't curse so much. It'd be easier for if you da 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 and blah blah blah. Shut the girl. First of all, who are you talking to? Well, people would take it better if you just you're the most brilliant woman I know, and blah, blah. I don't give a damn. Don't try to sweep me up. Don't you ever try to tell me how to speak. I will curse. I will go the fuck off. I will stand on bodies. I will do it any way I fucking want. And your whole job is to get with me, because I make your life a wonderful place until I decide not to. Because I'm the only racist black woman in America. And I'll deny that white man resources. Yeah, you owe me as a black woman. Girl, because you ain't got to think about nothing around here. I make all of this shit possible. So you right. You going to put your money in the bank that ain't yours now. You're going to shut the hell up and you're going to bend the knee. Because you have outlived all of your friends already by 10 years. And that's because of me.
Wow. That's a decade.
So, I want to let you know.
And he's not that old. He's not.
He's 65. Now
and
he's 9 years older than me.
By a decade?
Yes, he has.
At 65?
Yes, he has.
Wow.
Yes, he has.
Well, black wife.
Yes, he has. So you ain't gonna never ever do any of that, because you love your life. You love the peace of your environment. You love all of this shit. And so when I tell you that you middle management and I need you to do whatever the fuck it is, you are a soldier. That's what the fuck you do. Why would I be sitting here listening to someone with a penis? You joined the military to be a soldier and be told what to do. I am a warrior. I'm not. I have soldier abilities, but I'm far past that. I come up with strategies. I come up with tactics, and I execute and enact them. So you're going to play your role and you're going to play your part, and I'm not going to be putting up with no type of dissension in my ranks. Now, you want the love? You want me to choose love and affection? you better make some good choices. And one of them is not telling me how to speak to anyone. And when I send you in to do cleanup, that's what the fuck you do. So guess what, you guys? That's what he does. That video you saw of me taking a video of him cutting my neighbors, our elders. She's one of our elders in our community. He was cutting her grass over there on her lawnmower, whatever he be riding that lawnmower. He better. He better. Like, it was like, oh, that's so nice that he does. Oh, no. We're not giving props for doing right. We're not giving him props for doing right. I'm just showing you how it gets down. This is what Black women do when we marry outside. You now work for us because we're going to make everybody's life so much better, including and especially yours, that you get to be in my presence. Black women, you need to know who you are. And this isn't so you put other people down. It is because you have been carrying the weight of all of these other people, and they're constantly fucking shit up and then asking you to fix it. And then you come in and fix it. And then they want to brutalize you. They want to harness you.
They hate you for fixing what they couldn't fix, while they have the no intention of not breaking stuff again. They just don't want you to be there to witness it. They want to go get another Black woman to do that.
So no, we're not doing that, Black women. And that's why we've been talking about, problem solving. That's why we've been talking about, listen, we're going to have to make some different choices as Black women. We don't need to accept what somebody else is telling us we're going to do with our bodies. Who do you think you are talking to? I know you have, girl, y'all need to stop climbing trees and falling out and bumping y'all heads. Okay? That's what you need to do. That's my advice. Because you ain't got no business having anything to say to me. What the hell would you be walking up on me for? I just wanted to let you know you're just beautiful and blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is another white woman needing attention. Girl, if you don't go sit the fuck down out of my face, I did not summon you. We're not at a crossroads. Should you be somewhere selling or renting souls or some shit? I heard a little white girl say that everybody's talking about this little white girl. She said she said the N-word on such and so and blah, blah, blah. Girl, I don't care. And this little girl said, well, after she did all this, because here come all the Black people. Oh, that's not right, and blah, blah, blah. Girl, y'all get so excited over the dumbest shit. Okay? Why are you focusing on this little white girl saying the N-word when you got whole Project 2025 saying nothing but you ain't nothing but as Black women and your children? But you want to focus on her? Girl, give a damn about that little girl. But that little girl came out after she was done doing all that, and she said, because see, she making money off of y'all paying Black women, because that's what people do. They make money off of our pain and suffering that they cause. So she getting all these clicks. She getting
Did we freeze? Did we lose?
Absolutely not. So she comes back and she says, I came back and I did some soul searching and I just can't seem to care. Well, first of all, when you need a soul, girl, stop playing. I don't know who you talking to across this social media, girl, but you ain't got no soul. You don't even have a reflection. I'm still trying to figure out how you showing up on camera. Okay? Again, I ain't got nothing against Transylvanians or vampires, really. Okay? Because, girl, truth be told, I love that new series, Vampire Diaries. Them some beautiful men. But otherwise, I ain't got nothing against Transylvanians, so I don't want y'all to think I'm being xenophobic against Transylvanians and vampires. But no, this hooker did not come in here say all the whole most. Miss help Black women to go through some post-traumatic stress, and then come back and say, I couldn't find it in my. I did some soul searching. Whose soul were you searching? Is this one you rented or bought?
Well, it does say in Revelation 18, selling both the bodies and the souls of men. So
I'm just asking.
A good question.
Yeah, because you don't have a soul. You could never do what you did and have a soul. You don't have a soul. So we already know you're crossroad demons. And what crossroad demons do is they sell and rent souls. That's the whole reason they're at the crossroads. And we're trying to fit with them. We're trying to be equal with them. We're trying to get their approval. We are trying to prove that we are human. Well, I feel like they need to prove they're human. I mean, what are we really doing here? Because all of that energy we're spending on trying to do all of that, we have little girls who are being foully and disgustingly savaged. They can't go to school. They can't be at home. They can't go to church. Ain't no place safe. And all the time, you Black women, you're trying to save humanity. You're trying to make this place a better place for all children. Because that's how most of us get down. Let's stop spending our energy on these areas that really sound like grown people business. I'm good. Ask some white people over here. If I contract with them to go do whatever I do, listen. And it's generally nursing. It has to involve children because I don't want to talk to the rest of y'all. Okay. But if I do that, you don't get to ask me no damn questions. So what's the mother doing? And is she doing this? Girl, I don't know nothing about that. That's grown folks' business. I have nothing to do. If I go and I contract to heal a child, I'm not going to sit here and be your little social service, little rat spy or whatever the hell you got going on. So you can destroy another mother. No, absolutely the fuck not. So they'll tell you right now, oh, you can't ask her nothing because all she gonna say is that's grown folks' business. Go ask them. No, absolutely not. I'm not doing any cleanup for you. Ever. I'm not trying to be your equal. Hooker, bye. My son's father, he's white man, okay. He goes, this is Dr. Father. This is my ex way back, okay. He said when I was younger, well, I guess we were both younger. This was maybe a couple of decades ago. He goes, well, I consider you my equal. You consider who your equal? Who? What? Now, again, he's 8 years older than me. I consider you my equal. You're one of the most brilliant women I know. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Okay, let me explain this to you because I don't know how old is this little boy. Listen, I don't know who you are. You talking to somebody? Is that your invisible friend you're talking to?
Why?
Girl, that's funny. I told him that's funny because I don't equal. How could you ever consider me your equal? I'm superior to you. You don't even read and comprehend. How in the world could you ever think that I'm your equal? You sound crazy. See, that's the thing about you. You just arrogant. Ain't shit arrogant about what I'm saying. Arrogance would be that I'm telling you something that is not true and not real. I'm sorry, how many books have you written? Because by then I had already written 3 or 4. So what? I'm sorry, what now? How many colleges have you graduated from, white man? Girl, if you don't go clean up them bodies I gave you to clean up, we ain't equal. That's why I can't talk to you. Exactly. Do what you're told.
You figured it out. He figured it out. He figured it out.
Yeah. Girl, 5 years later, so now you getting it? Really?
Better late than never, I suppose.
We aren't equal. And I don't care what you consider us. Don't ever come out your mouth with that shit again. Because I am already coming up with shit in my head that is not supposed to be there. I'm going to have to get this shit out in therapy. So let's not do this. We are not. We could never be equal. You're just older.
And male.
And male.
And white.
And a whole white boy. So I'm going to need you to go clean up the bodies. Allegedly. Black women. Come on. Come on now. I can't be the only one out here with me and Auntie D telling y'all that you matter and you're important. You are ancient. You are pre-history and you're still here and you thrive beyond it all. There isn't another group of people alive to talk about the type of things we've been through and thrived beyond, not just survived. We make everybody wants to get with it. We create and everybody wants to pretend they were the ones that did it. What are we doing? Why are we expending energy in all of these other places? We have things to do with ourselves and our daughters and our children at large. We need to heal. You can't heal in the same place that you're constantly being tortured, terrorized, and re-injured over and over and over. We keep talking to Black men. I keep seeing panels of Black women trying to explain how Black men, you're not right, and this and that. Girl, why are you trying to talk to them? I don't get it. I don't get it. Over here, we got some red ants. Over here, y'all know that in the South, they got red ants. Okay, I'm changing the ecosystem. But the only reason I will pay an ant some mind, I'm not sitting there trying to talk to the ant. Listen, let me try to explain to you. I'm human, you're an ant. And so I'm trying not to, step on you or anything. But the thing is, every time I come out and I'm sitting here minding my own business, you come up on me and you bite me. And it's tearing my ass up. So I'm just trying to, compassionately explain to you as an aunt. I know you have your job to do and everything, but why are you doing this? That ant is going to bite you.
Is the nature of a fire ant.
Yeah. So you can talk until that ant is blue. Okay.
So make red ant blue now.
I'm just telling you, tell that red ant is blue. You are not going to change that ant. You are not going to get that ant to consider that they are causing you pain and suffering. You're not. You are not that ant's equal because the ant isn't your equal. That ant, you did not give that ant your power. Your power is within you, just stuffed it down with pain. That's why we encourage you to go and get mental health care. But we also encourage you to get with people who will understand you. There's only one reason that I've had a white therapist. And let me be clear about this. I've had white therapists separately so I could talk to them about my job. Because what I'm doing is feeding them information. Because white folks change the rules all the time. And if I ever have to come into a scrap in the court system about a job, all that, when y'all try to get the therapist shit, all she gonna tell you is how horrible y'all were to me. Because I'm feeding her exactly what I want her to be able to say in a court of law. Now, we'll probably never see a court of law, but just in case we do, I've prepared a plan and enacted it in which I'm going to use her white ass, badass behavior against all of y'all. That's strategizing.
It's good strategy.
That's using tactics. That's knowing your enemy. They're going to have white women in your life trying to come up with ways to jack your ass up. Absolutely. Knowing that, you ought to, you outthink everyone, Black women. Knowing what their behavioral patterns are, why wouldn't you use, come up with actionable plans, strategies, and the tactics that you're going to enact? You know exactly when a white woman is going to deny what you said, lie about it, over here get all distressed and crap, and then try to dismiss what you said, and then try to destroy you. You know exactly what they're going to do. You know the moment they're going to start crying them acid tears, you know all about them. Because we've been taught from little girls how to make sure that they stay happy. No matter how we have to bend ourselves, no matter how we have to break our own bones, no matter what we have to do. Because we understand how dangerous they are. But what people don't understand is how dangerous I can be. So what are we doing, Black women? Are we going to spend our time and our energy on all of these other spaces and places and things that are not ensuring that our daughters, our children, our little boys are safe, that they are protected, that they are able to defend themselves? Are we going to continue to teach, to be told by people who ran away, that we're not able to raise little boys? No, we are. We just don't need to be raising them using the patriarchal system. I hope that makes sense to us. If we raise them based on a matriarchy, then they will be doing what my son does where my daughter is concerned. He's 8 years older than her. He has never got to put his hands on her. He don't get to raise his voice to her, none of that shit. She don't do that to him either. Okay? She didn't get to do that. I'm the only ass kicker here. But I can tell you this. One of the things my son will tell you right now is, if I heard it once from my mom, I heard it twice. I heard it 1,000,000 times. She said that my sister was never going to grow up thinking that men get to put their hands on her or tell her that she has to get with them and that they're better than her or anything like that. She is going to come away from this household knowing that no one gets to do any of the above. See, sometimes we get married or whatever as Black women, and we allow that man, I don't care what they are, their ethnicity, we allow that man to discipline our daughters. And that's absolutely the fuck not. Now, the side conversation I had with my daughter as she was growing up, you know, and blah, blah, blah is one thing. But my husband, raising his voice to her, putting his hands on her, my daughter has never had any man whatsoever put their hands on her. How many of us as Black women can say that? How many of us, whether it's the father of our child or whatever, allow a male to beat on a little girl? You don't get to do that. But if you are training your children up using patriarchy as the rules and the regulations and the standards, then you are teaching your daughter that she deserves to be mistreated, that she has to accept being someone else's prey. Not mine. I think I went too far, to be honest, because this girl, this woman, she like, I just don't have the same idea of men, you know, that you do, Mom. That's because none of them have ever touched you.
Yeah, you have no way of knowing. I went through that too. You have no way of knowing what you did not experience, and you'll find out later. I understand that because my mom, my dad, and my grandmother, and all those women at the church. So there were certain things that could not happen to me.
Yes.
I can understand that.
And that's how it should be.
That's what I was about to say. If we could, as Black women, focus on our children not having to find out adult things until they were well into adulthood.
And oh, by the way, this whole thing where we don't have our daughters back, that we don't let mince even as they get grown. No. Oh, so who the hell are you? Why are you in my daughter's life? I don't know you. I don't know you. Who's your mama? Where you live at? Where she live? Because I don't know nothing about you. Yeah, my daughter still, she dead. My daughter still ain't found the man worthy to meet me.
It's going to take a long time, Auntie Love. It may never happen. I'm just saying. Because I know how high your standards are.
Because if you, your mama,
that.
any of that, if any of y'all, girl, she ain't by herself, I will fuck all of y'all up, and there ain't nothing alleged about that shit. I don't care. I don't care if she on a job. Girl, she'll tell me stuff because we're close. We feel each other's feelings deeply. But sometimes she's hesitant because she's like, I can't tell her what happened at the job. She's gonna show up over there.
Mama gonna go down there.
Girl, when she started working, because she's so like, when I tell you my daughter is incredible. She is brilliant. She is majestic. She is gorgeous. She is just, she's all of it, honey. Compassionate, kind, all of these things. Like, I just adore her. Okay. This girl, so I don't care. So she started working about 15, 16 years old or whatever. Girl, why was she somewhere? I don't even know where she was working. And they said, what? Girl, I showed up. What the fuck? Oh, really? So my daughter's not alone. So I'm going to need you to step outside because we're going to handle this shit in the parking lot. And she was like, oh, God. But no. Y'all need to know. I don't care how old she gets. I don't care if she turned 726 to my 823. I don't care. You risking your life messing with her. You really are. But I know her. She gonna try to save your life. She's been doing it forever. She's going to try to talk you down because she doesn't want you to end up missing allegedly. Because she knows I don't care. She's who and what matters to me. And I'm letting them on. I let my family know. Girl, now you can't take our child to no picnic, girl. You didn't let whoever the fuck that is. I should have taken him out years ago just on general principle. Okay? You ain't gonna never, ever, never, ever. Absolutely the fuck not. We can't do nothing. Love, every time she comes, she gotta. I don't give a fuck. None of these people are ever putting their hands anywhere near my daughter or my son. None of them. They ain't never met the pedophiles. Ever.
They better not.
They ain't never seen them. Ain't never. Well, okay, accidentally at a funeral, my daughter, this was recent. She was like, what? I ain't never seen it. Girl, you ain't, why would you be here? Why would you? Girl, what is he even doing here? Oh, y'all want me to bury him? Is that what you did? Is that why you brought him? I knew
that was coming. Yeah.
That's why you brought him? Well, he's not being buried over here because this is where my grandparents are buried. But I could take care of this for you. I know one thing. You better stop bringing that motherfucker in my presence. Well, that was when he was a kid. But I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Y'all have a history of this shit. Y'all family on that side, y'all got a history of this shit. And you protect the pedophiles and the predators. And then you want to sit here and tell those members of our family who are the LGBTQ community that they can't come to church or talk to you or what the hell ever. And you leave them out to be trafficked and kidnapped. But
so you protected the pedophiles.
You protecting this heterosexual male pedophile he's done it to boys and girls. He don't discriminate. And you know why? Because the people that did it to him, the ones before you protected them too. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. He can't come around my puppy. What the hell? I don't know what that fool will do. God, I have to take him out just because of over the puppy. Girl, no. Absolutely not. Ever, never. I don't know what the heck. Girl, see, since way before your mama passed, girl, my auntie. I ain't never, who in the fuck is that? No, girl, I know for a fact he's been dead to me. Is this Walking Dead? He's not a White Walker. Is he a Black one? I don't know what this is. I'm confused.
But that is the attitude we need to have regarding protecting our children. That is, again, everybody's style is going to be different. But if we have a number that says 60%,
that's more than the white women who voted for Trump.
It is. That's no good. So, as extreme as that sounds, and see, this is the thing. In conclusion, because we at the 7 and we were close to 8 hours. God.
We did the after show, y'all. Y'all gonna have to.
We did the after show, but that's okay. We did the after show. In conclusion, the people who want Project 2025 are like the people to go all the way back to the beginning of the series. Are the people that don't have a problem with this happening to us, because Black drivers and studs got to do all this and more. And as long as they kept Black women in place and kept them breeding and working till they died, nobody cared. Everything old is new again. And although Auntie Love's approach is extreme, you have to also recognize This is the calm before the storm. Whether President Trump wins or whether he does not. In some states, this stuff is already enacted, but it's not written in stone. It can be changed. But who's going to do it? We have presented you the problem-solving theorem, spent 7.5 hours on different aspects of it, because we want you to know that you can, but here's what we can't do. We can't overwhelm your self-body autonomy and your free will. Auntie Love's gonna take care of everything happening around her. Look, anybody who has a problem with that, find somewhere else to go. I'm just telling you now. I'm just feeling for her daughter for a minute. I'm trying to save you in advance. Because see, I believe in redemption and Auntie Love does not. So if you come over there and you try to do stuff to Black women and girls and Black children in general around her, I'm telling you now, don't come over here either. Don't do it. I may take you out a different way, but we not. No. So some Black women are going to take care of their locales. And what we're saying to you is, you can choose to be that Black woman. And if enough of us choose to be that Black woman at the same time, we can get this stuff up out of the way. Because this is some of the most, Project 2025 is some of the most anti-human. It would be an insult to Adolf Hitler to say that it compares with Mein Kampf for unity of thought. That would be a mistake. That would be a little bit of an insult. Not that I bother insulting Hitler, but I'm just saying, by comparison, even white people have read Project 2025 and said, this is nuts. Okay? But that will not say, the fact that it's nuts will not stop it from being enacted.
Nope.
We have to actually stop it. Do not think that a vote for Joe Biden is sufficient. Because Republicans and Democrats both voted against TikTok.
Yep.
Joe Biden tried to keep Auntie Love from being able to be secure at her school because he was against busing. So not only did he want to throw her back to situations that were unsafe, then he was not going to have policy enacted that kept Black children safe at school. That's just the reality. Okay? Yep. His mentor, Strom Thurmond, had a whole Black daughter who he didn't acknowledge till age 70. So a vote for Democrats is not enough. People assume we're going to do that. But we want you to be able to name some of the problems we've highlighted for you in Project 2025 and run it through this algorithm. Don't get overwhelmed. Take one. Take one that's important to you and see if you can run it through. And if you can just get as far as believing that you can choose your outcomes and objectives, you will have gotten farther than most of what happens with Black people on the internet. And if you can believe step 3, step 4 will become obvious to you. And once you realize what's really going on, then step 5 becomes easier. And then there's another big hurdle. You do have to execute it, but you're not alone. Because you're going to find other Black women who are executing plans. We've mentioned a bunch of channels. I'm not going to do it again at the limit. After
most
we done had
in the description.
They're in the description. And then I would say ad nauseum, but see, I'm still not good after the 1, the 2, and the 3 here. We cannot allow people who are not washing their hands after the 1, the 2, or the 3 to dominate the federal government. Does that even make sense? Because I'm still and my stomach is still sitting up here going, yeah, you hungry, but we still may have to go to bed without eating now because gee whiz. But I'm just saying, we do not have to debase ourselves, because when Auntie Love says, why would we want to be their equal? Basically, we're talking about debasing ourselves. We are not the people that plan to mess up other people's jobs, lives, children. We're not the people who set up final solutions that involve taking a whole group of people and making them the source of all the problems that we're creating. We don't do that as people. So as we close our series for now on Project 2025, because we're not done with this. We just have to go back and monitor and audit.
Yeah.
We want you to know that you can, if you will. And we encourage you to not go back into name it, talk about it, and then go do something else. we encourage you to look at one thing. If you don't do anything but the hashtags we put up there and get the word out about Project 2025 with those hashtags. If you don't do anything but take those top 3 hashtags and use them on your stuff so more Black women will see what you're doing. That would be you. That's a solution to a personal problem. If you need to take the problem solving theorem and I can't think about Project 2025, I got to solve this. Okay, take a problem in your personal life and practice on something that you need to solve first if you need to do that. Because it's hard to think about the collective when you're struggling with your individual. Well, this is for you to use on everything. Righttag.com. It's in the chat. Take that and begin building your business with this.
Yes.
And once you see that it works for you, then maybe you will feel like you can then do some heavy lifting. Get different strokes for different folks. Again, if you can. Queen of Montreal says you have power. She already manifested that for you. Everybody from there on down to Auntie D and Auntie Love, to Stephanie Perry and all the rest of them. And if you watch these channels where Black women are actually doing things, you will see that Black women not only have the power, but are exercising the power. You have a choice to make to pretending to look at Black women as victims and white women are saying this and Black men are saying this and going back and forth about that, or watching Black women who are powerful. You do have a choice. The choice is in the description. You have a choice on, are you going to model yourself as a victim or are you going to model yourself as a victor? Because historically, Black women are often, much more than you think, victors. So you got a choice to be a victor. We would like you to join the winner's circle because that's where you really belong. You don't belong over here with people who are just going, who we got going in circles. You don't belong over there. There are people who want you to think so. They want you to be their victims forever. Perpetual servitude for you and your children. You don't belong over there. You belong with the victors. Auntie Love and I disagree about certain things, but there's a reason that Black women of the ancient days are worshipped, or at least their relationships today, that are considered goddesses. Because you look at, by the way, by multiple groups of people, it's like the Pope. If you go back far enough in most religions, you're going to actually meet a Black woman back there somewhere. It's inevitable because of what the early women accomplished. Now, you don't have to agree with it. It's just, it is. Even in the Bible, you can actually figure that out because you got to figure out who's Nimrod's mama, though. And once you look that up, you realize, wait, his mother was a real founder of, wait, hold on. She helped him found all of civilization, or maybe the reverse. I'm just saying, even in there, you can see that. So there's no reason for us to not. We just have to believe that we can and we are. Other people are calling us the problem. No, you're the solution. The United States isn't here if we were not the solution after 1820. We're not here. So as we conclude, be encouraged. We've given you almost 8 hours worth of tools. We didn't sit up here and talk about run down other Black people, run down other group of people. Well, we did run down white women, but that was because of their actual behavior. Actually, I'm still trying to understand, how do we get a 3? I'm 43 years old. What? But we responded to actual behavior that's been demonstrated, not just because they're white, but because the actual behavior has been demonstrated, in order to show you that you don't have to put up with foolery either. You don't. So please don't. Can't tell you what to do. You got self-founded autonomy. But we're saying to you, the tools are here. Exercise your power, Black women. Take responsibility for what you can change. And make sure that you and your children get free and stay free. There are other Black women who you will meet along the way who will come alongside you as you move forward. You will not always be alone, but you do have to start out. And if we've given you anything about Project 2025, let this be the last thought that you have. We ain't got to live like this. We ain't got to put up with this. Our foremothers didn't. They changed the game over and over and over and over again. So now it's just time for a step up. That's all it is. It's time for us to change the game so that our daughters do not have to live again under what some of our moms and grandmas lived under. You have the power. Now, what are you going to do with it? Here on out, it's up to you. Good night, Auntie Love. This is another great show.
Good night. I'm so glad
good night, everybody.
You showed up, and please take in what Auntie D has told y'all. This has been so excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. For those of you who are coming in later, and some of those you came through during the almost 8 hours, there's a lot of good information there. Take it in chunks, and we'll see you next time. We'll be back. Don't know when yet, but we'll be back.
Mm-hmm. Share, like, subscribe, right?
And y'all saw those hashtags, right? Mm-hmm. I'm gonna give them to you.
All the hashtags that Auntie D put in here.
Hashtag Black Women, hashtag Black Girl Magic, hashtag forward together. Well, the 3 top ones on right tag. And then Auntie Love has given us Defend Yourself, Black Women, and DSPW. That's too long. So what we're going to do is take the trash tags that are trending, put them with the hashtag we want to trend, because, you know, Black women set the trends. The whole United States government had to get involved with a whole different country to try to shut it down, and it ain't shut down yet. So just use the hashtag that we put out there and spread this out. And take those hashtags, put them on videos by Joy Reid and Jasmine Crockett on the subject. And if we can make all that go viral, then pretty much when Black women realize what's going on, and now that this ain't on, we ain't doing none of that. Like Auntie Love says, we're not doing this. No, we're not doing this. We have the power. We're not doing this. You just got to decide that you're not doing this, and your kids are not doing this. And when we decide we're not doing this with our kids, ain't nobody doing this.
Ain't nobody doing it. When a Black woman says it ain't gonna get done, it ain't gonna get done. When she says it's gonna be this way, it's gonna be this way.
Good night. We'll see
Good night. Love y'all.